You got Seda Esports representing China, trying to go the distance and show they belong here. But for Team Rayong, they also want the same. Let's get map 1 started. Athena, Mirko, take it away.
Welcome to the Land of Dawn, folks, for match number 1, the opening. How you doing, Athena?
Smash them.
My name was actually Athena until today, but I'm willing to be Athena for today because it is going to be an intense series of matches, and I believe she experienced it firsthand yesterday. This time it's pretty much going to be the same. It's an upper bracket semi-finals to start off this day between Seda and Team Ray.
So far, looking at the drafts, honestly, it's solid. It's just so interesting to see that both these teams, they were able to get a win yesterday. Obviously, for Team Ray, it was in Stream B, and now we get to see them in Stream A go head-to-head. Seda, obviously, taking down a Titan in Falcon's ID just yesterday. Trying to bring the momentum to replicate the same result today.
Yep, everything that happened for Seda yesterday felt so fast-paced, and it's a surprise to think that they were able to accomplish that against a team from Indonesia, who for the longest time have been very dominant in terms of the female MLBB competitive scene.
Quick check on the emblems here. The Bargain Hunter for Name. Just want to snowball all the way. It's all about the poke early on, especially on the Eve up against Tan's X-Board. It's a risky choice, honestly. They're going to go all in on Fanhua, it seems.
Yep, they're trying to go for the early invades. Now it's Fanhua, who's slightly low on HP, gets knocked back, but there's Revitalize to help him survive the last Insanity. Though is not going to let him through. That's first blood for Team Ray.
It looked a bit odd at the start there, and then a double Revitalize came through, and then maybe you can see a little bit of what they wanted to do. So,
Stro actually still wants to find more. It's Tan who they're possibly trying to target for the trade. But I believe that he is going to be, or she is going to be okay before this first turtle starts. Seda have pretty much positioned themselves around it though, despite that early loss.
Big resource burnt out already. Jessica unable to get the XP crab. So that's tempo given over to Team Rayong.
Yep, it's a great start because Jessica was one of the standout players too yesterday. The X factors for Seda before or as they were able to secure that win, but now it's going to be Zoe on the back to shield Unity. They're trying to look for targets, taking out the shields from Fanhua, and now they actually get to secure that ultimate, but the real world manipulation dropped out too. Team Ray, they do not seem like they're in a position to actually contest this confidently anymore.
They're able to bait abilities, they were able to take one down. I think right now it's all about the reset, coming back to it again. Because you really need to rely on those cycles, right? Especially on the X-Borg. Once your Frog armor's down, once you use that last Insanity, you cannot be in the fight for long. And that's why I thought it would be very difficult for this X-Borg to play around this game, especially early on.
Mira, Cotico, aquí te salen todas las transmisiones de la EWC. Yo estoy en el de la TAM, pero están todas. Aquí está la primera. Bueno, ahí están todas las transmisiones de la EWC. Saludos.
Stacks over for that full last Insanity damage.
Yeah, they just
Pero bueno, vamos a ver qué pasa.
prolong this a bit more because they definitely will be back real quick for this reset if ever they'll accomplish that. Though it'll be tough, especially if Seda do decide to rush it, and based on their gameplay since yesterday, things have been working out pretty fast for this team. They're not hesitant to just really go in for the immediate conversions, for those fast rotations, and that's why you also see them just so quick to attempt to go for the early invades, even though they did, or it did cost them one casualty.
A ver, aló.
We are still awaiting. We are trying to sort things out before we resume the official gameplay. It does seem like there is a bit of an upper hand for Team Seda before that first turtle. They were already able to position themselves. They were also able to take down the Faraga armor. So if you're just tuning in, this seems like it's pretty much set up for success for Seda as of the moment, but nothing is guaranteed just yet. There is a chance that we still get to see them somehow prolong this dance before Team Ray, and being Team Ray, could actually still try and attempt to go for the contest.
That's true.
No sé por qué no me deja,
so it's a bit odd to see that early invade coming in from Seda. They're trying to utilize the fact that, really trying to punish the fact that There was no ult on the Phobius yet,
No sé por qué en el
but it
otro
wasn't enough,
no me
really.
sale.
Yeah.
Even with double revitalize, they just
Literalmente
also
no me
lacked a ton of
sale.
damage, and I think it was also the lack of
Hola,
synergy, because Jungle
Es que
Man
estoy
wasn't
viendo
there.
la de la
Baxia
otra
was
red,
too
la
far
color
away, only
oscurita,
got 4, then
pero
started the
no
shield
me
unity,
deja,
and then
no me deja,
got in
no
there
sé por
late,
qué.
was able to get a camp out away from Tan, but
No me
other than
deja.
that, it was just actually just a waste of Turtles' Poisson's over for turtle number 1 now. We do have a pause, ladies and gentlemen. Please do be patient with us. We're gonna,
Estoy acá.
you know, solve this ASAP.
ASAP. ASAP.
Let's talk a little bit about
Se
yesterday's
pasa, ¿no?
games,
Ah,
though.
sí, espérense. Ahí está.
Both of them were very impressive, right? We did, the panel did
Pues
mention,
están
you know,
viendo
Miss
conmigo,
Miss,
sí,
it's
perfecto. Eso.
Fanhua
Yay,
who's taking the
qué
helms,
feliz
and
de que
so
estén
far
aquí.
Fanhua's been fantastic. Yesterday on a Tigreal as well, there's been so many crazy
Abriendo
moments that
receta.
Fanhua's been able to get
Japonés.
against Falcon's ID.
Yeah, and I
Estamos
think
en
it was
saca.
also one of the first few games we actually saw the Gatot Kacha eventually come back.
Gato
Because
cachado.
it was also mentioned a couple times that it's not like the Gatot Kacha was really out, but we barely get to see him
Buenos
played
días, good
anymore in the
morning.
roam. But I guess there were several changes that took place in the recent hotfix. One of the first few users again being Fanhua, but even to this game that we're seeing right now, we're seeing it picked up, and a lot of the more tanky options too, since I feel like there has been so much attention towards how they really wanted to limit the assassin jungler options. Now they're being forced to see the likes of even the X-Borg in the jungle, which again, so far we do feel is a bit difficult to pull off, considering that even when it looks, or even if you look at range, there will be a lot of ways for them to just poke and take
Yo estoy
away the
acá
Firaga
viendo.
armor. But so
Es
far
que
it's
estoy
done
viendo
with
que no me
2
deja.
kills, so
Miren.
it's been working out relatively well for the jungler of Team Ray.
And I think this is where we get to really see the buff, or sorry, the nerf rather, on the Baksha, right? Because usually at 1 minute 30, you already have the Baksha at level 4. You already have Zoe to actually rotate with you. The fact that an
Temprano, ya
X-Borg can
estamos
clear
aquí.
faster than a Baksha
¿Sí se ve
shows you
bien? ¿O
exactly
se
why
laguea? Ahorita se quedó parado.
Baksha maybe
Ahí está.
will lose a little bit of that, you know, pick priority later on in the stages, because Joe was just late every single time onto these fights.
Yeah.
Because it really seems like for Seda with a double revitalize, they wanted to go for the early fight. They wanted to take all that action onto Tan before the last Insanity was available. And that's why Name postured up so aggressively, to a point where Nami actually had to leave a few waves.
Quiero ver, pero
Yeah.
That's why she was in 3 for such a
Quiero
long
ver
time there
qué
for Turtle
sale.
1.
It's such a
Como
huge
ese.
responsibility on Name now. If they just really want to keep
acá.
that kind of aggression going in terms of the invades. And at that time, that position they currently were in felt like they had no choice
Tal
but
vez
to
porque
just
tengo
really
que seguir.
commit to the bit. And I'm not sure if that's the way they really want to go for, because again, things have slowed down a bit,
Igual sigue
especially
dormido, no
for
lo
some of the
dudo.
utility junglers. The backshev
Yo
seems to
pensé que iba a
be
ser el primero que iba a estar
more
acá.
split between joining these early rotations and just securing the farm early on because of the changes that took place, and just so they don't feel as behind. And I guess that's also on top of the fact that they already had a slight advantage in the EXP lane, so maybe they were expecting a bit more to come in from Jessica 66. But again, we taking away that XP crab, we saw it happen, and so
Creo
far
que tiene que ver
Jessica
con eso.
66 hasn't been able to do much. Given, of course, it's a Uranus, so maybe you would not expect that much of the showy setup plays similar to when she was on the likes of the Alice or the Esmeralda even. Maybe closer to the Esmeralda though, because this is a very similar hero to the Esmeralda that she played yesterday.
That's true.
Vámonos.
The Uranus is Esmeralda with less steps, I'd say.
Yes.
He literally floats around. Even in this matchup down below, by the way, something we haven't touched on, it's actually just really level. I thought Guy would actually be able to get a lead, and that's something that Seda can play with. Again, if you look at Seda, the way that they're able to win, it's not just through these team fights, it's not just through one win condition. They have multiple win conditions set, they have multiple plans as well. If they lose out on these first neutral objectives to Team
creo
Ray
que
Young,
esta,
you
tal
can
vez sea
expect
así.
them to look to play around that
Es que estoy
winning matchup in
intentando
Guy on the
desde-
carry against Quinn on the Claude.
Yeah.
Especially with the flicker here, you burn it out
Otro
once, and then the
lugarcito.
RWN catches you. The
Pero
rest of the team can just follow through with the box shot under
quiero ver
turret
si me
even.
deja.
Yeah, and it's not like T-Boy could just go for the surprise setups either. Nora maybe could be the closest with a flicker dark wave. But reaching Guy is going to be one of the toughest tasks, I feel, for Team Ray, if ever they do get to funnel majority of their resources to this gold laner.
That's why I'm just pretty sad right now.
Why?
You have players like Fanhua and Chi-Boy.
Okay.
But it's Beleric and Gatot Kacha, you know, like, you want to see more explosive picks. You know, give me the Tigreal from yesterday. Give me an Atlas. Obviously, it was, unlucky. Obviously, there are some heroes that were banned.
Gracias. Tú me dices si se laguea en algún
Marcel's been
momento,
100%.
Hay como un poquito
I want to
de
see
delay.
Marcel. I don't want to see Gatot. I don't want to see Beleric.
Yeah. But it seems like Marcel's one of the first few roamers that you just see gone.
It's always banned first.
You can't let him through.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's gonna disrupt so much because majority of like the female teams.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content.
No, bueno.
On team fighting.
Deberían quitar
even
eso.
Now, even in this game, you see them really start strong with an attempt to just go for the invades and the disruptions, and eventually you do see early deaths and early kills here and there. So I feel like it would really disrupt so much of what they really want to accomplish.
Yep.
We are taking a bit of time, but we want to make sure everything is set before we proceed, because this is no joke. It's an upper bracket finals. It's actually a qualification match if you think about it.
It's a qualification match.
Yeah, you get to top 8 secured if ever you do get past this best of 3 series, and you do not want to go down there.
Oh, Chi-Boy serious. You see that?
Yeah,
Glasses off.
She's usually all smiles. She had a very funny interview yesterday on stream.
Every interview with her is a funny interview.
That's true.
She's just a very funny player, you know? Not in a way that's bad, you know? It's like she's funny in interviews, all right? She's charismatic. There you go. Tournament bracket, though. Let's take a look at this again. Just for you guys back at home who maybe missed a few matches of day one, Seita Esports were able to upset Team Falcon's ID with a 2-0 sweep with Fanhua on a Tigreal. Team Ray Young doing the same against Aurora Gaming. It's a clean sweep, and it was just all-around clean sweeps for Group A. Geltech Cyber Team. We got Kyoe going ham with the Hirara and the Hayabusa, showing exactly what the assassin meta looks. And in all the other games, it's mainly Bakshas here and there. There was a Ling. There was a Ling yesterday.
Yeah, we also saw the likes of a 1-1, a Kadita played yesterday. Twisted Minds, though, that was a signature Chin Chow, so I kind of like understand why they wanted to play the 1-1.
I'm so confused with the meta right now. Like, I don't know if it's just an MWI meta. I don't know if it's like comfort picks for some of these teams, or if everybody just has lost the plot. Now it's just every woman for themselves. There you go. Genji also taking a 2-0 win against Foot Esports. Vitality with a very surprising struggle up against MIBR loss. That was a long game in game number 2. And even in game number 1, there were glimpses of brilliance from MIBR loss. Glimpses of maybe everybody else catching up to Vitality.
Yeah, I think it's more of that rather than us just seeing a different Vitality or a different version of the more powerhouse teams that we consider quote-unquote overall. Because like even for the newcomer regions that you would consider, this is Seita that you're talking about right now, putting Chinese MLBB on the map. Even for the Cambodian representatives, and even for the recent Asian games that we just talked about on the panel as well, the SEA Games to be exact, right? There were a lot of upsets, surprises even. I think that was one of the most surprising that we've ever seen in terms of results, because it wasn't really Indonesia who came up on top. It was Malaysia, and to think that that lineup isn't even here.
We don't talk about that.
Eternal said the same. Why is it always like this?
Yeah, don't talk about it. You know, we only talk about it when Indo wins. Remember, that's what the chat says, right? That's the rule. That's the rule. At least when there's an Indonesian on desk, all right? We don't want to talk about our back-to-back. Is it 4 times now? Second place finishes.
Espérame, es que abrí otra cosa y ahorita se pone otra vez.
Talk about getting grouped in MSC 2024, about not reaching top 3 in 2025.
We're not gonna touch on that.
Do not touch on that, all right?
No,
but maybe this time. Well, you know what? Not maybe. We will. We will.
Ahí está.
Because my goats got in. Let's go.
Okay. We are still in MWI, but I could feel the excitement.
What do you mean? My goats are Vitality. Vitality are in MWI.
Oh, right. It's the same. Your go-to.
It's a very easy fallback for me, you know? Like, if everybody's like, oh, dude, your team never makes it to an international. I'm just like, dude, take a look at my women's team. Vitality's doing great.
They are. They are.
They're like the greatest women's team of all
They
time or
are.
something,
The
you know?
team to beat. You remember what they
Nothing
said?
crazy, just... What do they say?
Usted
in
said
their
they
first
are, they
interview,
are.
like during day
Sí,
one
solamente
yesterday?
estaba
Yeah, the video
configurando
that they
algo
played again
y
today.
como abre toda la
No, the-
pantalla
Oh,
se
just-
pone así.
Please give us a fun match and don't make us sleepy.
Don't make us sleepy,
That's
dude.
what Vivian said, but that's Vivian, you know Vivian's personality. I mean, Gideon did shout out the men's division just yesterday, saying that our women players have much more personality than a lot of the players that we have in the.
We don't have players in the men's scene. We have robots who sometimes decides to show emotion, right? I'm a fan of those players who actually have those emotions. But I agree with Gideon. The women's scene, way more progressive in interviews compared to the men's scene.
Yeah, they're dancing, they're
shushing, you know?
shushing, they're making fun of
The-
themselves that
Voy
they're
a ir a
not
ver
able to
cómo lo
press
están
buttons.
haciendo
And
otros. A ver
what
qué
else?
pasa.
The last time I saw Ton in International was Carl Teasy doing a shush to Onik, you know?
Oh.
And it was last year. Maybe it's
So
just
long ago.
EWC. Maybe EWC creates an atmosphere where you're like, yo, you know why?
You
It's
get a-
because they're face to face on
Oh
stage.
yeah, you get a bit more of their personality,
Yeah.
and they literally are facing each other, because even if you look at their setups currently on stage, they're like slightly diagonal, but you see who their lane matchups are.
Yeah,
like
you
face to
see,
face.
No sé
after
por
maybe
qué
making
no
a
me
play, maybe a
deja.
solo kill,
Yeah.
you can scream Sokolil over your
No,
opponents. You
no,
can be
no
like,
me
hey,
toca.
I got you.
We saw so many of that yesterday too, and even the frustration, or even how they get to celebrate their opponent's wins, especially for MIBR loss. Like, that was one I will not forget, because I saw La La Land. By the way, we're all happy to see her back. She finally gets to return to the MWI stage from way back, being part of 2024 DreamHack, but she was clapping her hands for Vitality, and very much so. They deserve to just smile after that game, because they showed up such great performance against the team to beat here at MWI. Like, they got the record for longest game, I believe. I don't know if we're able to ever top that here at MWI. 26 minutes and 48 seconds long.
You timed it?
No, I checked it right here.
Oh, I thought you timed the pause. Sorry. Okay, it's the game time. My
game.
bad. My bad. I
Aquí
lost
está,
track of
este.
thought
A
because
ver
I
qué
was looking at the
dice.
conversations that Team Ray
Me
Young were
meto en el
having,
video.
dude.
Ajá.
Chiboy got her glasses back on. She's locked in earlier, and now she's locked back
Do you think-
off. Is it a lock-in when she takes it off, or
That's
when
the
she
¿Cómo
puts
thing.
it
añadir?
on?
Obtén
That's my
autorización del
question.
proveedor
Because
contenido.
there are
Ya tengo la
players who
autorización.
also tend to do that in
En
the
la
Philippines,
escena
like
selecciona
Super
Live
Friends.
Studio.
Like,
haz
there are
clic
times
en
she
añadir.
You know what,
has
Super
that
Friends?
as well.
The
Fuente.
glasses are like for show.
Otra
It's
vez.
like a fashion thing, you
You
know?
think so?
Condiciones
Yeah, he's
de
drippy.
emisión.
I think they are
Selecciona los
graded.
eventos.
Maybe we can double check. Maybe we can ask him.
Nah, it's always better to assume.
Okay. Therefore,
Cuenta atrás.
in Athena's words, swag. She said swaggy play yesterday, right? Shoutouts to Athena.
She said swaggy play?
Yeah,
When was this? Match 4? It wasn't with me, no?
probably match 4, yeah. Because,
In 2026, swag?
yeah, we told her. Eterna loved it. She loved the term swaggy
Eventos
play.
hasta
I think it's a
causa meses
30-year-old
de
thing, you know? Maybe if you're 30,
transmisión.
you like swag.
Are you saying
Usa
she's
la
30?
transmisión
No, I
autorizada.
think it's... Maybe.
El
Dude, am I...
proveedor
she's pointing at us right now. I don't know, man. It's very...
No.
Athena.
She's pointing at us.
Yeah.
I am scared. No.
You're
No.
scared. It's
No,
okay, right?
It's him. It's him, not me. Not me. We're friends, okay?
Oh, she did it. She did a band gesture. That's a band gesture in MLBB. I can't believe she just did that. We're still waiting, ladies and gentlemen. Please do be patient with us right now. Chat's loving it. At least chat's loving it, you know?
Loving what?
The banter.
Oh, really?
You're on MLBB Esports. See, I'm on MLBB.
Oh, I see you guys here a couple times, interacting with
Okay.
them. Like, even Eterna one time, I saw her just chatting with the people in chat.
That's so unprofessional, bro. Chatting on broadcast.
Se va a
No, she
tapar
wasn't
tantito.
activated
Ahorita
then.
lo,
Oh, well. you
ahorita
know,
lo cambio.
I would never.
What the heck? I
What?
just said you did
está.
too.
Oh, no. That's like my moderator, dude. I got Cloudy working the double time, you know, at home, just on chat, YouTube chat.
Hello.
She's downloaded my personality. Now people are questioning. Okay,
Questioning what?
yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
hey, don't read it out loud, please. I do not want to see that gesture.
It's a
from her.
question. You maybe guys want to open up chat. It's a question, you know.
Don't read it out loud. Don't read it out loud.
I'd love to. Someone said, "Yeah, right, Miracle." At this point, we're reading chat, bro. Like, I mean,
Someone said hi break.
I don't see it in my chat.
We need. What do we need?
We need casters brawl. I mean, this is literally. Wait, they're doing rock paper scissors. Wait, what are they doing? Rock
Qué
paper
bonito ha de
scissors.
ser poder jugar
I
así.
can't see the other one. Okay.
Yeah, same.
I wish we could see both sides.
So we could like at least cast.
That's true.
Yeah, but why is there someone in the middle?
Wait, that's a ref. That's the ref right there. Okay, they're slapping each other.
See,
in the
this is what
hands.
you say when you talk about personality, right?
Dude, none of the men's team have this. They're all so locked in, and like one guy's obsessed with King Bob or something.
What's the most we've seen from the men's during a pause? Like
I've seen one of the players like from MSC. I think he like messaged some other streamer in game, and that streamer
or
opened the chat while streaming, and she was surprised.
Quiero
I think
ver
the
qué
message
me
was
sale.
ALABYU. Yeah.
Version
None of you guys
I
know.
thought we were talking about like pauses. Like things players do during pauses.
Oh, during pauses.
Yeah.
All right.
Inventario.
No,
No tengo en el inventario.
our players just they joke around sometimes, you know.
Do they?
Yeah, in Indo they joke around, they have a blast. Some lean back and sleep.
Can you
Se
close
supone
your
que
eyes
sí estoy.
during a pause?
Wait, is this a three-way rock paper scissors game? Because they're doing it now 1v. I swear it was a 1v1 earlier. Now it's a 1v1. Like it's a
No, but they're doing
free-for-all.
something else. Like they're putting their other hand down.
Sí,
Isn't this like
Perisco,
one
no
of
sé por
the?
qué no me deja.
Dude, I got no clue what this game is. You know what this game is?
Because we have some versions of this in the Philippines where you like put your hand down or like
You smack
tap it,
the
you
hands.
smack it when you lose, or I'm not sure if that's the same or
Is
if they
this
have
what they
something
did back without phones? I just play MLBB.
Same. Same.
I mean,
Same.
I love that Gideon's. Dude, I'm just constantly looking at Gideon. That guy is
Were
my
you
guy,
expecting
dude.
an answer
Dude,
from
no,
them?
I just want to see a reaction, and I always see a reaction from Gideon. That's my boy. That's why he's my father. He made me in a vat, by the way. Long story. Long story. Yeah.
You have a lot of like fathers here.
Me gusta cómo se ve bien bonito. Me
Is Naisu
encanta
not?
cuando eligen el color
Naisu
rojo
is everybody's
para lo
father.
That's true.
femenino.
He is
Jo,
father Naisu.
cuando empieza, literal,
So many.
literal.
that's
Mira,
wait,
mira,
wait, it is
están
scissors.
jugando.
It's a 1v1v1.
Es que no sé cuánto tiempo se
she has
están
to be out, right?
aventando.
So
After that-
how does that work? If you're the only one who's
Esto va a durar
different,
un
then you
montón, Nonal.
what? Do you need one, just one, to counter you, or both to get out?
I have no idea. We have to ask them.
Chat, maybe
Chat,
knows.
chat. Does anyone know? Mirko's also a
What? I had no idea you were planning to do a Hirara cosplay.
The Claude is a pretty good pick. Against the carry, it's all right. Yeah, weak side, you know, you can just play around. You can just go over and rotate around. Lilia is really good at playing in mid, just clearing it out. You know what? All of a sudden, I want to stick to the game. Just be professional, Brig, all right? Be
Let's stop. Let's
professional
stop. Do we stop? Do we stop? They're suddenly.
here. Be professional. The phobias.
Freaking
Talk
up,
about the
yeah.
talk about the picks. Talk about the picks, you know? Talk about the picks.
What else have we not touched on?
Sanford, what?
Huh? Huh?
Huh? What?
Can I ask for help?
Can I ask for help?
Like help from like Gideon dancing on the stage or something?
Dude, we need.
What is that dance?
It
Look at that
turns- I
dance.
don't know what
I
that
don't
is.
understand. They seem so happy.
What?
No, they seem so happy, bro. We're
Must have been
serious
the
now.
win.
Can we not?
Yeah, it's the win. It was
Yo!
Ah,
back in the game.
vaya.
Turtle number 1 not taken just yet. Seda. Oh, black shoes from Miku. All right, that's it.
So they weren't able to reset for the turtle, it seems, and they just reverted back into farming for their own objectives, as Seda were very quick, as expected, to just secure that objective for themselves. So there's a very slight lead that you're seeing at the moment. Nothing too significant still, though, but it's great because you're seeing them just really hold down their individual lanes and make sure that the matchups are going well for them.
And it's all about Seda now just playing the slow game after getting the neutral objective, right? Yes, Team Ray Young were able to get the kill lead in this game, but it's just been kills over
Ahora sí ya viene lo
on
bueno.
Fanwa. Those are kills that you're willing to give out for Seda, right? So right now, play it slow, play quick when you have the neutral objective, and that's why the Uranus is also picked up here. It's all about getting tempo over your opponents, and as long as you don't group up, it shouldn't be too big of a problem to deal with these AoE damage dealers from Team Ray Young.
Yep. Especially earlier, we saw how they were just able to split up who would go first, who would be the ones assigned to just take out the Faraga armor in general, and those who could just follow up in case things get wrong. But now it's Team Ray Young looking to group
Los streams
up,
va a ser más
down,
largo de mi
nothing
vida.
that Guy doesn't really sense though. So things have been really okay for both sides. Just look at Jessica66 and Guy managing things really well in their individual lanes. Joe, though, are they gonna go for it? There goes the back to shield Unity. Bumps into Tan. Firaga armor so close to going down all over again.
Yeah, she's got the regen though. It's all up to Name, I'd say, before the neutral objective fight. To be the one to poke her out. So it's the fact that they got the regen out already means that Tan's gonna be very vulnerable to all these shots from Nami, and that's why Team Ray Young are just gonna look for Prio in mid, rotate to the neutral objective first, even against this tempo comp of Seda.
Yeah. Even mid-control's been too difficult for them, and look at how they positioned themselves around the
Tirando a rojo,
bushes.
se ve cool. Sí. También en la ISF del año pasado, creo, luego también lo pusieron en rojo, se veía brutal. Como rosado con rojo, me encantaba cómo se veía.
This is exactly what we were talking about earlier for Seda. If they don't get plan A, neutral objective, snowball out of team fights, they can just go plan B straight up, go into the bottom lane, play around this winning matchup, and put Guy into a winning to get into a good spot. Fanhua also holding these bushes, constantly giving vision to the rest of the team, and that's why, even though they haven't been able to get a single team fight win, they're ahead in gold.
Literally not grouping up together, but maybe right now they decide to do so. There goes the AOG, but the response with the Wrath of Dryad, it's just gonna hold Seda in place and not allow them to push through with that attempt. They seem to want to take on that fight, but Team Ray were just like, no. They're not. They got pretty much what they wanted, which are, I guess, some energy shields here and there, but the counter engage from Seda. Is it gonna happen this time?
They want to go for the turret. Tan is there, obviously, but it's just tempo again. They get the gold crab, and they look for the rotation first into mid. Guy stays in the bottom.
Ay, ojalá no se congele.
The mid. Guy stays in the bottom lane. And this so far has been a macro masterclass for Seda.
Yep.
2 deaths on Fanhua. The person you'd let die in these situations. Gold. I'd love to see that right now for Guy versus Quinn, because when you have a level lead in the gold lane, that usually means, you've got a quite significant gold advantage over your opponent. That's 700 on the board with no kills. And possibly a turret. There you go. Turret tier 1 down below, taken by Guy.
Yeah. It's been great for Seda.
Wow.
So good in terms of the macro discipline. You see Nora barely being able to join any of these fights, and it's not like they're even converted into fights. Because Seda are just very picky with what they want to take on. Team Ray are the ones who seem to always look for these potential engages, but even this just now, Jessica66, they'll have to pour in so much of their resources just to take this one kill. It eventually gets to become another kill for them, though, but Seda, now it's Guy also joining the rotations for them.
One thing's for sure, though, they got the macro down to a T, but I think a lot of these individual mechanics haven't been shining too much for Seda in this game. It's just been Team Ray Young with the response. And they get turtle number 3. Final turtle of the game, 2-1 in turtles right now. As Seda look to just trade across the board, but Team Ray Young have closing that gap in gold already. It was around a 1K gold lead for Seda. It's just slow again. Jessica, I'd say.
Yeah.
A bit too rushed on some of those resources. Consecration popped way too early. I think
Espero que no lance ningún
Revitalize
anuncio
as
raro,
well.
porque me
And
va a
for
dar una...
Name, spamming a lot of the poke, but not really respecting
No me
when
sale
she
como
should
tenía que haber
recall. She's
salido.
staying a bit too long in the lane. Had no mana to
Pero
respond to that Team Ray Young rotation, but
yo
now
espero que no salga el
it's
letrero
looking
de...
for tier 2 down below.
No sé qué, no sé qué, no sé
Okay,
qué.
creating space right there. Name and Fanwa doing their best, but it
¿Puedes
seems like
cerrar
Quinn
esto? Que
just
creo que
goes
no
in
van a
with the
contestar
blazing
ahorita.
duet. Not sure if enough stacks were in it
Ah, okay.
there yet.
Ahorita.
But they just wanted to allow Guy do her thing. Not that they were able to take the turret, but you could see how much they're trying to play around this gold laner. Seda have focused majority of their attention towards Guy.
A ver
And
si no pasa nada ahora
doesn't
sí.
seem to be as behind anymore. I mean,
tranquilos.
Joe doesn't seem to be
Estamos
as behind
ajustes.
anymore. They're
Bien, vamos
already
a...
both level
No hemos
10.
podido ver nada hasta
Even though
ahora
Tan
porque
has
estábamos en
all
el...
of the
¿Qué pasó?
kills, Team
¿Qué
Ray hasn't
pasó
been
con la
able to secure
oscuridad?
so far in this game.
Pero bien,
They've got that
es
better
el segundo
safe than
día
sorry
para
at the
que
approach, Seda.
me quedé dormida
Even earlier,
configurando todo.
Revitalize and the
Cabe
AOG
mencionar.
utilized straight up
Así que
after
vamos a ver
they saw
cómo nos
Chibo
va
and
en
Quinn
este
walk
segundo
up.
día.
Now for Team Ray,
Obviamente
the
que
turn
vi
down below
las
they wanna take,
repeticiones.
but Seda have already sent enough members Name recalling in
Pero
the
es
lane. They
jugar
won't
en otro
have
nivel.
the
¿Me
help of their
explico?
mid
Es
laner.
jugar en otro
AOG.
nivel.
Oh, they're the ones to actually go in first.
Sí, porque
The
acá me
top
sale
lands
otra
onto G-Boy, but he
cosa.
hasn't used the Wrath of Dryad just yet, and they
Es
do
que
not
cuando
need to in
te
order to get the
registras,
kill on
te dan
Fanwa.
un
Real
kit
Manipulation
y
also
de
laid
varias
down,
un
but
montón de
Joe
instrucciones.
unfortunately
Ah, me
could
perdí la
not
primera semana porque el
survive.
kit llegó justamente el día de la
That's a lot of
transmisión.
resources, but still
Entonces,
Seda
los
couldn't
primeros 4
find
días de
a
transmisión no los pude
single
hacer
kill on their side.
He's
porque
done a good job in the macro
llegó todo el
department, but again,
paquete,
every single time it comes
el
to the
primerísimo.
skirmishes when it's
Entonces,
them
son
relying on
muchas
the
instrucciones y
individual
todo está
skills
en
and
inglés.
decision making, it just hasn't
Y
worked
como
out for
árabe,
Seda.
entonces está
3v4, that was the
difícil la
situation that Team Ray
traducción ahí.
Young weren't even hiding there
Estaba
in the
bastante
dive for
difícil.
turret.
Pero bien,
But it was Seda who
no sé
bit
por
on
qué
that
vamos a
bait,
ver.
walked
Siento
straight
que se ve
into
raro
it.
también.
With Name
Pero me
recalling
está
in the mid lane,
acomodando
and now
todo
it's Team Ray Young trying to utilize this advantage. Straight on the
Quitamos
Lord they
esto,
go.
quitamos
Okay,
esto.
they have the retribution
Está
still.
bien.
And right now it's going to be Zoe trying to go in for the drive-by, but they're not going to be successful in doing so. The
Creo
knock
que
from
sí
the
será
Dark Wave
ese.
as well, and the taunts keeping Zoe in place. Quinn going in with the blazing duet, only trying to go after Name, but Guy shows up and they decided to not push through.
Ok,
Is
ahora
it
sí.
safe to
Tuvimos
say
picks
that at this
o sea,
point, it's really
de
looking like
bastante
just
aguante, lo que me gusta, lo que hemos visto
versus
también en el meta de
between
este lado.
Zeta and
Picks
Team
ya
Ray,
no tal vez
because
usado
it seems to be the
en la
case,
parte del
majority of
norte,
the
sin
fights,
mencionar que también
it's
es
always
femenino.
been Team Ray
Pero
getting it out, but
se
Zeta
sigue
have
usando
been
mucho el
somewhat
aguante.
catching up,
No
mainly
pensé
by
que
what
fueran a
they've been
sacar
doing
un
across the
export,
map.
la verdad. Pero me
So
gusta.
Team Ray Young now with a 1,700 gold lead. Jessica again revitalized. Together with the consecration, no one's been able to get rid of this Faraga armor. Tan's just having a free day.
Vamos a ver ahora sí cómo nos va. Gracias, Jojo, por todos los consejos. Es que acá me salió una alerta y yo no soy de TikTok. Estamos en las otras, estamos en todas prácticamente haciendo la transmisión. Voy a hacer más chiquito esto también. Bueno, solo lo voy a minimizar. Aunque no pensé que fueran a sacar un export, creo que ha sido una muy buena opción para complementar con esta Valeric y la Lidia. Vamos a estar aquí hasta las 8:30 de la mañana. 8:30 de la mañana. Amo. Amo. Va a ser una noche intensa. Va a ser una buena noche. Una buena noche.
Seems like it'll be much more difficult to take out the Faraga armor at this point, because
Déjenme ver porque Katy estaba en la roja tirando rojo seco. Sí. Katy, estamos en la oscurita si quieres también. Si te es más fácil. Que si estás allá también está súper bien, ¿eh? ¿No se tapa haciendo esto? No se tapa. Okay.
Back to the slow game for Seda and Team Ray Young. Not really going to go for any of those initiations before a neutral objective spawns in the game. Just a bit of poke here and there, but so...
Bien, segundo día de el torneo femenino, chicos. Son 5 días los que se van a tener. Termina el 18. Déjenme ver el calendario. No me acuerdo si es 18. Es que desde mi punto de vista,
They're doing what they can to get away, but the slows and the glooms are
Estaba
not
mejor los
letting them
picks de, con Lilia Export y Benedict. Fuera de que se hayan tardado un montonal para piquear. Sí. Así que vámonos a ver. Déjenme poner el mensaje de este lado. ¡Qué bonito se ve! Amo porque el de la ISF del año pasado también fue lo que decía Katy, en colores de rojo, y estuvo brutal. Estuvo súper bonito. Bueno, la semana. Eso fue lo que me gustó. Así que
All right, here we go. There's a Lord fight happening right now, but it seems like even before we get to that, they already take one down from Seda. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Quinn going in once again. Does he have enough damage?
Me gusta. Entre casi no, es que es más fácil, pero hace rato no me dejaba. Yo ya me vino a decir que le quitara lo que me salía que no, y ya se lo quité y ya me dejó. Es que justamente también iba a retransmitir Free Fire, pero lo pusieron exactamente con la fecha del femenino en el mismo horario, entonces ya no pude. Pero si también quieren ver Free, por ahí está, se llama Jojo está transmitiendo Free. Así que vámonos. Quiero cambiar la escena de este lado. No, esta sí está bien. Voy a tomar fotos. 20 fotos voy a tomar, chicos. Tengo que disfrutar el momento. La verdad, me gustó. Pude tener la oportunidad de poder ver las partidas. Sin mencionar que sí me gusta que estén en inglés. Sin mencionar, o sea, aparte de todo.
Taking much more map control, but are they willing to fight even before the Lord actually gets here?
I'll say this though, when it comes to wave management, it hasn't really been Seda's strong suit. Down below, they're going to lose a base turret for free again. Both the side turrets for Seda have fallen to minions. And now it's Team Ray Young, who, if they are able to defend, will have an advantage for the next Lord. Yep. It's the far lane this time around, and the base turret down below that they took.
Sale todas las notificaciones por todos lados.
For that Lord to eventually make it to Team Ray's tier 2 turret, and before it even gets to that point, I feel like they've already managed pretty much majority of their other waves, so it's not going to be as big as a problem for them. Seda still though making their presence felt, but I feel like they definitely have to address this wave management issue, but instead they're going for another team fight attempt.
Me encanta cómo se escucha que está en inglés, se los juro, me encanta. Se ve tan genial y hay muy buenos casters en inglés, La verdad creo que esta temporada tuvieron muy buenos casters en inglés. Yo no veo en español, pero me gusta mucho en inglés.
And they're gonna commit to this fight. No one's being sent back home. Guy finds a kill, but Team Ray are trying to hold them in this place. No one's able to recall. Joe finds another kill, but it's a double for Guy, and it's only Jessica 66. Quinn doesn't care. Revitalize already popped, but the minion goes down, and I think Seda will be okay and will get to extend this game.
O sea, estaba medio reñido, así que digas, no. Bueno, sí,
He's not gonna survive this. Name and Guy are trying their best, but they're only two.
Pero sí me gustan más los picks del otro lado.
They'll have to reset, but at least they take away that purple buff.
This is a slugfest. Team Ray Young, they want it to be a slugfest so that Quinn can just go for the end, but Jessica,
Claude XD, espérate tú.
Purple buff bush, recalled straight out from there and was able to clear out the wave in time while doing damage to Quinn. But this has been a big problem for Seda. They just let these side lanes go and push into their own base constantly. They have to remember that Team Ray Young have so many threats when it comes to backdooring, when it comes to going for those segue plays, especially when the Lord's up. These waves are going to be building up. It's a base turret. Even if you deal with it like the way that Jessica's been dealing with it, it's still going to be pushing back towards your base. So you're going to have to constantly send some people down, or you burst the Lord before Team Ray Young can utilize this advantage.
Honestly, Jessica 66 will have to do so much. Given that, Random Giant forced down. Forced it down. Nami actually picks up the kill, and they don't fight any trades whatsoever. But look at Quinn. All over again. Jessica has no choice but to stay in base just to anticipate these kinds of attempts.
It's a 1v1 every single time. XP versus Gold inside of the base. The minion's already down there. Seda, go on Lord. It's a desperate rush towards the Lord for Quinn, but I don't think she can get there in time. It's a free Lord over to Seda.
They're not going to be able to contest. Name gets left behind though. There's going to be Nora going in with the Infernal Pursuits, but
abajo el ADC, sí. Es que no se dan cuenta, pero lo está haciendo bien, ¿me explico? O sea, no está desaprovechando las oportunidades.
Sandwich maneuver. Joe's trying to go for the pick. Quinn, no flicker.
Oh.
Do they know where she's at? That's the question. No, they don't. Quinn gets the recall safely. And again, it's Seda who are able to secure the Lord, but Team Ray Young still have control over the side. I don't know, the first time, I like what Quinn was doing. It was unexpected, but doing it 2-3 times, Jessica's gotten the read, and the team desperately needs a damage dealer. Without Quinn, it's just Mikuli left to deal damage alone, and you can already see how it has impacted the rest of the team. Chi-Boy hasn't had the best of times, just being a frontliner, taking the single target damage of Guy.
Yep. The burst was felt. Look at her now once again, and the real work plus the AOG laid down together perfectly, but it seems like Team Ray are able to fight this under the turret. They're not afraid to take them on, and that's going to be 2 kills over to Team Ray. Very unfortunate for Seda.
Vámonos a ver qué va a pasar. Espérense, ya terminé. Es que me costó. Y eso que ayer me quedé tarde configurando, imagínense. Ahora, ya. Estamos al 100. MLBB. Va a haber muchas cosas buenas para este año en el competitivo para Norte. Es todo lo que puedo decir. Pero va a haber muchas cosas buenas.
Okay,
she got it.
Yep, they're gonna be okay. Tan has her own purple buff in her hands, and the Lord is gonna be dealt with.
La Lilia se lo despeja, sí, la Lilia se lo despeja rápido.
Alone here in the bottom lane, but
toda Lilia que se respeta se puede despejar un Lord sola.
I feel like it's somehow getting to them too, that we're reaching the 20-minute mark, and a lot of things are going to be much expensive, especially if you get taken out at this point. You will be having longer death timers. You see multiple immortality pickups too, but what is going to be the main task at this point for both Team Ray and Seda? Tan will not be as easy of a target to just take out the Firaga armor from. Guy 2 is 603 and doesn't seem like the best possible option if you just really want to go in for those pick-off attempts, because you really have to fight them head-on through team fights if you're looking at the composition from Team Ray. So
está difícil, la hora que pusieron estaba difícil, la verdad. Yo misma. Es que sí, yo sé que cualquier liga que se respeta se puede hacer un Lord sin problema, la verdad. O sea, yo hice unas ligas que se ponen brutales, la verdad.
Seda have shown really good macro this game. The fact
that vienen varias cosas ahorita, entonces
that's an exception, but now it matters the most as to how they deal with the waves incoming. If Quinn
esa se va a poner buena. Pero ojito porque ya Z tiene que tiene 3 y la carry. O sea, ahorita sí ya les van a aguantar. Les van a aguantar bastante.
And this is quite beneficial for Team Ray Young if they're able to recall in time and get back up here, because the wave in the bottom lane is pushing towards Seda.
Esta vaina va hasta las 10 de la mañana por ahí. Sí, literal, ahorita voy a ver el calendario y es hasta las 10 de la mañana. 10 de la mañana. Yo no pensé que fuera a ser tanto, la verdad. Pero sí. O sea, sí está potente, va a estar potente el día. La realidad al rato va a estar brutal. Ay, perdón, la realidad al rato va a estar brutal.
They had to fight that one 4v5 because Jessica was sent to deal with the waves. Bot and top all pushing in. Now you add another wave in mid. And 4 Team Ray Young
buen día, Eva, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Es que yo les dije, tenían más aguante. O sea, tenían más aguante y más forma. Tenían más resistencia. El otro equipo.
Eventually they
tenían
still
más
got the
resistencia.
win. It took them a while to get that though.
You gotta respect the minions.
¿Cuál es?
We're gonna throw it over to Damascus to take it from here.
I mean, absolute insanity in our first match of the day. You cannot make it up. That was back and forth too. At the beginning, it was looking
Y son
like Team Ray
partidas,
was
veo
definitely
uno.
about to cook
Son un
up.
montón.
Seda showed exactly why they got that big old upset yesterday, but at the end, Ray able to close it out.
Hey, that's what we want, man. 20 minutes long game to open the day, close as well. The big upset from yesterday, from Team Seda is not continuing on that momentum right now. So there's a lot to talk about behind here. We see the players coming behind.
Yeah,
there's gonna be a strong briefing.
You can kind of feel the energy radiating off right now.
Se va a congelar tantito. Ya se tardó en descongelarse. Ay, gracias, Slayer. Gracias. Espérense. Espérense que mi PC está chiquita. No. La policía. Espérense. Ya ahorita va a empezar otra vez.
Radiating off right now, ladies and gentlemen, 500,000.
Sorprende a las empresas.
¿Qué les digo yo? Hubieran quitado eso.
Snowball, Eterna, Gideon.
Hubieran quitado
nice to see
eso.
you both. We watched that.
Gracias,
I'm learning as we go.
Slayer.
Gideon, thanks for the instructions. You know, Seda Esports, early on, you could tell they were in trouble. But
Es que
mid-game
quiero
to
abrir el
late game, they
calendario.
did start at least having some life.
Es que estamos en
I think a
tres
lot of it just
canales al
comes
mismo
down
tiempo.
to Team Ray
Acá
not being a
está.
little decisive here in
Es
certain
de
moments, and I think that's a little scary on my part because my bias
hasta las
is leaning towards them. But at the
10:45
same
de la
time, I
mañana
think that
termina.
Seda also needs to
10:45 de la
recognize, right?
mañana.
This is not the
Mañana
same Seda
inicia
that
a
we
las
saw
3 y termina a
yesterday,
las
and I think a lot of it just comes
11:15.
down to comforts in the draft, right? I think they had a plan in mind. It did not
Viernes
go the way
empieza a
they
las
were
4
looking
y
for, and
termina
I
a
think
las
the
9.
laning phase is what really messed them up.
Entonces, la siguiente semana
ya
ya empieza la rutina normal. La final es la que me va a costar porque también quiero transmitir el de Street Fighter. Entonces, imagínense. Va a estar potente los días van a estar potentes.
And you know, let's go through some of these moments and take a look at the first one because I want to piggyback off of what you just said in just a bit, especially with Seda
déjame,
versus
no me
Falcon
acuerdo.
Indonesia.
¿Sí es mejor de 3?
But looking at this first point, Gideon, we are now 12 minutes
Creo que la de ayer era
in, and we've got a
BO1,
battle for
¿verdad?
the Lord.
Espérame, déjame ir a ver otra vez el Excel.
Who are the trigger men, right? And in this case, it's going to be Namin as well as Fanhua.
No, esta
they
no
have
es.
the most important jobs to have the RWM and the AOG combined
Así es
together
este.
to get this really big impact. The problem is that a lot of the heroes on the side of Team Ray, it really boils down to the draft, right? Hey, what are you going
sí,
to do
veo
when
3, sí es
somebody,
cierto.
Lilia just black
El
shoes
de
away?
la
They
vez
just
pasada, el de la
outside
semana
the
pasada,
RWM.
era
There's not a lot
BO1,
of
¿no?
winning
Sí,
scenarios
siendo BO3,
unless
es
they're
que
able to
quién se
catch
le
not only the clock,
ocurre.
but also
Se
catching
le
the export. And I think that was the hard part.
Se supone que estamos
And let's
ahorita
go to
en
the
el
very end
grupo
of the
A.
match where Team Ray ended up taking it for
Vamos a pasar a la
themselves.
llave
They
de
ended up
lower,
pushing
número
through,
2,
doing so after, I believe, close
entre
to that fight that we just witnessed,
GK
and then
Esport y
ultimately taking
Virtus
over the
Pro.
base and winning the
Ah, no,
round,
pero seguimos
which
con
was, again,
Saeta
just a
Esport
battle
y
until the very
Team
end.
Ray Jong.
Eterna, we're now 21
Voy a dejar este
minutes
abierto
into
porque
it. Obviously
es donde está
getting
toda la
towards the
información.
very end. A big team
Sí,
fight
tienes
is
toda la
on the side
razón.
of Team Ray, and
Entonces,
they take
este
advantage.
es el
And that's the
de
thing, like we were talking about housekeeping earlier, and you can see that this team fight wasn't really in favor
Saeta
of Saeta at this point because they were
Esport.
in
Y
a
luego
45
viene el
situation
de
because
el lower
unfortunately,
bracket,
Jessica 66,
que
which
es
has
contra
been the main
GK Esport y ya
backbone, I
Virtus
would
Pro.
say, to
Son los
most
que
of the
vienen
team
después de
fights,
esto.
most of the games that we saw yesterday was not even there to help. Like she was forced to do housekeeping, she was forced to be back
Así
in the
que
base to try and
vamos a
clear
ver cómo
this.
nos va a ir
And
con todas las
unfortunately,
partidas.
it was
Veo
just
3.
a disadvantage for Saeta in that position.
Está
And I
brutal.
want to go back to what you said just previously. You mentioned Seda Esports pushing
Me gusta que
fights,
se haya
getting
puesto camisa
aggressive,
rosita.
at times
O
probably
sea,
even getting a little bit desperate. But
la
if you go
atención a los
back to the
detalles, la
commentary from
atención a
Team
los
Falcons
detalles.
Indonesia
Me
when
gusta.
Seda Esports ended up beating them, I felt Falcons Indonesia was doing much the
¿Todas
same.
son BO3?
I
Sí,
guess so,
todas
I
son
guess so.
BO3.
But for
Solo la
Falcons
final.
Indonesia,
No,
I felt like
la del
it was more so
día 17 son BO5 y las del día 18 es una BO5 que es la semifinal y la final BO7. O sea, empieza a las 3 de la mañana y termina, no sé, a las 9:30 creo, o 10:30, algo así. Sí, está brutal. Por eso te dije, este va a estar brutal. Tan loco, sí. Es que apenas allá era como mediodía, ¿no? Entonces por eso por la diferencia horaria. Me encanta cuando graban a las jugadoras hablando. Uf, qué buenísimo. Qué buenísimo. Los primeros no, yo me quedé dormida antes de iniciar.
Fun to listen into the team comms. Clearly pumped up. Team Ray getting that win, but they've got to do it again.
Me gustó ese caster. O sea, está lindo, está agradable. O sea, en su conjunto se ve bien, le sienta bien. Esperando las de ahora, sí. Pero viste cuánto se tardaron desde el inicio. Se tardaron un montón. Se tardaron un montón.
Talking about shortcomings, again, learning a lot from you, Gideon. Let's go through some of the shortcomings from the side of Seda Esports, because the commentators, they ended up mentioning, look, the macros were actually quite well for Seda Esports. So what ultimately ended up falling apart?
I think what ended up falling apart is just, unfortunately, the combination just needed to be executed more cleanly in the early stages of the game. Like, we see Jessica here getting run down in the middle lane, has to pop not only the ultimate, but also, at the same time, her battle spells. They could have sacrificed somebody else. They could have gotten to just jump into the middle of the flight.
¿Se escuchan los sonidos?
The experience that we are seeing from both of these teams, and it feels like Team Ray Young are just a little snappier on their calls compared to Seda, where it's like, I need it to be definitive. This needs to be 100%.
And I like that we saw that clip earlier, because on top of everything that you've mentioned as well is I'm going back to the point that I want Jessica 66 to be on a hero that's a lot more active around the map. The Uranus is great for macro, you can control like minions and so on and so forth.
Es que mira qué escenario.
Has been doing so much and is way more impactful when she's on heroes that are setters,
por si se llegó a escuchar lo que sonó, no sé qué sonó. Me encanta cómo se ve, mira, se ve brutal, bien simple, o sea, simple y bonito.
I think that it depends on whether or not Esmeralda is going to get banned on blue sides, particularly, right? And I think Team Ray Young, they've done their homework very clearly, right? I want to make sure that you're on something that doesn't have as much impact anymore. We're going to put you on Uranus, and hopefully you're going to just be somewhere out there in the galaxy, you know? Be as big as planet as you want, but we are attacking your team during the fights on neutral objectives.
And going back to a critical moment that I was really impressed with, that backdoor attempt, you know, Seda, they were pushing, I think it was either mid or right lane hard. The backdoor attempt alleviates some of that pressure and forces Seda Esports to come back. For Team Ray, that was a heads-up play, the first one we've seen at least on main stage.
I think, all right, so yesterday, I think their backdoor attempt was a lot cleaner in terms of execution. This time, I think Quinn tried to force it a couple of times, like very clearly, and it costed them a team fight because of that. A better team would have gone all the way into their inhibitor at that point. So I think that Team Ray Young, there are a couple of things that they're going to have to work out upon.
Are they too reliant on that? Like Quinny, Claude, backdoor. I think everyone is going to be expecting that kind of strategy after this game as well, because that's how they were able to win against Aurora yesterday.
Maybe this is Pavlov's theory. If she tries to backdoor enough times, people are just going to assume she's clearly going to backdoor. Wait a minute, all 5 of them are here.
Let's just not leave our base, stay where we are, because, well, who knows, a backdoor attempt might be happening. I don't know, getting in the head, man. Look, playing a little bit different. One of the things about these two rosters, though, is they love to push the meta. They really do. They're tricky. And you know what? It seems to be paying off, at least for Team Ray Young so far. But I got a feeling, I really do. I think Seda Esports is about to tie this thing up. We're going game
Sin duda, o sea, uno, y no solo creo que uno, creo que para un montón,
we're going back to the drafts
un
here,
montón.
It was Seda, they were the ones that banned the Esmeralda, and they were the ones that
Me encanta
prioritized
porque
Boxia.
es
So
tan
could they go for
simple,
something
tan
maybe
elegante,
differently
tan bonito,
come game 2?
o sea,
You know, you got to keep
me
the answer
encanta.
simple here. They just go red side because really the priority, the only thing you care about blue side is that you get that first pick, that one power pick that will kind of determine how your team composition plays, or a flexible option that can be spread out in different roles. Now that Seda is on red side, they get to react. They get the power 4 position here as 4th pick, where there's not much they can do about it. And I just want to bring this up. So many people have been banning out the Hirara. It's kind of an up and down here, and if a team on red side is banning out Hirara, sure. But when you go to blue side and you ban it out, it's kind of showing something here.
What do you think?
I think that jungler can't play Hirara.
That's probable.
Look, I'm not.
Maybe she's not comfortable on it.
That's the thing. I feel like it's hard to say because we've seen so many different options from these ladies. They've shown us everything from Hanabi to Leslie.
Okay, I mean, if that's the case, where we are going to have to just work with it for the moment, because the Boxias now is going to be banned out. There is still an opportunity for that Esmeralda pickup.
Ni el mundial se ve así. Es quizá, sí, la verdad es que es lo más chistoso, que hay muchos eventos que son internacionales y así, y no se ven como como este, ¿me explico? O sea, esto se ve muy, o sea, los videojuegos a veces se ven mucho mejor que otros, entonces me gusta. O sea, que muchos otros eventos, eso me gusta.
They decided to change it this time because Herrera is already gone and Zushin is going to be the first pick, followed up by Yves on the opposite end, and they're still thinking about what else to pair it with. Are you looking for supports here to guarantee your mid trio, or do you want to show your jungle early?
I mean, if they want to go back to the same thing,
sí, ajá, sí vi que es todo azul.
Go for maybe another setup with a Yves, with a Gatot Kacha as well. There were moments that
yo creo, ¿no? O dorado.
Maybe game 1 was an adaptation period
no
for
sé,
them,
no lo he visto. No he visto porque no vi los primeros 4 días. O sea, no me acuerdo, mejor dicho.
Gold lane, right? We've seen that becoming, you know, the fundamentals, especially in the first phase. Maybe a Claude that they want to pick up first, you know, take that away from Team Ray.
Actually, that's a really good idea, considering that Quinn has been like the main driving force of these backdoors and major decider of damage. I'm surprised that they actually go for the Khalid this time, but the follow-up is fast. Super quick from Team Ray. They get the Esmeralda. Not a lot of counterplay to her, especially if you're thinking about Phoveus and Paquito. Getting the carry as well, just to make sure that they don't have another way to kind of deal with the heavy tanks.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think this would show like maybe another, you know, a dead lane. Do they want to go Esme-Uranus matchup?
But then that's more, well, I guess Uranus eventually outscales her, but for like the most part, Esmeralda is going to control that side of the map.
Which definitely is a problem here. And of course, Jessica 66 really needs to get her hero down, and they are still going to leave her hero into the second phase. The first 3 picks coming in from Seita, I don't know, with the Khalid and the Yves as well, it's signaling to us that they really want to play that mid.
They do, but what jungler would make sense? Like, they could set up for so many different things, right? In this position, based on the next 2 bans we see for either of these teams, for Seda, I'm thinking the classic Fredrin Arlet type situation. But again, you know where Esmeralda is going to go, and Arlet is going to struggle a little bit, so they might need to have a little bit of force up on that EXP lane.
So maybe that's what they're going for, right? Like, okay, we'll play that as a weak lane, and then they utilize that later in particular team fights afterwards?
Possibly. There's many different angles that they can go for, right? I feel like the Fredrin makes a lot of sense now that Boxia is gone, but then there's still Akai as a potential problem. You see the Belleric actually getting banned out here. Looks like Seda putting a lot of respect.
I feel like it's an assassin.
Hablo de las sillas,
I feel like
los
it's an assassin in the jungle for Seita.
Like a Haya?
That's the thing. We don't really know so far just yet. She's picked up the Boxia in the past. She's picked up the Hirara in the past for, you know, Zoe. And both of those are actually banned out.
You know what?
Team Ray.
I think let's just make it real easy here, right? If we're going to guess jungle picks, all we really have, I think you are dead right about this, Eterna. With the Kaja ban as well, it's got to be an assassin.
But what assassin?
I'm thinking it's got to be one of the ninjas, right?
It could be Nolan though.
Oh. Ooh, Nolan into this?
I mean, they have a strong duo mid in Yves and Khalid. They can work with that. Nolan clears very fast as well in the enemy jungle.
I think they can save it for the end. I think they don't have to show their jungle
Esta
pick here
dejaron fuera
right
Lilia,
now and wait until Team Ray reveal everything. Because you can immediately
Dejaron
take an
fuera de
EXP
Lilia.
counter matchup against the Esmeralda.
Al Blue,
I'm thinking like just throw them
Beleric.
off the scent a little bit, put in a Yuzong and say, hey,
Este
we have
lado
diving capabilities. What are you going to do now?
What do you think about the Charizlas of the world?
Marcel y Baxia.
Might be a little tough,
Alice.
actually. Mainly only because there's carry on the opposite side.
No,
That's
dale,
really the
Legion.
determining factor. Ooh, Yi Sun Shin.
Okay, semi-assassin. That's I think we saw a YSS in stream B.
Is that going to be enough, though? Yi Shin,
amigo
yes,
chino
is still
de
able to kind of like
tienda me dijo
outmaneuver
que
a
los
large majority,
Samsung-
but now Team Ray can technically respond to this. So they're sacrificing the jungle. Yep, there we go. Instantly, they
serio?
have something that goes into the jungle to
Samsung?
invade, to punish the early
tengo
game
un
and
Nono.
the null. So you called it here already, Eterna.
Okay, but on the opposite side, the Nolan does come through, and luckily enough for Team Ray as well, that they are playing on dangerous grass, so the Hilda is going to be able to be a lot more aggressive. I love the Hilda Khalid matchup in particular for the mid. It's going to be a very interesting matchup, but the last pick now, it's going to be for Jessica 66. It's going to be as vital as ever for this to be a power pick for her too.
This last pick, again, are you liking Team Ray's composition so far? Do they have your favor, or is it the Seda side now that you see the Phobius?
I like the Phobius against the Nolan.
Yo quiero.
Okay, because for me, it's going to be down to the junglers. I don't know about you, Taylor, but I'm looking at either the Korean commander of their naval army or the time traveler. I'm thinking time traveler.
Time traveler for sure, man. You can do a lot if you could travel in time. You could do that, man. You could get the winning lottery numbers. Check it out. It's going to be a big matchup for sure and a big comeback needed for Seda Esports. Will they be able to do it? Or will we have 2-0s all again here on Stream A? Well, let's see what Team Ray Young has in store. They are one round away from moving forward to the knockout stage and potentially securing a
Mira qué
championship later
brutal
on.
se ve re
Brigida,
bonito.
Mirko, let's get it started.
Thank you so much, panel. Yet again, man, we are into the matchup. And just as
Se ve
Gideon
súper
mentioned,
bonito.
or asked around the panel, I would like to know your opinion. Brigida, whose draft do you like better?
I will have to go for the
Qué
Esmeralda.
increíble se ve.
Mainly
Yo
because
tengo un
it's been
poco
such
así.
a
Sí,
great
sí
time
funciona.
for her,
O sea,
and
sí
I
son
like how
buenos.
they've been trying to resolve the issue of scaling for Seda head on through the Hilda Juicin mid duo that you're starting to see right now in the hands of Cheapoy, just making that Joe is not going to have a great time farming in the early stages of the game. Fortunately, has a bit of help from Guy, but that's where I'm really going to put my eyes on. If they're successful enough to keep this early game momentum going, then it's going to be tough for Seda to scale into a position where they want to be.
I agree with you, especially considering, again, this Nolan pick is just so good at invading early. Nora's already got the prio bottom lane. They go for the dive, but there's damage reduction under that turret. And if you look at Nora's emblems, it's a bargain hunter.
Vamos.
Team
Hola,
Ray Young
Pau.
know that they'll
¿Cómo
be
buenos
ahead
días?
in
¿Cómo
this
estás?
game. They'll be the ones with the snowball. So they're trying to go for the throat as
Estamos
early
disfrutando
as
de las
possible.
partidas. La
Tando
segunda partida.
takes the golem away. Already a camp stolen.
15% change, and that's huge for Seda, who definitely want to speed up things a bit because they do have to scale. They're both on a double marksman. They're on a double marksman setup, so they definitely need as much as they can. But fortunately for Team Ray, they've been controlling majority of their lanes so far, and the carry Claude matchup is pretty much something you've seen happen time and time again. It's been an okay lane for them. Nora, two games in a row, early game, has controlled the lane against Jessica, who we are not really seeing the setups from just yet. The same level of aggression we saw from her yesterday against
O sea, que
Team
si cambia
Ray
de
this
teléfono
time.
que sea
And
uno de esos.
even the minions in the mid have been under control by both Miko and Cheapoy, so this next turtle is looking to be like a huge advantage for Team Ray, considering that Nora's up level 4 too.
Yep. They're not actually going to utilize his level E just yet. Zoe gets level 4 with the Lizard down below. Nora up top against Jessica. Both level 4, but again from Miku. She's going to be delayed a little bit from getting that level 4. Very soon, though, she'll have it. And Nami is actually still behind. This looks great for Team Ray Young.
Tan is just going to focus on the turtle as Cheapoy and Miku are going to be in charge of zoning out Fanhua. Joe could not even approach the turtle either. Mountain Shocker already committed,
Con
but they've
sueño en el trabajo,
already
jaja.
gotten the
Qué
turtle.
buen diseño, se ve muy bonito.
look at what
Sí.
she's able
Y deja
to
que
do
veas el
against
intro y
Jessica
todo, y se ve
66.
muy
Yeah,
bonito.
those buffs on the Esmeralda really showing. Those nerfs on the Phobius really showing as well. This matchup
Estaban 0-0 a pesar de los 3 minutos. Y eso puede cambiar ahorita, Buen corte de línea por ahí. Pero tenía poquitos minions.
Going in for those dark waves instead of going 1v1 against Nora. Especially with the bargain hunter, man. Nora, if she gets more of these golds, if she's able to participate in more of those fights, almost a kill in mid with a fracture on Name. And now they're going to be looking for bottom lane for sure. They already have this winning matchup that they didn't have last time around. Chiboy's cutting.
Yeah, the more that the map opens up, the more things are gonna be difficult.
Luego nos vamos a jugar unas partiditas, ¿no?
Gap already existing between our two junglers, and it could just turn into more if Team Ray find the more successful rotations across the map, which I feel like they're very comfortable doing already. There's not much pressure on the mid lane. You don't really expect to see Jessica out of nowhere, because Nora's been the first to rotate out always, almost every single time. And a fraction right here, forcing out the BMI with a lot of damage already. That's a lot of threat for Guy and all the other squishy heroes. What kid?
No te creo. Pensó que se escapaba. Y eso que le habían hecho ya la ulti a la Ive más chiquita porque era más grande.
How unfortunate for Seda.
Sokolil for the Hilda against Joe on the Yi Sun Shin. And that's why the panel was questioning the YSS choice, especially with the Claude and the Eve already picked up with an Esmeralda basically guaranteeing XP matchup. Hilda just free to go all over the map into the jungle. All the way from level 1 we saw how impressive Chiboy could be on the Hilda. And there's no respect from the rest of Seda. Or rather, maybe they just have so many things to deal with. Fanwa should definitely be walking together with Zo. But even up top, they won't be able to get rid of the carry. Quinn's all good. That's another neutral objective for free.
Y acá por 2 veo 3 veo 3. Están lloriqueando.
The whole team's coming over.
Yep. That was a trade attempt, but then you clearly see how.
Yo imagino que también se van a tornar con la gente de los casters y eso, ¿no? O sea, imagínate, pobrecitos. Para ir al baño o para, no sé.
Chiboy not letting go of Joe. The level gap still continuing to grow, and Quinn just focusing on almost every single structure that they're able to take away from Seda at this point. It's a much cleaner execution that you're seeing from them, and you feel the confidence coming in. They're starting to show a bit more of those recalls, and the Crimson Beacon in comes in.
Sí, yo dije, tendrían que, o sea, nosotros necesitamos un receso.
For them to find the kill. Fanwa trying to look for an angle from behind, but it's not going to be enough.
Por las dudas,
Nora jumping into, and that's all they need.
Bueno, o sea, sí, no, los casters, los entrevistadores y todo eso. O sea, los jugadores solo juegan sus D3 y se van. Un ejemplo, sí, hoy todos son equipos diferentes.
You're in for some trouble. That's the main frontliner. If the fracture combo lands on Zo, Name, or Guy, it's gonna be good night. It's only a 600 gold lead between the junglers, but then you look at everybody
3-1, a pesar de que llevamos en el minuto 6, se han tardado con las kills. No es como, están siendo como más precavidas en esta ocasión. No están siendo tan arriesgadas como en la partida pasada. Gai con su corte muy, o sea, muy masculino, pero, o sea, muy vale que eso sí. Qué buen jalo, qué buen jalo. Qué buenos regresones les están dando, qué buenos. Jessica, ahí está, Jessica. Qué bonito nombre, que lo pronuncian en español, lo pronuncian bien.
Had 3 members there and they still won out.
Los nombres son bastante exóticos también.
3-for-2. It's another neutral objective.
Ojo.
It's a disaster for Seda. It's a dream for Team Ray Young.
Okay, the fracture already
used. Ay, no, pero mira.
Everything along the way.
Nolan.
Now is somehow
Nolan, ¿dónde estás? No, creo que tenían que haberse metido. Ah, no, solo fue para molestar.
They're not able to burst him down as quickly.
¿Se la robó? Ay, creo que sí se la robó. Qué buen movimiento, qué buen movimiento. Me dan ganas de jugar ahorita.
Denying objectives and opportunities for Seda to catch up, as they've already established the 3k gold lead that you're currently looking at. But again, if they've already started this really fast, they might want to keep it that way, because you're starting to feel bit by bit that Seda are still a scaling comp.
That is true. And they did get a bounty on Chiboy. She was 3-0. There was a bounty to be given. The rest of the team, though, however, did not. And that's why the gold lead is stayed relatively untouched. It did not move. 4,004 in a gold lead. They're still pushing in. They have the map control. And there's just no way for you to walk in your own jungle, walk in to defend these turrets when you have to group up together and set up a box. Quinn's going to get a free turret up top.
Yep.
And now the siege happens. They're just constantly going to play the macro game, split Seda up, prevent the box from being formed by Seda, and then slowly dissect them with the Lord takes into these turrets.
Ellos sí nuevamente.
Too free on these turret takes, on these movements across the map, and now it's Fanhua who every single time she decides to show up seems to be like an option for Team Ray to just burst down. It seems like they have enough damage to do so. Either way, we already saw a glimpse of it earlier on too, but yet again we see Quinn. Look at her just pushing as much turrets as they can. Seda are not even able to find as much trades across the map. Now it's just mainly Joel trying to push up the waves, and fortunately they get one, but that's the place where the Lord's about to spawn. So either way, Team Ray are definitely going to keep that in check and are going to actually burst it down right as it just spawns on the map.
With a carry and a Nolan all ahead, that Lord is another minion to Team Ray Young. One thing's for sure, though, even if Seda scale into the late
Se les
game,
lagueó a él, ¿no? A ellos, a mí no a mí,
Jessica,
claro.
Fanhua, they're on heroes that just don't scale into the late game, and the fact that they're just so behind early on. Look at that level lead. Jessica to Nora. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's a 3-level lead between the XP lane. Nora's just having a blast in that lane, and if we even look at the roam right now, it's a level advantage for Chiboy. Every time I think I've seen Fanhua Raging Sandstorm out away, it's been defensive. It's never been aggressive.
Yeah, never been aggressive.
Sorry, I made that mistake.
They can't afford. No, it's okay. People make mistakes. Yeah, they can't afford to. You can't afford to. We're waiting for a perfect opportunity for them to actually either isolate a member or not just really get counter engaged enough by Team Ray, because Chiboy, everyone else, Quinn are just all too free to find the targets that they want, and now they've synced up all their waves and are on the verge of taking out all these holy shields from Seda just 10 minutes into this game. They also have incoming waves yet to come in the mid lane. Seda are just really forced to play defensive at this point. They can afford to make plays later on. They can start things off with either Fanhua or Jessica 66, but do they have enough resources? Because at that point, we just saw it now. Fanhua was struggling to stand in front of Team Ray for more than 2 seconds, but Jessica actually tries to go in. There goes the real world manipulation, but Chiboy actually still finds the kill. Okay, Jessica 66 is finally going down, but from behind Tad actually finds Name. Fanhua trying to sustain everything up against 3, but they're just all too tanky. Nora picks up the kill, and that's 3 for 1 in favor of Team Ray.
Again, Team Ray Young, they look for the fight, they get it. Quinn died again. This time, Fanhua able to connect on the Raging Sandstorm, and everything just played out the way they wanted. Unfortunately, there's still no bounty, and that's the thing. Team Ray Young can constantly take these gambles, can constantly go for these sieges, and they'll go and take these desperate fights from Seda because they know they have the lead, they have the win condition as well. As long as they don't fight under the RWM, they are good. As long as they're able to break the box, or rather play around the box, it's A-okay. And Seda, we know this, they have good clear. It's about how long they can extend the game, how long they can delay the end.
Yeah.
Because if they're able to get to, let's say, 16, 17-minute mark, that's where their composition should shine. Thing is, though, there's still some legit threats into their backline. Chiboy and Tan, we saw how much damage Name could take with a fracture combo. It's an insta-delete button.
Yeah, the only good thing out of that was it's really Quinn they got to take down first, which I think gave them the slight advantage in terms of just committing to the fight, because you wouldn't really expect any further damage from Team Ray when it came to that point, but other than that, there was still Tan. there was still G-Boy. There were still other members who could just play around the angles, and just as you're looking at it right now, Team Ray are not going to waste any time and burst down this next objective that spawned. It's an enhanced Lord that we're seeing in their hands with no energy shields left, so it's looking grim for Seta in terms of their remaining base turrets. A quick item check as well. Look at how far behind Jessica actually is in terms of gold.
We saw the XP diff, now we see the gold diff. That is a whopping 3,000 almost gold advantage between the XP. And ladies and gentlemen, the Esmeralda is a scaling pick here compared to the Phoveus. The Phoveus is the one who needs this lead early on. It's another siege again, this time with the Lord up top.
Okay, they're definitely losing one of their base turrets at this point. Multiple minions crashing towards the base, but Jessica 66 again starts the final offset of blazing, doing the real world manipulations. They find Quinn, one of the most important kills Seta could have picked in that moment.
Porque la partida pasada estaba muy buena, estaba muy reñida por eso, por el intento de remontada que le hicieron, como estaba tratando de entrar el Cloud a cada rato. Entonces, vamos a ver.
If Seta can wait, prolong the game, extend it all the way to 16, 17 minutes, this is where the composition will start to really tear Team Ray Young apart. They have a pretty good comp to fight around outside of the base, but once they're kind of stopped into playing, when they're forced to play in the box of Seta, we see how easy it is for them to burst Quinn down. And this is where, for Quinn, that glass cannon build isn't working out. We're going to have to see a little bit more defensive items from Quinn here. Either win a crown or an immortality, or heck, maybe just a straight up rose gold to deal with Name.
It really makes me wonder how it happened twice in a row, though. Like them just really getting to pinpoint where the gold laner of Team Ray is and making sure that their resources are enough to take her down. Because essentially, that's the most crucial part of the game.
Ok, ya me contestaron el por qué está la falla. Y fíjense que contestan bien rápido, porque como están en inglés, pero contestan bien rápido los de la EWC, me gusta. La verdad, excelente atención, excelente atención. Fuera de que mandaron el kit y todo eso muy pronto, o sea, excelente atención, me gusta. Me gustó mucho. O sea, cómo manejaron la distribución de paquetes, cómo está todo, los moderadores bien atentos, siempre contestan bien buena onda. Me gustó, más que tener la oportunidad también de hacerlo, creo que también se enfocaron bastante en darle una buena experiencia a las personas que están participando. Ay, no pedí la cámara. Entonces a las personas que están participando, entonces me gustó mucho ese cuidado a los detalles.
Even if they want to walk up to Lord, they will never be in time for the contest. It's a carry and the Nolan. Every time it's off, it just gets bursted down, and this is the third Lord of the game. 6 neutral objectives, this time around, all going to the hands of Team Ray Young, but as long as Seta plays clean, as long as Name, Joe, and Guy inside of their own base turrets, force those RWMs, punish Quinn on these siege attempts, they'll be able to defend it way clear.
Yeah, it seems like the blueprint is going to say the same for Seta. They don't want to fight this outside their base. They know how to play that surprise attempt they've been going for twice in a row. And with a Winter Crown pickup for Jessica as well, I feel like they can be more creative.
Ya van 2 veces que mencionan a Jessica,
Team Ray,
bueno, varias.
Definitely by this point has to expect what's to come, right? They should have an idea of roughly what Seta are trying to do all over again in this upcoming Lord Siege. So let's see how they respond as these waves come crashing in again on base.
Sí, ya podrían
Losing
ganar.
out on 2 base turrets already for
Vamos a ver
Seta,
si
but they're not
sí
starting
soy
to
tan
fight just
bruja
yet. They're
como
dealing
dicen.
with the Lord, they're dealing
El
with
Lord
things
le está
one
pegando,
by one.
no pueden
Not
entrar,
from
no
the
se
lantern
quieren
player,
arriesgar.
Fanwa and Jessica
Por ahí,
are not going for the
exactamente.
engage, and now it's Team Ray who
Qué
find
buena
the
entrada.
perfect engage. They're going for Quinn all
Ok,
over
los van a
again, but this
despejar.
time
Uf, no, se
Quinn
salvan, se
actually
salvan.
gets to survive. Fanwa falls next. Jessica
Buena
66
baby.
will actually
Pero no creo que esta partida hubiera sido para una Ive, la verdad. Las habilidades de mago que tiene Ive no pueden competir con las de Sushin. O sea, definitivamente. No digo que sea mala, pero no creo que hubiera sido para esta partida. Tal vez yo hubiera elegido un Vali. Un Vali. Yo y los eternamente válidos. Va a ir hasta la muerte. O un Cecilión. Un Cecilión. Un Cecilión también hubiera escogido. Porque con un Cecilión ya a este tiempo de partida, que son 17 minutos, llega sin problema la carry. Una segunda, una primera y de regreso. Vámonos. Como si nada. No necesitas acercarte tanto. ¿Me explico? En ese sentido. Sí, salió mucho. No la vio venir. Uy, mira. Casi atraviesa el muro. No creo que se arriesguen. Sí, no creo que se arriesguen. Tienen las niñas muy pushadas. Muy pushadas. Así que vamos a ver. Yo ya quiero ver todo lo que va a venir este año para el comp. En norte, obviamente en norte, porque vienen varias dinámicas por aquí ya. Está ENC, EWC, AET, AMER. Bueno, ahorita acaba de pasar la World Cup, o está todavía terminando la World Cup de bono. Son $1000, o sea, hay varias dinamiquitas que siempre ayudan a los equipos, la verdad. O sea. Mira, yo me hubiera ido a hacer push, exactamente, ya la vieron venir y retroceder, no hizo nada ni madre. Ok, Esmeralda, haciéndole buen escudo. Delimitando, háganse para allá, puertas. Listo, vámonos, así. De regreso a casita.
Seda, the one time a window open for them when they have their power spikes. They couldn't keep it clean, they couldn't stay composed, they went straight for the first man they saw, and it was Tan on the Nolan in mid. One of the most mobile heroes in the game, and they decide to gamble on catching her. Didn't pay off, that's
qué bonita salida, qué bonita salida. Me encanta cuando ponen las vistas panorámicas. Me encanta cuando las usan. O sea, cuando te ponen la vista panorámica del mapa, de cómo se están moviendo, de las DFs, la visión 3D. O sea, eso se ve bonito, hace que se vea muy bonito. Nah, ya con esta ganan, Sí, ahí está. Quedan dos. Uy, bueno, está bien tocada. No, no creo. Sí, no. Ya.
It's a knockout stage. Slot confirmed in for Team Ray Young.
Ya con eso ganan sus dos partidas, literalmente. ¿Cómo se llama? Team Ray Young. Fue el que ganó, ¿no? Sí, ajá. Saeta Esport se lleva la derrota. Después de esta, ahora sí viene la de PK Esport y Virtus. Yo quiero ver la de Virtus, a ver qué tal. O sea, yo le voy a Virtus. Es que ya eran 20 minutos de partida. O sea, no solamente son BO3, sino que son todas las partidas. O sea, son 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 partidas. BO3. En sala de torneo, o sea, están siendo largas, se están tomando su tiempo. Y todavía el tiempo de entrevistas, el tiempo de todo, está siendo larguita. Pero mira, aunque pierdan, yo digo, que... O sea, ¿qué nivel llegar ahí a ese punto? La verdad, a pesar de todo.
Now that was an
qué nervios, pobrecita.
amazing performance. Now what a showing from Malaysia, Team Ray Young. I would say, coming up with terms from what I've seen, macro maestros or even menaces. And right here I have Queen beside me. Hi.
Pobrecita, tanto estrés y luego que te entrevistan está difícil.
Would be, 2-0 straight up for 2 days in a row. Is this the results that you guys have been expecting?
Yes.
Can you expand on that? What preparations did you guys do to ensure that you guys got the success that we're witnessing here today?
Es que está estresada, ¿no? Ay, ¿cómo le hacen preguntas ahorita?
Before you guys prepare, we prepare a lot of scrims, and we always review the games. So like,
Acabo el punto, ¿cómo llegaron a ese punto, creo? Algo así.
That's where we like do our own draft and try to counter the draft lah.
Like specifically on Seda or on every, opponent that you have been meeting?
With Seda.
Es que no le entiendo bien, o sea, solamente lo entiendo, pero tiene como un acento raro.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch, of course, people supporting.
Este lo tiene otro tipo de acento.
And people all the way from Malaysia as well in the venue. Do you have any words for the people?
No le ese sí no le entiendo ni madre. Ahí tampoco lo entienden.
Thank you for supporting us.
Es que están para el tipo de inglés también.
Thank you yang datang dari Malaysia. Keep supporting us. Kita orang kampung yang terbaik.
Thank you so much. Please, can you make a bit more noise?
El acento afecta un montón en la traducción. Sí, hola Charlie, ¿cómo estás? Es que el acento, el tipo de acento, mano. No van a ver ahorita. Por la otra Ajá, o sea, la chiquita a la otra sí, no, a ese que yo me imagino que era de la de árabe, ajá, como de ahí o no sé dónde era, no entendía nada el acento y yo sí, no, ese sí no lo entiendo, pero o sea, pero el otro sí estaba como más o menos algo así, pero cambia mucho el acento, o sea, el acento, mejor dicho, de los países cambia mucho, cómo pronuncias el inglés. No se entiende. Hay muchas que no le entiendo. O sea, tiene que ser un inglés como muy limpio para que yo pueda decir, le entendí. La rosa. Para su inglés es muy limpio, o sea, ese sí es más fácil de entender. Chicos, sigue Kike Esport y Virtus Pro. Todas las partidas son BO3. Todas. Todas. O sea, vamos a tener 2, 4, 6, 8 partidas BO3. O sea, 8 partidas BO3. Va a estar bueno, va a estar bueno. Esta habla muy rápido. Esta habla muy rápido, más despacito. Mira, el otro se toma como que su tiempo para pronunciar. Pero tú no estás jugando en ningún equipo. No, ya quisiera. Ya quisiera. Estos son los equipos que lograron clasificar de... No estoy segura bien de dónde fue la clasificación. ¿Para qué quieres que te diga? Sí, no estoy segura. No sé si de aquí con todo de aquí... O, bueno, que creo que también perdieron, pero, o sea, de todas las demás regiones del mapa. En una liga secundaria. Participamos en el MLBB de aquí de América, pero perdimos ya ir avanzando. Llegamos, creo, a octavos, algo así.
It's over.
It's an instant GG.
It's over.
A la MLBB, que fue la pasada ahorita. Pero como les estaba contando hace ratito, vienen varias cosas bonitas para el competitivo de este año para la región del norte. Acaba de pasar el ADT, acaba de pasar el AMER y la MW. Y viene ahorita, está la ENC, está la EWC, está la World Cup, o está terminando la World Cup de Bonus, y vienen otras 2 dinámicas que no les puedo spoilear. 3 oficiales. Entonces, sí, Hacemos torneos, casteamos, hacemos lo que podemos.
Just really wasn't enough. They tried their best to try and defend the base, and we can even see that Guy is doing her best to try and clear out that
sí, fue
lane
muy
as fast
arrasador.
as she possibly could, but with so many on top of her already, it just
Hay
felt
dos
like it was way
torneos
too
de
much.
mujeres.
To Seida's credit, Gideon,
¿Cómo hay
they
dos
did
torneos de
push them
mujeres?
back at least once or twice when, of course, Team Ray started to push up into the base. So Seida
Se
did
menciona
put
que me
up a
encanta el
good
colorcito
defense.
rojo.
Ultimately, in the end, though, they were just too far behind.
I think it's about also ticking the right check boxes, right? It's like, yes, there is the 10K.
Les
They made
presumo
that
mi
one
vasito.
defense. Had they
Mi
done
vasito
it just
preparado para
one
esta
more
noche.
time and were able to actually trade back in terms of inhibitors, maybe there was a good 50% chance of
Anoche
actually
estaba
winning that
viendo
game.
un torneo.
But at that point, especially since their composition doesn't have enough wave clear, with no inhibitor, Lord pushing in, it is just too thick.
And Sky Piercer.
Noche cuál.
Don't forget the Sky Piercer abuser.
Mira bien, se empiezan sus uñazas que traen.
MLBB. I'm learning so much from the both of you. You know, Seida,
Se están
I just
peleando ahí.
felt like it was just a story of comebacks, trying to come back each and
Nah,
every
no es cierto,
time,
no están
and the
peleando.
frustration obviously being shown on that stage. I wanted to root for them, I really did. And let's face it, they do drop down to lowers, so they still very much have a chance, and they showed us a lot of promise.
Es el replay de la
against
partida
Falcons
pasada
Indonesia
entre
just
Saeta
yesterday.
Esport y
But
Team
for Team Ray Young,
Ray
we
Young.
didn't have a chance to watch
Young.
them, at least on
No sé cómo se
A-Stream
pronuncia,
yesterday.
chicos,
We're on
pero
the
así.
B-Stream. But man,
Que
they
es
played well,
Tree,
and clearly
era Team
they
Ray
know
Young,
what they're
que es
doing
quien ganó.
heading
Saeta
into the
perdió
knockout stages, because look,
2
I
a
believe
0.
they go 4-0. They don't drop a
Y ahorita
single
viene igual el
That was one
BO3
of
de
the main
Geek
things
Esport
I
y
heard from
Virtus Pro.
Stream B. Like, they kept talking about the experience coming in from Team Ray. Over and over, they kept saying veterancy, veterancy, veterancy. And we finally get to see it here as well. There are so many moments in the game
Es que les
when
digo, la
you can
IV
see
se
that they
quedaba
can adapt
corta.
on the fly.
La IV se
The
queda
fact that, okay,
corta
we tried this certain,
contra una Sushini contra la movilidad.
scenario, it didn't really work out, and they
Ni
try
idea.
and
Pero esos torneos son de
repair that
comunidad,
come
¿no?
game too.
O no
We're
sé.
not talking about
Y
the
creo que es de
multiple
sur,
times
¿no?
that they tried to go for the backdoor. I think that's something that they
I mean, I was
did
about
a
to bring
little
that up
too
again.
much. But
Ojito.
come game 2 on a different hero as well, we saw Quinn finally being able to, focus more on the rest of the team
Sus
other than,
audífonos están
a
geniales, están re
sneaky
increíbles.
backdoor push
gimmicks,
kind of
if you will,
strategy.
yeah. They just go to the bread and butter, and the bread and butter works. At the end of the day, that's gonna fill you up more so than just a gimmick, little snack. I like it, man. This is the end, obviously, of map number 1, where it finishes off, and Seida Esports unfortunately dropped down to the lower. Team Ray Young, again, moving forward, and we do have a post-match interview with Rose with Team Seida.
Me encanta su inglés y su forma del
Hey guys, Rose here right now with Guy from SETA, and although they just faced a 2-0 defeat, but I think it is still right we talk to them. So, Guy, 2 days in a
Sus
row,
traductores nunca pueden
played
pasar.
exceptional, and although you
Nunca
guys
pueden
lost
faltar.
today, I want to know, how would you describe today's loss?
那么今天呢，我们和该该在一起，在过去的2天当中呢，你的比赛打的是非常棒的。虽然说今天这个比赛有点失利，但是呢，我们知道你是很强大的。我们想要看一下你目前对于这次失败是什么样的看法？
Es el equipo que perdió. El equipo
其
que
实
perdió.
也还好，主要还是享受舞台吧，然后心态也是比较稳定。
I think I was doing
Sí, no, o sea, usualmente los equipos que están, pues sí tienen que llevar su traductor o parte del staff es bilingüe. ¿Me explico? O sea, que hablan su lengua materna e inglés. Ese es el requisito básico. Tienen que llevar una persona que sea bilingüe para ese tipo de dinámicas.
Who has just recently won in Stream B. So what are the problems that you guys have to fix tonight in order to secure a win tomorrow?
是的。那么说到下一场比赛的话呢，明天你将会进行一场非常重要的比赛和 Rose
Pero imagínate que te están entrevistando así. O sea, qué bonito la experiencia, ¿no? Pero también así como que complicada. Gracias por venir, me gusta.
是的，我们今晚还会训练，然后改进一下今天的问题，主要是要团队性一点。
Toda triste porque perdieron, es que
Yes,
sí.
definitely. We will continue practicing tonight. I will do more training. Hopefully, we can win tomorrow's match. I think our team need to really.
No sé si la conductora le entiende o solo asiente por hacer. O sea, por hacer.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Yasini. And with that, throwing it back to you guys over at the studio.
No, y lo que me checa es que no ponen el escenario rojo todo cómo se ve, la verdad. Porque eso es lo más bonito de ahí.
Good to see Seda still in good spirits. After all, they know that they still very much have a chance for revenge. They're going to have to work hard, though, especially fixing up the errors as they move into the lower
Me encantó su
bracket,
forma, o
because
sea,
it
su
doesn't get
actitud. Le
easier
digo que el
from
acento
there.
también que
Your
tiene es muy
life is on
bueno.
the line, and the pressure will be at an all-time high. Again, a great matchup, though, for both of these regions and great teams. Team Ray Young, I didn't realize they were as strong.
Ay, sus calcetas, ya no me gustó sus calcetas, ya vieron.
It's just
Hasta ahí íbamos
this
bien.
inevitable destiny that all these teams are moving towards. I can't wait for this playoffs already because we're already seeing
En
superstars
ese torneo.
not only being made, but making sure it's like, hey, I am known. You gotta know me as I'm knocking these teams out and they're getting crushed.
Crushed indeed. And speaking of crush, unfortunately on the B stream, one of those teams will have their keys crushed. GK Esports falls 2-0 to VP as VP moves forward. They haven't made it to the knockout bracket just yet, but they still stay alive, and that is what they want to do. They want to stay alive so they can thrive later on. Here we look at a couple of moments from our B stream, and hey, it looks relatively close, Gideon.
I want to say that it is relatively close. I see a Freya already there, but again, a Joy showing up this late, especially a 23-minute game as well. Looks like I got some homework to do later on.
I think we all do, especially after the new meta. And you talked about it, though, Gideon. I mean, look, you love MLBB because you get to see a whole bunch of different team builds you normally don't get to see.
Eternal, was that? Did I just
El
see
escenario, les digo,
League
se ve
over there?
brutal.
Yeah, I think they
Se ve
subbed.
brutal. Simple, impactante, o sea, muy buena combinación.
Interesting. The games I casted, I didn't get the opportunity.
I know. It's so uncanny.
Para
I
que
really
termine,
want those
son
assassin
2,
plays
4,
here
6,
to
8
but we haven't
partidas.
really been
Se acaba de
getting them,
terminar
but
la primera.
I'm actually really
Nos
surprised
faltan
about this,
7
and I feel
partidas,
like it's
veo
a huge
3
loss
del día de
for
hoy.
Geeky. I mean, they did so well against Geltec. I know that they lost it 2-0, but despite it, I could see the moments and the brilliance that they had, the potential that they had as well. With Alexa there, Yui there as well. There was just so much promise from this team, and also bringing in experience as well from that region. It's really sad to see them go today.
Así que imagínate
I'm hoping that maybe MWI,
cuánto
their
falta.
format changes, and we're going to get round-robin group stages. That's what I want to see.
Well, maybe next year. This year, we're just going to have to deal with our groups, but it has been fun nonetheless. For Virtus Pro, that is a big win, especially in regards to the club championship
acá hay otro
trophy,
mundial, otro
which is
tipo de
fought
mundial.
very hard for not only the competitors, but also the orgs themselves. Across multiple different esports happening here at the Esports World Cup, we're talking 24 different games, millions of dollars in prize pools, and that club championship trophy is definitely worth earning for your org. I mean, we're talking millions of dollars going in player development, team houses, whatever you would like to do. It's definitely worthwhile. For Virtus Pro, they need those points. It's only week number 2, but the weeks are going to catch up fast. It'll be week 7 before you know it. It's been a fun time, and it's going to continue to only increase in the fun. Let's talk about our next matchup. It's coming up quickly. Falcons Indonesia versus Aurora Gaming.
Y aparte, o sea, todo el tiempo que se avientan también en la parte de o sea, estas pausas, las pausitas.
You just lost your cue cards.
Yeah, I'm losing everything. I'm losing everything, and I might be losing a representative.
Mañana voy a elegir el que está como en árabe, creo, no sé qué idioma es, para ver cómo suena. O sea, qué tal va ese stream. Quiero tantear.
We were also both wondering, like, what happened to Team Falcons ID, because it feels like very different to how they performed in the qualifiers.
Well, let's talk about it, right? Falcons Indonesia coming in was a true contender for the crown, and we were definitely hyped up to see them. They go against Seda, Gideon. The series, it's rough, though. Doesn't look good at all. And we question Seda Esports, especially the setup for them that we just witnessed, and even yesterday. They love to push the meta. It's a new meta.
Sus looks. O sea, de él y de ella, o sea, camisa, pantalón de vestir, ella así formalona. El otro man así como que sus calcetas azules de pescadito, o no sé qué trae puesto ahí. Así como que le quita la... O sea, está cómodo, pero es que o todos formales o todos informales, ¿no? ¿Me explico? Así como que raro.
Hey guys, Raimundo here from Team Falcons ID.
Sí.
And as we enter an elimination match today, how are you feeling? A little nervous?
A bit.
A bit. Okay, so Raimundo, I think I'd like to ask you, how is the team's mindset approaching today's elimination match?
Because this is the last match, right? If we lose. So we will play as best as we can, because the yesterday is, I think it's so...
No le entiendo lo que dice. Vamos a...
Yeah,
¿A dónde?
Okay, now I gotta ask. If you said yesterday the comps were bad, the gameplays were bad, according to you. So what did you guys do at night in order to kind of fix the problem?
We talk with each other.
Buenos días, por lo menos. Good morning, Ale, ¿cómo
every
estás?
miscommunication from out game in game, and so I hope we can do the best today.
All right. You know what, Raimundo, I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans back at home are supporting you guys. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Thank you for supporting us until now. So I hope we
Su
can
look de ella también me encanta,
do
así
the best
bien,
today
bien
and
lindo, o sea,
show
bien coquete.
you guys that we can do it. We will in the final.
All right. So, Manga Raimundo, thank you very much. And with that, back to you guys at the studio.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
Ven, todos estamos con la temática del mundial. No somos los únicos.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
¿Quieres ser gestor de proyectos, pero no estás seguro de qué habilidades necesitas? El curso de preparación para
to the matchup, and it was a great interview.
No son míos, son de ellos.
As to what went wrong yesterday. And Gideon, it seems like team comms right now are a little rough.
Yeah,
Y el día que tiene menos partidas es el día que te se va a jugar hasta más. De 11, sí, se va a jugar hasta más.
As soon as you get here, this is why when I'm looking at that format, it's so brutal. You only have 2 opportunities to try and qualify to the playoffs.
And playoffs, very important. They did say, though, at least at the end of the interview, that finals, they're looking to make it. That's the goal, after all, to hoist a trophy and earn yourself the bulk of $500,000. But unfortunately for our B stream, our first key is going to be crushed. It was VP taking down GK Esports, and VP crushes the key of GK, and it snaps in half. Absolutely brutal.
So it's the joy and the agony of EWC, but that's what makes EWC so special. It's this cute trinket tradition that we always get to see year after year.
No entendí para qué hacen eso, ¿por qué rompen eso?
It's just always so agonizing.
Agonizing indeed, and they can use those fragments for their trophy whenever they choose to. Hey, it's time to head to the stage. Our first matchup is nearly underway. Let's get it started.
Thank you, Taylor. It is time for our first elimination match here on the stage on Stream A. Sorry, Stream B already had their fair share of keys being crushed, but right now one of the dreams is gonna have to go to bed, and one of the teams here on the low bracket, a surprising one with Team Falcons.
Qué feo, yo no haría eso.
Now that's absolutely right, Damascus.
Sentiría feo.
Because Team Falcons Indonesia is actually known to be one of the favorites right here in this competition, potentially contesting the throne from the Indonesian counterparts. And they find themselves here in this position today. Whereas over on the other hand, we see Aurora Gaming. They had a loss yesterday, but they went
Ay, sí, se va a sentir bien feo, imagínate, tú esforzándote tanto y ahí.
Can Falcons Indonesia actually clean up their act, clean up their communications, because they need to do it stat. This is a do or die.
Sí, no me imagino, ¿no? Pero
Aurora Gaming
yo sentiría feo.
Light up the skies and light up the exit path over for Falcons Indonesia. Let's get to it and let's head back to the studio.
Les digo, me encanta cómo se ve el escenario. Cuando apagan las luces se ve brutal.
Como
que las del lado
izquierdo
están como muy coloridas, o sea, rosa, morado y eso, ¿no? Y las otras muy verdes. O sea, está bien que están de un solo color, ¿no?
This might elevate the pressure to a boiling point. Aurora Gaming can take control of that. And speaking of Aurora
yo amo la nubecita. Cuando siento que no hay nubecita, siento que llego tarde a todo.
Win and look strong. But Aurora Gaming put up a wonderful fight against them yesterday on Stream B, which makes them arguably look the strongest.
Sus notas, está buena esa.
Yep, and I think that at least for Aurora, there's a
me gusta el movimiento del paso y la nube. A mí me encanta más, o sea, porque siento que llegas a tiempo bien. O sea, te da tiempo de vaquear rápido y poder regresar. ¿Me explico? Bueno, ¿no? El tiempo de vaqueo es más difícil. Falcons.
I agree. I think everyone around the world is really expecting a lot coming in from Aurora Gaming, and in
Se supone
general,
que
as a
seguía...
whole, we've been seeing so many surprises
Sigue
coming in from the
Falcons contra
Mongolian
Aura,
region,
que yo aquí digo que gana Aura.
particularly from
Y luego
the
sigue
MLBB women.
Geek
So
Esport
with
contra
them coming
Virtus.
through, we
Y
did see an amazing
luego
Lunox come to play for Zulana yesterday.
Kitix,
It's definitely
no,
a hero
Heltec
that Team Falcons
Cyber
ID will be
contra
looking at
Twisted
come,
Meats.
This
Y
drafting
los
phase as we get to the first game.
dos que
So
perdieron
I'm
allá,
curious,
de
will
la
the
pasada
Lunox
creo,
once
de
again
ayer,
show up?
que son Natus Vincer contra Falcon no sé qué, y luego los otros que son Galaxy Phoenix contra Team Falcons Mena. Así que está interesante, está interesante.
I mean,
Su cabello está
considering everything,
brutal.
Aurora, we saw that they can brawl. They can really get scrappy with some of these ladies, and I think I need to see some of the mechanics, right? The individual
Pero me
mechanics,
gusta que siempre usan rosa o morado para caracterizar a las mujeres. Me gusta que las otras se hayan traído como verdecito. Lucky boy.
Absolutely, it's going to go back down to the fundamentals once again. And as we take a look into the drafting phase so
Eso
far,
me gusta, que
we are
lleven sus
seeing
notas.
quite an
Amo,
array
amo.
of bands. We do see the meta bands come to play. The Marcel that really hasn't seen the light of day come MWI, especially here on Stream A. Phoveus and Guinevere respect bands, I believe, especially for the Guinevere. They are trying to
Algo está
eliminate
pasando
that
allá.
because it was one of the win conditions coming in from Aurora, Hirara, Matilda, and the Atlas to boot.
And it just makes the Zushin stocks go up just a little bit, right? Don't have to worry about
Están
Marcel,
revisando,
but
creo,
especially the Atlas, like,
los,
there
o
is
sea,
an
algo no
angle
está
for
funcionando
Zushin
tal vez,
here if
están
they
revisando
wanted to,
audífonos
but
o
they
algo
can
así.
easily start pivoting into other areas,
Se
right?
quitó los
That's where I
cascos.
want to see where Team Falcon's mind is at. Are they looking to play for the overall composition, or are they looking for just star players to win this entire game single-handedly?
And sometimes when we look at all these teams, they usually go back to that. They usually go back to the star players. They usually go back to the comfort picks. But it does look like the Yve is going to be prioritized here instead of that Jushin. Technically, the Yve is an easier mid laner as compared to the Jushin because of the nerf towards her range. So understandably so that they go for that prioritization. But what will be the response coming in from Aurora?
I'm guessing, they can go for the safe old Claude if they want to. But the question is, what do they want to pair it up with, right? They could just answer, mid lane for mid lane, but usually when you're on that red side, you kind of want to dictate something. You want to say, hey, here's a new question that you have to answer this time and waste your options.
Es que es bien difícil jugar en competidor en un evento así, porque en muchos lugares tienes que abrir nuevamente tu Discord. Tienes que llevar tus contraseñas a la mano. O te dan un Discord en específico, ¿no? Donde tienes que entrar. Te cambian el teléfono, ¿verdad? Para que juegues con los dispositivos de ahí. Entonces te tienes que acoplar en la forma de juego del dispositivo en el que vas a jugar. Entonces eso también luego así como que dificulta un poquillo.
Short range heroes coming in from Falcons. I mean, we see the carry.
Maybe this is really uncanny from like a stable base point of all the professional games that I've been watching within this year. This is a very interesting opener because you don't usually get to see these other picks. Now they go into Sora, which is
Pero el juego controla la interfaz. No es eso en sí. Tienes que acoplar toda la sensibilidad y todo eso nuevamente. No hablo de eso. O sea, no hablo de las pausas. Hablo del acople. O sea, uno ya sabe cómo debe agarrar su dispositivo. Si es más gordito, si es más delgadito, no sé, así. No, entonces, a eso voy en ese sentido. Entonces, eso llega a afectar tu desempeño en el evento presencial, o sea, porque ya no es el mismo peso, el mismo tamaño.
And like you would automatically think that, okay, they can just pick up the Valentina, but of course the Esmeralda's on the board. Is the Valentina still a viable pick here in the mid lane against the Sora?
Nuevamente tenemos aguante por parte del equipo de Aura. Belic, excelente pick.
Big influences on either side between Lucky Boy as well as Ethan, but they decide, you know what?
Sí, pero recuerda que no solamente es eso. O sea, hay que configurar toda la sensibilidad del teléfono, los sonidos para quienes lo usan más bajo, más alto. Entonces, lo normal de LATAM. Entonces no solamente es con que corra bien, de nada te sirve correr bien si no te acomodas al jugar, si se te resbala, si tal vez no te llegan los dedos, si te sobra espacio, o sea, se tiene que configurar toda la posición de los botones, o sea, todo. No es que sea el mejor, sino que pues todos están en el mismo lugar y obviamente que, o sea, el servidor les ayuda. O sea, esa es la ventaja.
A weird pick?
I feel like you already have something
o sea, de estar ahí.
You're giving me that face and I am now intrigued to know what this
Ay,
weird
no
pick
siempre, o sea, tú piensas que todo eso es así, pero no siempre te da tiempo. Muchas veces llegas ese día en la madrugada y tienes que ir a sesión de fotos y luego te llevan a que tienes que hacer grabaciones, a que tienes que hacer unas entrevistas previas y luego te van dando las cosas un par de horas antes de las partidas. Entonces no es así como tú lo piensas. Por lo menos para acá del continente para allá es así. Allá dentro del mismo continente no sé cómo sea, la verdad. Debería de ser así, ¿no? Pero no siempre es así. Pero si de Guatemala ya clasificó un equipo que fue Arabia, que fue Kiki, Jen, Cats,
yeah, so we're thinking maybe like heroes like the Akai, we've seen it yesterday.
Lu, y no me acuerdo quién más. Entonces, por eso te lo digo, o sea, sabemos cómo es el
Lilia was also banned out. It might actually lean that way as well.
Wait, are they not going to get
no, en realidad no, por eso te lo digo.
Maybe in their minds, Jushin is like, oh, it's a non-factor now. Too short range, Yves is going to win the lane.
Hay mucha diferencia horaria, son muchos factores. Muchos
factores.
Exactly. So what's the call?
I'm guessing.
Me encantó cómo hicieron el logo. O sea, muy buena sinergia entre la M, la W y la I.
Possibly, but there's also an opportunity for
Fíjate que me
Aurora if they're
gustan
looking
los
to try and
picks.
like shut down specifically Carry, who's really short range compared to the other marksmen
O sea,
that we
me
have in the
gustan
game.
los picks de Aura.
Farsa might be an option here. Oh, but they go for the
Pero-
Valentina instead, so they are willing to sacrifice the early
También
stages
Falcons
of the early mid
con ese
sorry,
Sora está
early
bueno.
game of the mid lane.
So what lane are they going for? And maybe are they making it up with their jungler pick?
Ooh. Let me think about that for half a set. Maybe there's an opportunity, but that kind of depends on whether Team Falcons are going to be like playing for Carry's strong side, right? They might be able to diversify.
So what's the diversity here?
I would say they can get a Cho, a possibility of Cho on their side, just to kind of like speed up what's happening down in the mid lane, force Claw to start taking purifies and things like that, and maybe you have a better opportunity, right, to set up for dives on the bottom side of the wave.
And I think it would be quite characteristic, right? I mean, Raimundo is a player that really loves, you know, the invader roamer. She likes that heavy set heroes. It's quite weird that we only have seen her, I was about to say, on the Hylos. And the Hylos pops up here with the Nolan. Not the hero that I was expecting, but naturally you do have the assassin here, which maybe warrants why they banned out the Lilia instead of the Jushin that you mentioned.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense as a matter of fact. Again, really well done for Lucky Boy alongside with Ethan. They clearly have a plan in mind, and they're trying to adapt that plan. Really try and play-doh it through, you know? Gotta adjust it constantly. But this last pick is so important, and I don't think there's like an optimal pick. It's really just to pull the comp together. Fredrin makes a lot of sense here. They could go, actually, could they go a little bit further than that? Could they go for an assassin themselves?
We have Lancelot, Hayabusa, Hirara's banned out, so that's not an option for them to go for.
They could potentially go for something like a Harley to try and snipe the Yi here and there.
¿Hirara?
Well, there you go, they got it.
Harley.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
Now, the only reason I said Harley, and
Yo pensé que sí, ajá, dice que no pensó que fuera a ser Harley, yo tampoco pensaba que fuera a ser.
Okay, and that's a way that they choose. This is actually the first Harley we've seen here on Stream A, so I was caught quite off guard. What did you think about it?
Hey, I'm just saying for the ride, baby. You guys are breaking it down for me, and I'm listening and learning as much as I can. It's Falcons
o sea, me gusta el equipo de Aura, pero Falcons también está mostrando buenos picks. Las partidas pasadas fueron de casi 20 minutos.
Entonces, another series will await them. Will it be Falcons Indonesia? Will it be Aurora Gaming? Mirko, Brigitte, let's find out.
A
really thorough breakdown of potentially what to anticipate heading into match number 1 with these drafts, but a lot's at stake as mentioned by our panelists. The first elimination match here in Stream A, and we are about to witness it right here and now. Welcome to game number 1, and we will have to sort a few things
Ay, mira,
before we
así,
officially
qué
start
belleza
the
se
match,
ve.
but we're seeing the
Dieron una
drafts in
pausa,
front
creo
of
que es la
us.
misma jugadora que
It
tiene
is
problemas
indeed the
con sus
first Harley game
audífonos o
we're
algo
seeing in
así.
Stream A, but against a Nolan and this composition in general, how are we feeling about this Harley pickup that Aurora Gaming decided to go for?
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Yeah, that's the first thing I gotta get out, you know, for the Harley.
Esa pausa. Me
Harley's
gusta
good,
que
you know,
las pausas las hayan
against
hecho
the
diferente, mostrando
carry.
los picks. Me gusta.
If she steps a bit too far in this winning matchup, we've seen, you know, tendencies for gold laners when they're in the winning matchup
Y todos hicieron manicuras y todo eso, o sea, sabían.
And I think it's the same for the mid lane.
Yeah,
if Eve walks up way too aggressive, you're going to get punished by the Harley, so it's all about that. Meanwhile, though, if you look at Falcon's ID, it really seems like, you know what? We're going to go back and play the simple game. Yesterday, we saw them try to, like,
Siempre
play very
lindas.
difficult, high skill ceiling compositions where they need to do everything perfect. Now, it's down to just win these lanes, utilize those winning lanes
Contra
with an assassin in
Indonesia.
the
¿Cuál
jungle.
partido?
That has been great, even
Cuéntame.
in the losing games. Falcon's ID, Chev, has always been great. Against Seita, Suyo, and the Hanzo, both were, I think, the two shining picks in that series. So
Qué
the fact that
estrés.
now
O sea,
she
estar
gets
ahí y
her
que te pasa un
hands
montón de
on,
cosas. Fue
I
una
think, a
paliza
more
que nos
meta
dieron.
Assassin, you know, especially compared to the Hanzo and the
¿Pero
Suyo,
cuál?
who both didn't do too much.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. We saw exactly how a Nolan could take control of a game last game. Earlier, Team Ray Young, Tan, fantastic performance on that Nolan.
Yeah, I like it. I like how they are no longer over complicating things and
Indonesia.
Yep. Simple's
En
best.
un invitacional.
talking about this yesterday.
Pero cuál? Ah, el de las
I wonder now,
chicas.
though, that we have a new
Sí.
patch, how much of that will change.
Se menciona que solo eran 4,
especially
pero
in terms
sí.
of their jungle, but yeah, now it's a bit easier
En ese sentido, sí.
to expect what's to come from this draft that you're seeing right now. I mean, even like generally keeping it safe, the high loss, and just a more systematic approach paired up with the Eve.
Sí, el de las chicas
I
estuvo
think it wouldn't be
complicadilla de
that
jugar.
hard of a task to even
O sea,
just looking
creo
at the
que
matchups,
habían
right,
llegado un día y
the way they
medio,
were able to
llegaron
even
en la
carry
noche
against
como
the
a las
Claw
2 de
and
la
now
mañana y
managing
las levantaron
Sora
a
against
las
the
12.
Esmeralda, which
Llegaron como a
I
la...
like to
Y luego les
think,
levantaron como a
especially in terms
las
of pace,
3
should be
para
fairly
unas
the
fotos y
same
varias
for both of
cosas,
these
pobrecitas.
teams. It's just a matter of who gets to
Pobrecitas.
find the aggression earlier on.
Estuvo muy difícil para
first.
ellas en esa
And
ocasión.
we
Pero lo disfrutaron y
are,
es lo más
I
importante.
think, just a few moments away before we actually see this game begin. Because,
Así que, felicidades a las
again,
chicas, la verdad lo
we
hicieron
do
bastante
not
bien.
wanna really compromise
Y sí se puede,
the
siempre y
experience that we
cuando
will be
se
having in this
esfuercen, la
tournament.
verdad. Mucha gente
So,
ya nada más quiere como
please
que hay una
stay
partida
tuned
y ya
for,
gané y ya, o sea, y
and
ya
hold
ser
on for a bit.
jugadores.
We are
No, o
going
sea,
to get in the game
no es
really,
así.
really soon. A lot at stake, especially as it's
Se deben
an
esforzarse
elimination match,
mucho.
so, you know.
Pero nadie se quiere esforzar, perdón, ya en la actualidad. Ese es el problema.
This one, folks. We already have one team eliminated. Earlier, we saw their key crushed. Unfortunately, it was in Stream B, and now for Stream A, our first and only, I believe, elimination match. All the others will be promotion matches, and all the other elimination matches will be found on Stream B. So if you want to check out Stream B, you know, there, I heard they got like some other casters there, those their names.
Stream
I
B.
think it's
Stream B
Reptar and a young man from the Philippines,
Yeah.
Leo.
But they say Stream B does stand for B as in better stream, though. So
Could also stand for the boys.
The boys.
Because we do have some, or bears. Bear boys, yeah.
they call themselves the Wee Bear Bros plus
Algunas,
So you
creo
don't
que
count
separadas,
Lafel as
no,
a
no lo
bear
tengo
bro?
muy
Is it
claro.
just
It's
because-
counted now.
No, you excluded him from the group. You're like
Because
Bear
I'm
Bros
used-
and LaFell.
No, 'cause
Like,
I'm
LaFell is
used
just the okay.
I'm used to seeing
Okay.
the Bear Bros as 3.
Yeah, definitely not
If
LaFell.
you add LaFell, that's 4, but we can add another one.
Nah, you should have added the other one at the start. Now it just feels like a pity slot, you know?
I'll have
like
to explain myself to him again after this.
I'm gonna tell the story to LaFell. It's like
gonna
the
get
Bear
him.
Bros and LaFell. This is side character. He's
But
a
what
side
if it's one
piece.
of the Bear Bros who said that? Then it's okay.
They would never. How could
It's
they?
okay, dice.
How could they? Why would they do that?
Estarán mucho,
Okay,
pero
I will explain. I
demasiado.
will explain. But it's over the Bear stream. It's GCT versus Twisted Minds. If you guys want to check that out.
And we got a Hanabi, so yo.
And an Aulus.
Qué pesado también para los casters, estar teniendo que hacer tanto tiempo. Bueno, ellos son los hosts del evento.
I have it up actually.
I don't know if we can pull it up, but
No, we can't
O
pull
los
it
ca-
up.
sí
But
son
yeah,
los casters, ¿no? Creo que sí son los
and an
casters.
Aulus in the same game. Which one? I mean,
MWI.
MWI.
It's fun. It's fun. A lot
At least it's not a Popo and Koopa jungle. We've seen a lot of that.
here. when we've been playing in the EU server, yes, a lot of the Popo and
Ojalá
Koopa
la
jungle.
mitad
I'm
pongan
trying to
una
recall
pausa.
what other pick we've been seeing a lot. I think it's no, it's mostly just the Popo and Koopa, really. Like they really like playing it in the jungle or in the roam, wherever they want to do. But now we are officially starting game number 1 between Falcons, ID, and Aurora. So it is, again, as previously discussed, a Nolan versus a Harley, which currently is being... Okay, he got to steal that camp, at least before they got to him.
This is one of the good points of having a Nolan on your team. You can invade so early on to a Lizard take, or even, again, in the Golem. It's very surprising he was able to snatch the Golem away out of all the different camps that you'd expect. Anu, though, won't be too far behind as she gets her hands on the lethal. Will actually try to go for the invade herself. Spot Sev, but Sev knows it too. The Bargain Hunter this time for Luette just seems like it's the common choice for the Esmeralda now. We saw 2 back-to-back Bargain Hunters on the Esmeralda.
They have the exact same emblem as for
Liv, though.
Roamers. Liv as Mystery Shop. On the carry, interesting choice. And the PYT for Zulana as well. I wonder what ultimate they'll mainly prioritize to as the Valentina, right? Considering the lineup that Falcons currently has, you have either the Shifting Skies, or maybe even the RWM and the Glorious Pathway. So they'll have a lot of options if they just really want to set up for the team fights. I think it wouldn't be as much of a problem for them to find an ultimate that could complement the Veleric. Because the Wrath of Dryad too, I think it would be really useful if you pair it up with another AoE battle spell that you can pick up from Team Falcons. And both are seemingly setting up for this upcoming turtle.
Yep.
O sea,
position held down by Shev here. Not too sure if she'll be able to get the flank on Anu. That's the walk up. Alec goes in straight on towards Anu. Already with a hat. They're gonna go all in with a fracture. Everything. Oh my goodness! Together with the Shifting Skies bursting through Zulana and Luette like there's nothing. Straight to the turtle and it's free.
Yeah, Zulana, understandably so, but Luette even barely being able to do anything as the Esmeralda in that scenario. Not even with a sprint. There was just a bit too much slow. And if it weren't for that flicker, Nika would have been next.
Yeah, she got away in time, Shev.
Ok, no, sí me gustan los picks de ambos. Ahora trae una Valentina, lo que, le permite tener buenas copias como Sora, ¿no? Pero no obviamente el momento.
Yes, so that's what you get when you simplify things and make it more easier for your team to just execute the lineup overall.
Esta Ive se ve movida, o sea, se ve ya más activa que las otras. Pero fijo, saca Ive, gracias.
And it's not like they just chose to focus on the fights. They were doing that all the while they were also securing the objective. But Anu, wait.
You don't want to go against Violet. She's the one who actually went in on you earlier. Anu has to back away. Violet with the flicker to chase as well. Trying to go for the full stacks. The RWM.
Buenísima, la alcanzó.
Livy is the one who picks up the kill. Now it's
Creo que están los lados mal, ¿no?
Wow, okay.
Ah, no, sí está bien,
they
bien,
really made sure that Anu would go down at that moment.
¿O sí
And
está
now
mal?
Sev taking her own away from her as well. Oh no, the bump!
Yep, greedy invade. Buff didn't get taken. Retri was down, and the falling star moon from Luette was enough to take it. Luckily, Turtle will be spawning in 20 seconds, so they won't lose too much. It's just a bit of that momentum taken away.
Wilfred, buenos días, ese milagro.
Yeah.
Y ese milagro que te amanece.
Did she actually get the orange buff earlier? She was able to steal it away, right? During that previous, we'll have to.
She did.
We have to double. Wait. No.
I believe she did. Yes, she took the orange buff and then she died. Right?
Yeah.
Could have been what happened here. Luette.
Okay.
Back in the mid lane, stunned down by the Law and Order. Violet just walking up, and it does seem like right now Mob Psycho is waiting to catch Liv in an ambush. Sev blitz it. As you would expect from the Nolan. Liv there, utilizing the Bargain Hunter really well. Corrosion side already done as Raimundo rotates over, pops in the Glorious Pathway, living now with a jump as well. That's with the RBM on RBM action. Zulana not going to be caught by the damage. Coming around Liv with a flicker in. Forces Nika to go back, and now it's Anu in the midst of it all. Chase coming down as well. Anu gets away with a hat trick. Liv gets the gold crab.
How is no one taken down in that entire sequence. They were all
Ya jugó los.
It was
No.
a 5-man rotation,
No,
even from
estamos en
Aurora,
el segundo versus. Jugó Saeta Esport contra Team Rayjon, donde Team Rayjon ganó. Y ahorita son los Team Falcons contra Aura Gaming.
On this Harley. It's been a tough task for
Hoy no
Falcons,
juega.
and she's been very sneaky with the
Ah, no,
plays
es el
of trying to
último.
find trades
Es el
across the map.
último
That's been
versus.
happening unknowingly for Team Falcons. So I guess that's how they're actually able to keep this slight advantage, but it's
Después de este,
they've actually already catched up. Sev's already level 8 as well, and the gold lead already on
son
their
5
side.
versus Wolfred. 5. No, son 2, 4, 8 versus. Veo 3, 8. O sea, es el último versus, ¿me explico?
Oh man, Violet, it almost just seems like every time Violet sees Anu, she walks up. Now Nick is trying to zone. Oh no, everybody's just gonna go all in. Glorious pathway as well, forcing the Wrath of the Drive from Nika. Chev with the kill.
O sea,
Okay, there was no way Nika could have walked out of that.
llegaste muy a tiempo.
Members onto her, Sev. Forcing out the BMI from Mob Psycho, but that's
Ganó los
another
lower.
turret that
Ajá.
Falcons are actually
Ahí
going to take for
dice,
themselves. But
después de esto se supone que vamos a tener la llave entre GK Esport y Virtus Pro. Y luego ya los dos que hayan perdido. Ah, no, luego Helltech Cyber Team contra Twisted Myth. Y luego ya Natsu no sé qué contra Falcon. No me acuerdo qué.
And she's taken down as well. Falcon ID soaring in the skies here in their first game of the elimination match.
Okay, Sev's down. They won't immediately get to go to the turtle, but it's not like Aurora are planning to transition to
Pero
that
Falcon está
either.
ganando.
They're going to
Yo
focus on
quería que
securing
ganara
the
ahora.
purple,
Bueno,
but
todavía
first
no
it's
está dicho
actually
nada, ¿no?
Violet
Pero
who starts
solo
off this
digo.
turtle, and it might not be the plan for Aurora as it's an immediate burst for Falcons on this objective. They'll take a bit more of their time. I believe even earlier we saw a slight advantage.
Hola
in
Nelson,
terms
¿cómo
of the
estás?
gold
Bienvenido.
towards
Dale
Liv
tap tap en la
compared to
pantalla
Mob
muchas
Psycho.
veces hasta que te quedes sin
Been
dedos.
expected if you were to look at the matchup.
Y comparte en el grupo de tu trabajo así de oigan pasen y nada más denle un tap tap. Gracias. Me encanta cuando las cosas que uno pide con amor se cumplen.
Violet's been on point though so far. Every time of the chase as well. The glorious pathway on Nika. Law and order as well. They're catching. Flicker out though.
Okay, gonna be alive. They will try to defend this mid turret, but Falcons might want to go for it. Real world already used.
Oh, shifting skies on two brings her back as well.
Buena jugada. A mí no me gusta mucho Ive porque siento que se puede quedar corta cuando hay mucha movilidad. O sea, la ulti no sirve, me explico. En breve.
Rather try to catches three, they're gonna go all in, almost a pick. Nika gets away with a sliver of health.
Raimundo's still alive too. The deadly magic wasn't enough to actually burst him down, and Falcons ID are able to retreat safely. Imagine being able to force them under even your tier 2, but them still eventually getting
Yo no sé jugar con las piernas dobladas así, me siento que me cuesta trabajo, yo necesito estar así como acomodada.
Either way, even the clutch pickup on the real world. Oh, Liv did not recall.
She didn't. She's gonna have to flicker out of the falling star moon. Big resource spent and nobody here but Aurora. They don't want to punish even further. They're thinking of ways that Falcons can actually ambush. All this time, it's built up. That's the frustration that's built up. Liv really making the most out of that bargain hunter, man. Already 3 item power spike flicker down for Liv.
Aquí vamos a estar hasta las 10 de la mañana, chicos. 10 de la mañana. ¿Por qué? Porque monto una silla plástico.
It's a bit too much for them to handle. Not enough damage to retaliate to that play.
And that's the target that they want.
No hay más que pueda decir.
Finally going down. Moments just before you could have expected a Lord fight between Team Falcons ID and Aurora, which is why this is
Pero no es montón, ¿verdad? Esta dinámica es igual o es parecida a la de ESO. Bueno, pero es torneo oficial, ¿no? O sea, es diferente.
Made successful movements enough to take control of the map too. It's always Falcons finding these turrets, and it's always them just forcing Aurora to put down their ultimates and the most... Oh no! Okay!
She just got back. Oh my god, Raimundo with the law and order trying to catch her.
Dice, hemos No, acá estoy. No sé si le sonó la alarma a ustedes o la alerta, pero dice que porque por la actividad se va a cerrar en 4 minutos. Pero creo que ya. O sea, me quedé viendo tantito mi teléfono. Qué feos modales. O sea, me tengo que estar moviendo como para que detecte que estoy aquí. O sea, no sé si escucharon la alarma. O sea, sonó una alarma aquí, sonó porque tengo vinculado todo, computadora, celular. O sea, sonó en mi teléfono y sonó acá yo pensé que era mi alarma para despertarme. Yo dije, qué raro. ¿No sonó? Y ya salió aquí el letrero así de, no detectamos actividad, entonces se va a cerrar en 4 minutos. Literal y yo, o sea, sí, pero no. Muy chistoso. Oye, sí lo soy, pero no lo hagas público. O sea, sí pensó que me quedé mimidita. Y yo, no, estoy bien. Pero tal vez, como si me quedé quieta mucho tiempo, tal vez detectó otra cosa. Pero nunca me ha pasado. Pero era una alarma bonita, no así como que esas como de alarma bíblica. No. Falcons. Digo que la segunda partida otra vez la gana Falcons. No, es inevitable eso. Arrasadoras. Mucho que aprender. Mucho que aprender, chicas.
Have always been on point. If it's not Anu, it's her finding these 2 to 3 man setups that are very much crucial to the team, and that is also one of the biggest things that led them to securing this relatively quick game.
Es bien tranquilas,
only been
como si
11
nada,
minutes of
o sea.
gameplay that we got to see between Team Falcons and Aurora, and it's looking very grim as they've secured match point and Aurora are on the brink of
¿Cómo que no deja compartir?
They'll have to find and do what it takes in order to equalize the series later
¿Cómo que no
on.
deja
But look at this
compartir?
setup from Violet.
It was
¿Sí está activo
crazy
para
in Violet.
compartir?
That's why I've just been highlighting her all throughout the match. Every time when she sees Anu, she goes in for the damage. When she sees everybody
está
already
activo para
there,
compartir.
and some people just grouping up a bit too close, goes for the cloud form instantly. Violet knows exactly how to use the Sora, and that's why it was prioritized so early on.
And now we understand what works for Team Falcons is to simplify everything. And execution-wise, it's not a problem for them. Now let's throw it over to a quick break before we jump
Qué
into
bonito
the
se ve
next
ahí
game of
todos
this
esperando.
series.
Gracias, ¿ves cómo sí se podía? Un besote. Ah, sí, ya lo hicieron en el de hace ratito. ¿Qué es lo que le estaba preguntando a Nelson? Le dije, ¿por qué hacen eso? Qué feo, o sea, qué feo se ha de sentir que te hagan eso, ¿me explico? O sea, qué feo, qué trauma. A mí no me gustaría que me hicieran eso, yo no podría, a mí me daría pena. La verdad. Yo porque soy un corazón de pollito.
Save time creating content and generate a high quality clone.
Sí, yo sé que es drama, es como para ponerle intensidad, pero sí se debe sentir feo, o sea, al final sí se debe sentir feo.
Communication was a little bit rough yesterday. Today, though, it seems like they had no problems talking it through.
Which is why I was so surprised that was a problem in the first place, right? Because a lot of these girls that are on the team, they've been together for a very, very long time.
Sure.
We even have reunions coming in from the same team. So the fact that they were able to, you know, iron out the kinks overnight, it's an expected result, I would say.
For sure. Well, they were one of the contenders, right? One of the heavy hitters. Let's take a look at one of our great moments throughout match number 1. And I want to see if it was at the very start. So it's actually a little bit later on. We're getting towards the base.
Ese la jugó muy bien. Oh my God, ahora.
Falcons Indonesia.
Es que parece, o sea, yo pensé que iba a ganar ahora, la verdad. Bueno, es que, o sea, yo le iba ahora, pero cuando sacaron el Harley, no. O sea, yo ya ahí dije, no creo.
Situation since early right up till mid game, it's just continuously in favor of the side of Team Falcons, and
Y, o sea, un ejemplo, traían un Sora, un Hylos y una Harley, me explico. Entonces, aunque entiendo tal vez el por qué quiso sacar un Harley, no le funcionó. O sea, entonces verdaderamente se convirtió en una partida pesada por eso. Entonces, pues no.
And this is the moments that we've been waiting for since yesterday, because I think you were the one to hype her up, right? Violet, one of the backbones of the team. She's been around for so long. The experience is definitely behind her, and we finally get to see her shine. And I'm so grateful for the coach as well. Finally, they were able to find a draft that can really accentuate their gameplay, and therefore being able to be as dominant as they were from the get-go.
Me encanta cómo habla el inglés ella. Okay, está bien.
I would say shorter game durations, 11 minutes and 21 seconds.
Yes, and this is why Team Falcons are so, like, after, this is a complete 180, because this Falcons is a Falcons. They give you almost no chance to escape the death trap that they've set up for you. Every little bit of gold that you see, and especially, look, most haven't even hit level 15. All of it was being funneled by the two side laners in Zev as well as Liv. Wait a minute. That's not 100% correct.
Well, either way, the three turtles are. I know that for sure, man. And the 10K gold difference between the two obviously is quite significant. And one thing that I learned, if you're 10K gold down, it's hard to come back. It's pretty much done and dusted.
Ya, pero yo creo que sean dos y que sean rápidas, porque las partidas pasadas fueron como de 20 minutos.
But hey, man, it was definitely a tough series for sure. And Falcons Indonesia
Y ya me daba así como de, hola,
and from start to finish, and it finished in 11 minutes, our shortest that we have seen yet. It was Aurora Gaming who just couldn't get anything started. Now, we mentioned the veteranship of Violet, obviously. Falcons Indonesia building the team around them. Now, on the side of Aurora Gaming, who is that sole unit? Who is that sole player that they're like, okay, you're the one to step it up. We're just going to back you up.
Me encanta cómo
I think that's really
habla
hard to tell,
man.
but when it comes down to impact and how she's been able to carry through the game, I think a lot of that really has to do with both Anu and Zulana. That's specifically for me. You can have a different opinion later on, Gideon, but Zulana was forced on a hero that is great because obviously a Valentina gives you so much versatility in this particular team fights depending on how creative you are and how much grasp you have over the other heroes, specifically for the opponents. But the Valentina up against the Eve early game is just so difficult. Like, what do you expect her to do? Even Anu in this particular situation, you did mention the Harley pick as well, but it looked like the Harley was so pressured in the early game that there was barely enough time for her to shine as well.
I agree. It did look a little bit uncomfortable here, and that's why I was thinking that, man, these Falcons are like so different. Truly, being able to kind of just walk into the enemy jungle. And not only that, they also perform some really complex dives with two people already underneath the turret. They look to kind of break open a lot of different ways. So some great high-level stuff that's actually being implemented well now by Team Falcons.
Well, as we head to the stage once again, one more round loss from the side of Aurora Gaming means their key will be crushed and their esports World Cup run comes to an end. Aurora Gaming must fight hard to force a game number 3. If they can do so, well, they have a chance to continue to move forward. But Falcons Indonesia, a contender coming into this tournament, might have stumbled day one, but right now they are running full speed ahead, looking incredibly strong and looking to make quick work of Aurora Gaming unless something catastrophic happens and Aurora Gaming is able to come back in map 2 in a dominant fashion. But one thing that I realized again, that early game, Aurora Gaming, they've got to lock in and they need to shut down the teamwork of Falcons Indonesia quickly.
And I know they can do it. I know that they can do it because as we were watching their qualifiers, they had to go through so much pressure, right? They basically went back to back elimination matches, so their mentality has definitely been tested. And in this particular situation, perhaps that's exactly what they need. Maybe they need to be on the brink of elimination to have that additional pressure, to have that additional motivation to eventually step up.
If we're talking about motivation, we got to talk about the information they now receive from that game 1, because previously we didn't know what Team Falcons was going to do. Sure, a couple of picks here and there from yesterday's games, but now they see the playstyle, they see what they want to implement. I think Aurora has a better base to actually adjust in the draft now, because that opener on that red side just was not it. They didn't get the right answers in that first phase, which really hurt them in phase 2.
It's Liv versus Mob Saiko. I mentioned that in the very beginning, and clearly Liv got a ton of value in game number 1. But Mob Saiko, where is she at? What can she do to improve in game number 2?
I think number 1, you got to get a support that's able to kind of bring in the pain, right? Call your jungler to start on the orange side, and hopefully, if they are still on red side, they end up by gold. Because I think that rotation was a little slow because of the initial invades on that top side after they made the attempt. And then from then on, it always felt like they were just one step behind.
And it's so sad because you'd expect her to be on a Claude, a hero that eventually can come back into the game. But there were just no opportunities for that to happen. And I think at that very end, we did see her really struggling to try and clear out the lanes. Maybe a little bit of panic set in, that the ultimate that she utilized just really wasn't on point as we expected her to be.
Well, we start going into our map reveal, and then ultimately the hero selection. Again, for Aurora Gaming, they've got to fight hard to come back. We push into Expanding River coming up next. One thing, though, Violet has been on fire. Her Eve was phenomenal. How does Aurora Gaming deal with it going into game 2?
You know, the easy way is to ban it. I think that's like the simplest solution. Make the mid lane just a little bit more volatile in that case, but they gotta have some secure picks if they're going to make that motion. Secondly, the fact that we got Expanding Rivers, we might even see a repeat of draft number 1 and how the game ended up. Because again, those big conversions off of neutral objectives is something that Team Falcons has shown that they are great at.
And now we get into the drafts. Game number 2 here, another do-or-die situation. And we are seeing some similar bans come through, but the main difference is both teams are going to be swapping sides. So Aurora now are going to be on blue side, and they still feel like the Matilda has got to go.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating to deal with, I'm not going to lie, but Matilda is an enabler, right? Most people are thinking like, oh, she's super meta. No, she's meta when you pair her with a good meta hero that she can compensate for. Like Fredrin. Oh no, I don't have a dash. Matilda saves me from it. Oh no, I'm short on range. Matilda helps me gap close. That's the beauty of this hero. But notice that even the Bellerics are getting taken out here, which is rather surprising. I would like to see whether this Belleric trend is going to continue.
I feel like it's another setup, right? I feel like it's another setup. It gives them a little bit more flexibility when they want to start, you know, thinking about what they want to put in the jungle, what they want to put in the EXP lane as well. So Glue as well gets taken out. We saw that Glue was a really tough hit against the more, I would say, vulnerable junglers, like the assassins of the world. Yeah, I wanted to be nice to Glue because he's so cute in the game.
What do you mean he's cute?
Patrick!
Okay, fair enough. I can't argue with that.
Okay. But he does get taken out, so it does give a little bit more leeway for Team Falcon's ID to kind of think about it. Freya and Guinevere and the Hirara
Blue, me gusta que han sacado Blue y Belleric. Matilda, no lo sé, la movilidad tal vez podría ser. Freya, Hirara, no sé, yo no me he topado de este lado con una buena Hirara, ¿me explico? Y Guinevere, creo que sí.
You know what? We take Marcel and we'll let you decide what we get. Oh, are we going to get the Jushin? Are we going to get the Eve? Because no matter what, I think that's going to be the big trade-off here until we see the second half of the bans.
We finally get the Marcel, though.
Yes, finally. I am excited for this one.
So what do we usually match up against the Marcel? Because we've always seen the Marcel banned out in the Land of Dawn. Are we thinking about heroes like the Hilda and the Khalid?
That's the thing, right? Because there's also the argument of like, if you get the Marcel, should I necessarily take the Valentina so I can steal the Golden Hour, right? And Team Falcons, they're like, heck no. No way. Give me the Eve right now. We're going to close out this game as quickly as possible, but there's a good and bad because of this, right? That RWM, it can be negated instantly.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, I mean, in the second phase when we saw the Eve, we did see like the Gourds of the world being banned out. Perhaps that could still be considered for Aurora if they want to try and fix their mid-rotation that they really lacked in the first game. Considerably, though, they do have the Marcel, so it does give them a little bit more flexibility when it comes down to the picks. But the carry early here, again for Falcons.
That's a very, again, just a hard read here. Make them feel, make Aurora feel just a little bit uncomfortable, and at the same time, just tell them, you know what? No tanks for you.
Yeah. It's limiting. It's limiting.
It's about keeping them within the box without actually having the Eve apply it.
And at this point in time, would you just focus on picking up the Claude here?
Actually, I would. Because we saw what happened when it got to the second phase, right? And then, you know what? The direct answers that they had initially gets axed out straight away. Looks like we're going to go on a bit of a pause here. Hopefully, our marshals, of course, best in the world. They're on it straight away.
But it looks like the Eve is back. What do you think about the youth?
Well, I'm clearly worried, and Gideon, you mentioned that we could in fact still have another mirror matchup from previous, which is a big worry. 11 minutes is so incredibly short that fundamentally something fell apart for the side of Aurora Gaming. If you give Falcons Indonesia their comfort picks from game number 1, now heading into game number 2, I think you're going to have a lot of issues. Aurora Gaming could very much be in trouble. But what is the justification for Aurora not to just ban EVE outright?
Well, I think the justification especially is when you have the option of Marcel still available, you don't really want to break that trifecta just yet. I mean, it used to be a trifecta. Now the duo purple mid laner mages.
Ok, amo. ¿Por qué no les quitaron eso? Bueno, o sea, pero obviamente no se van a perder la oportunidad de monetizar eso. O sea...
Normally would not think would work, but has worked out for them in the past, and they have that pocket Lunox for Zulana.
¿Les dejarían pasar chocolates o un dulcecito así como para los nervios o no les dejarían? O sea, yo digo no, o sea, como que tengas una paletita o un chiclecito o algo así, ¿los dejarían o no los dejarían? O las dejarían.
A very clear reflection of what the meta is demanding from us as the player. Hey, you snowball fast, you deny resources, you are going to win this game within the next 10 minutes. Every other game that we have seen here today, 1 or 2 turnarounds nets us maybe 20 minutes, maybe even 18 minutes.
But do you think that has actually shifted? Is that a meta effect? Because I think when it came down to the wildcards, when we reviewed their games, it felt like despite being able to control so much in the early game, one mistake in the latter portion of the game loses that entire, gratification point.
Yes, that is also true. It puts you out of that 10k GG zone, right? It keeps you in like all the 6ks where you're just a full component down, and then you just have to compensate it by waiting for 5 minutes. That's usually the case here.
Esmeralda, though, not picked. She's been an exciting hero that we've been witnessing over the past couple of days. With Esmeralda now gone, Aurora Gaming is clearly trying to make adjustments, and now it is to Marcel. Now, how does that have an impact? Because clearly what didn't work before needs to work this time.
I think they learned, Like they prioritized the Esmeralda in game number 1 and really didn't work out for them. So this time they're taking a little bit more time to think about it.
Yep, it really bit them in the back, I'm not gonna lie. It was a hard read, a blind pick. And with this Marcel, it's a little bit more flexible and a lot more compositions, but it also really helps that the Eve just decided to show up on the opposite side, right? And now it's convenient for them. It's like, yes, this is a blind pick, but now we have a direct way to deal with the real world manipulation.
I guess
it's a great read.
But going to Falcons Indonesia, let's say it is in fact a perfect world for Aurora Gaming. They see the same comp. What is the comp to beat that comp? Like outside of team fundamentals, outside of team strategies, what does Aurora need? What is the X factor pick in order to truly counter Falcons Indonesia?
2 suggestions, depending on what kind, because we only see Marcel, right? There's still 4 more picks for Aurora. I'm thinking if they want to be hyper-aggressive, they're looking for winning lanes. They're looking for winning lanes, people or heroes that can actually knock down these turrets really, really quickly. A couple of those could be leaning more into the Brodies and more into the Hanabis, kind of dependent on the lane bullies that they're looking for. But EXP especially is super vulnerable in the second half of the draft if they just wait for it.
And I think that's really important, especially to try and facilitate Anu. Because back-to-back, we've been seeing her on a hero that maybe is kind of forced. We saw her on game 1 on the Harley, and the fact that they didn't have winning lanes, it really didn't give Anu that space that she really required. Come game 2, I feel like Falcons ID, they really did their homework. I think the loss that they suffered yesterday gave them that point in time of motivation to be like, hey, we need to do our homework, because Anu's heroes have been taken away from her.
Wait, so let's say she gets put on a tank. Wouldn't that just be good enough,
I guess we'll see.
It feels like that's what they're trying to do, right? Put her on a tank, take away that big impact, and say, hey, you have to be the foundation for the rest of the laners, which are, well, at this point of time, they haven't hit that ceiling.
And that's why I feel like Matilda being banned out was
bizarre.
Yeah.
So I guess for Violet's sake on Falcons Indonesia, how do you isolate her and get her out of there and get her away from the team fight? Because Falcons were wolf-packing together so incredibly well. For Aurora Gaming, you could tell there was bits and pieces where they wanted to isolate, but they just simply could not find the opportunity.
Violet was a major key problem in game number 1. I do have to agree with you. Her Sora was definitely a problem, and Aurora understand that. So they pick up something of their own here. They pick up the Arlet, and we were talking about this before, and the Akai comes through here for Aurora.
I don't know why they didn't decide to just go straight into Phoveus, but I guess it works out, whatever they're most comfortable with. And Sora is still a pretty decent matchup depending on what the emblem setup for this Arlet is going to be. But again, we're seeing a very similar picks being thrown over.
And remember, this is the Akai Arlet combination. That's kind of disgusting.
It's pretty good, I'm not going to lie. It's still pretty effective. So as long as the Arlet kind of survives that lane, generally speaking, and knowing that it's Sora, it's not that hard. You're not going to get punished too badly.
Which is why I think Team Falcon's idea recognized that, right? They don't want to give Arlet the space, so they ban out heroes that are very notorious in the mid lane to kind of counter those rotations. Lilia gets banned out. I think that's a smart pick. The Minotaur gets taken out from Team Falcons as well.
Yeah, I'm going to make a hard prediction here. I think after the Minotaur, they might be considering... I don't know if they want to consider getting rid of Atlas here, but at the same time, it's like, because they've got the Akai, they're not really too worried about the big team fights, which is why I'm wondering why they're worried about the Minotaur of all things.
I feel like it's a respect ban.
Really? In comparison to like, oh, if they get the Cho, and then they can do like a 1-2 combo and play for picks rather than just pure team fights.
So far, Nika's only been playing Atlas, Minotaur, and the Belleric.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All right. So that means with Gord gone, Lilia gone, it's really just making sure that Aurora can't just naturally wombo combo with each other, but they also do get first pick on red side on the second phase, and this is by far the most important pick.
Arlet. No habíamos visto un Arlet hasta ahorita. Me gusta que haya un pick diferente. No sé qué tan buena, o sea, qué tan buena sinergia se pueda dar entre Akai y Arlet, pero no creo que sea malo, me explico. O sea, fuera de la sinergia que se puede dar entre, les digo, Arlet y Akai, y Akai, que siento que incluso con... digo, bueno.
Of the situation. But first they're going to go with the Harley. I don't mind this as much, but the big
No
problem
lo
with Harley
sé,
right now is that
Harley, no lo sé, después de la partida pasada me deja como con
just a
duditas.
little, you know, little
Me
happy
deja
with
con
the tricks.
duditas.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. There's a very small allowance
Me
for
deja como,
error
no sé,
when it comes down
no
to
sé,
it because of the
no estoy
drafts that we're
clara.
seeing from Aurora. And that's kind of a good sign, right? We might be seeing our first best of 3, who knows? But, next 2 picks, however. Claude?
Oh, Hanabi, right off the cuff here. Okay, Hanabi.
Cuando dicen que las cannabis no sirven,
What are they
ahí
going to pair
está.
it up with? Because again, when I'm looking at like a team fight composition, I want to see like the traditional styles of setters. And so far, the Akai, sure you can disperse. Marcel, maybe not. But they get the Valier as counterplay knowing that Atlas is available.
I think that's smart. I think that's smart. I think that's genius. The Hanabi, however,
No sé qué es
is
esa
an
cosa que trae
interesting
en las
pick. It's
manos,
definitely
el
one of
man
the
ese.
unorthodox picks that we've seen here at MWI. We've seen it a few times, I think, Stream B, but we finally get to see it in action here. I think my main concern is how volatile and how vulnerable
me
this
encanta
pick
que
is,
haya sacado
especially
un
in the
Valier. La
early
main
stages of the
Valier.
game.
You know, from
Le
the side of Ray
encanta.
Young, though, going back in time onto that side station match that you
Todas bien
mentioned,
concentradas,
Gwen ended up
bien
picking out
cómodas.
Hanabi and going 8-1-8. So it
Bueno,
does
fuera de
have an
los
effect
de
and
las
can
uñitas que
truly
hemos visto
impact
de
the
los
game.
manicures.
It's definitely interesting.
Bien.
Yep, no, that's actually correct. I was casting that game and I thought maybe the Hanabi isn't going to do as much as I thought, and then
Hilda.
it did. Now the final drafts have already
Harley
been complete.
e
An
Hilda,
early
no lo
style
sé.
composition that's
Con
very
Ibe.
magic heavy on
Siento
the side of Team
que,
Falcons
bueno,
in
creo que tiene un buen
comparison
combo
to
con
Aurora,
Sora.
who again,
Solo
I
sería
think
ver
they
que
have to
funcione
play
bien la
around the Hanabi
combinación.
as well as the Valier, as
De
the
parte
main
del
anchors
equipo
of
de
the team.
Aura,
Valier especially.
les
If he
digo,
doesn't
el
have that
Akai
seer,
no
they're
lo
going to be
sé,
in a lot
pero
of
entre
trouble once they
Valier,
break through the
Marcel,
back line.
Hanabi,
Well, there's been a couple
a
of
pesar de ser una
changes
Hanabi,
on
creo que es
both
una buena
sides,
opción.
but
O sea,
was it enough
es
for
que ningún
Aurora
héroe es
Gaming
malo.
to take down
Las
Falcons
malas del
Indonesia
jugador
and
son
force
las
to
malas.
game 3? That's what they need to do to stay alive. One more loss
Eso
means
es lo
their
malo.
key gets crushed. It's Falcons Indonesia, Aurora Gaming, map number 2. Mirko Brigida, take it away.
The Marcel makes it way to the Land of Dawn in Stream A finally for the first time, but so does the Hanabi. It's back and it's about to prove whether or not this could be the key to securing that 2-0 sweep for Team Falcons ID, or for changing the course of Aurora Gaming's fate. Welcome to game number 2. This is match point for Team Falcons ID, and we're seeing a lot of the combos that we're not used to seeing really getting in the hands of our team. I'm talking about the Arlott Akai in the hands of Aurora Gaming, but how much could this impact the space that they could create for Mob Psycho? Is it really enough with just an Aegis to get away from all these people who could chase like the Harley and the Hilda?
No, definitely not to get away from the chase, but great against CC. Now the thing is, there's I guess a bit of CC with Violet. We did see how oppressive Violet could be with the CC on the Sora.
El problema de que para republicar un stream del canal de acá tiene que ser solamente 1 hora. Tendría que recortar como 20.
Geltec, Osprey drafted it for Geltec, and they were able to get a win and come back against Twisted Minds over at Stream B.
Falcons,
so this Hanabi's been rising in stock, especially at MWI.
We'll see exactly if
Mob Psycho and Aurora can try to get a win here as well. No, unfortunately, not a win over on the Gold Crab take, and Chev knows exactly what she wants to do, man. Against the Hanabi, it's all about those dives early on.
Yep, at least they still have the Aegis, so that's one of the main tools that they could definitely capitalize on. Obviously, just wanted to bait it over there, but Mob Psycho's smart enough to not just use it at any given moment.
Yeah, Nika's gonna have to recall here early on already. It's all about the level 4 start here, and it's coming down to Luette and Violet. Anu with the help. The XP grab given to Luette. Still no level 4 though. She's been zoned, I believe, in this lane. She's actually quite a bit behind. Down below though, Chev with the gank. The Aegis procced already. Mob Psycho stays alive, but on the other side of the map. This is a win for Aurora. They have control. The jungle's down below. A red tree secures the first neutral objective for Aurora.
It's very clear what they wanted at that point. Aurora very confident to go in with the objectives. They knew that they had the upper hand considering the Akai lineup, but on the other hand, Falcons unsuccessful in at least the attempt to take Mob Psycho away from their very own turret. The final slash did not land right there. So far, it's been a success for Aurora around the map.
There you go. They're going to go for the Higanbana. Liv's caught, but has the flicker. That was 3 ultimates utilized to gank Liv.
And she still clears the lane.
Yep. Well played. Clears the lane, flickers out to safety, doesn't panic after seeing a heavy spin and 2 members walk up to her. And now that's just great. Falcons, despite the first turtle, they're still the ones in the lead. I think mainly because of that gank onto Mob Psycho. Liv's just going to constantly shove. Nika flickers away from the deadly magic.
Okay. Those are more resources burnt from Aurora rather than Falcons in that instance. It was just a flicker from Liv that we saw used at that moment. And I believe they're really keeping everything in check. With Raimundo just constantly putting herself in these kinds of positions, they're very much aware of how Aurora's trying to move around the map, and look at that!
Yeah, Raimundo doesn't like Nika, that's for sure. She just keeps on walking up, getting those damage axes down on her. Yeah, she's gonna have to recall again just after recalling, just after coming back. Violet though up top. They try to go for the dive on Silhouette, flicker out to safety, and that means it is a cage for Falcons.
Yeah, it's great. So far, we've seen Hilda's perform exceptionally well in the previous series that she's been picked up. Disruption, and maybe not even directly towards Anu, because you really don't want to do that against an Akai jungle, but more so on the members who are trying to create space for Aurora in general. So you see Nika's really struggling to just positions herself first, because it's always Raimundo finding these bushes and taking control over them. But it's a different story this time. We're looking at a turtle, and it's a 5-man rotation from Team Falcons ID.
Segunda tortuguita.
Mob Psycho sent up top to the weak side. Gonna try to go for the clear and possibly a trade, and that's why they give the neutral objective control away to Falcons. They're gonna go for the mid prio
Completamente de acuerdo. De nada sirve que bajara. La verdad, no es como que fuera a hacer mucha diferencia en estos 4 minutos.
Well played, Chev. Trying to get level 4. Final slash coming down as well. They go all in onto Raimundo, but she's able to flick around.
Falcon, qué buena. Ahora, pero... ¿Por qué no conectó primero? Y la ya se dio cuenta, va a retroceder, no van a poder hacer la tortuga, y se los dije, ya se llevó... justo a tiempo salió la plaza, quitó la placa de oro. Ahí está.
Liv confident
Estando
enough
mid-kai.
to put
Y la
herself in that
tortuga.
position because she
Falco.
very well knew that they would be winning the fight anyway, that they would be finding the most important targets and they would eventually get
Uf,
the
le
right
falló la
amount
pero
of
la logró
support from
salvar.
the other members right after the objective, which they took just now because, as you mentioned, they prioritized map control. They prioritized faster conversions into objectives they felt were more necessary for them to just ramp up the pace of this game, and it's working wonders for them so far. It's already a 2K lead, and with this, I think you could really maximize the threat of Sev just surprise attacking these members of Aurora who are just very vulnerable to the deadly magic.
There's so much to look out for if you're Aurora, like you mentioned, Zev, with these deadly magics, with the creative angle she's been able to get onto Aurora, especially with this front-to-back composition, falling flat early. It's a good stun. Now with the final slash as well. Onto Liv. No flicker. Good cash by Aurora. Finally on the board, but look at Falcon straight with the response. Conceal.
Okay.
Good disengage by Zulana. Zev up top though. 1v1. Deadly magic and the damage. The Aegis comes around. Now Nika's coming in as well. Providing support. Sev needs to run away. And Mob Psycho somehow survives the assassination attempt up top.
That Aegis is actually making a difference, no? Like survivability-wise,
I didn't expect that.
It's really helping Mob Psycho keep herself alive, even when Sev just found the perfect opportunity to potentially take her down. So it's a bit unexpected.
No les creo que apenas estemos pasando
you don't really need to worry, but
al tercer versus de 8.
Final slash and a max range of that skill 1 to get her stunned, forcing the flicker out. But Falcons again are the ones proactive on the map. They see Aurora making moves to get a gank, to catch a member. Falcons go straight for the objectives. They're gonna go and get another structure, so all tier 1s down for Aurora.
Ya, ahora sí. O sea, les digo, de parte de ahora a mí sí me gustaría que ganara, pero vamos a ver.
In exchange of maybe a bit more control on the other sides of the map, courtesy of her teammates. But then, Aurora, at least bit by bit, they're finding kills here and there on crucial members such as Liv and even Raimundo.
They're still going to have to dig deep, though. They are a game behind. This is an elimination match. Nika's walking up, trying to open up for Anu, but she's going to get chunked down now. Oh, even through the heavy spin, CC Immune. Golden Hour only catches one, and it's Violet who's able to escape. Now Luet jumps into the midst of it all. It's going to be the RWM to lock her down as Sev goes for the poker trick behind the ball.
Acá iba a estar muy difícil de manejar con los picks que traen.
With the backup as well.
No porque sea acá hay un mal pick, pero con la combinación que trae no le ayuda, los va a sacar con Hanabi, con Bali, con Arlot, entonces va a ser así como, más que decir, va a ayudar, les va a sacar o sea, los va a salvar, me explico, entonces.
This Hilda and the Hildas we've seen really hurt though, especially when they get to lock on targets such as Zulana. You get to use your starting turrets away. And I feel like there's nothing else stopping Falcons from just pushing forward and trying to close in these specific targets. We're taking a look at the equipment right now, and there seems to be quite a significant lead between the carries or between the goal laners. Oh, Nika doesn't get away from that!
Cuidadito, eh?
Okay, Deadly Magic takes her down in that moment.
This got slain by Deadly Magic.
Yeah, this is tough for Aurora at this point. At this point, they're already losing out on so much map control. The moments that we do get to see them find pickoffs, it requires so much of them to really sync up, and mostly it's been from Anu and Luet, but without them, what else can they really rely on? It's taking a bit of a while for us to see Mob Psycho actually get online. So do they just really wait for Falcons and rely on the potential counter setups that they can go for with the Golden Hour, with the heavy spin, or with the final slash?
It's a big problem. It's all on the combo. Deadly Magic and the poker trick. A good final slash in the Higanbana for a trade back on Sev. But it's Raimundo up top now looking for the play. It's a Golden Hour coming down as well. Nika with the Golden Hour catches them as Zulana goes for the shots. Not enough to take anyone down, and look at Violet cutting their movement so Liv can get another tier 2. Mid and down bot, it's both down. It's another Falcons winning trade.
Yeah, their conversions And it's weird to say, but it's a conversion after losing one of their members. It's them just making sure that they're very efficient with time, with space, and that Aurora are not able to get out.
Parece como que no hay nadie.
Starting this Lord, Falcons have information though.
Ano has the heavy spin. They might be looking for that. Now it's going to the shifting skies, catching two. Heavy spin, pinning her down right now. As Nika still able to survive with the deadly magic.
Otra vez intervención, gracias por reunirte.
As Nika's still able to survive right now. As that's going to be Violet on the skies. Nika's waiting in the bush, gets the hit in the end. Live!
Qué fastidio cuando piensas que capaz de alguien te sale de un arbusto. Ay, qué fastidio.
And it's the Void Blast of Livy to claim a double. And it's just Nika left alive. One member, it's the roam. There's no chance of a steal. Falcons are going to get a free neutral objective on the Lord.
One of the most aggressive carry games we've seen this entire day long. Two flicker forwards which did not put her in danger. Livy and Seb. Oh, deadly magic!
The fadeaway, Nika gets into the fountain in time. Just barely away from the deadly magic.
They're gonna be okay for now because there's still a Lord that's about to spawn and that Falcons are looking to utilize to take as much as they can. There are no Holy Shields left in mid and there's a significant lead that you're looking at between, again, the junglers, and even the gold laners. At least there's additional layers of sustain for Mob Psycho. Also has the Magic Blade, but will that be enough? Falcons are looking to just dive all in.
Charge down, final slash, only find Raimundo. The shifting skies there. Cancelled out with a heavy spin as Raimundo gets pinned down.
Falcons, sí, ya.
Again, it's Liv looking for those
Segunda
shots.
partida de...
So far, Zuliana's been the
se
one
vale,
on
es
the
que
board.
Vale lo está haciendo bastante bien.
2-0, but
Me
for a
encanta que
base
les digo que
turn,
hayan
Falcons trying to
sacado
go
Vale.
for more. Shoving up top. Livy looking for the zone.
Ajá, o sea, canábicos ahorita. O sea, ahorita les va a ayudar a defender esa. Pero si siguen yendo así, no van a aguantar. Literal.
Is chunking that base turret.
The first part of that team fight looked really good for Aurora, but it was a bit too obvious that they wanted more. That final slash forcing Falcons under their turrets instead of them willingly trying to go for the more calculated engages made things a bit more favorable for Aurora. But the aftermath, the way that they still tried to push forward despite Seb being there. Liv!
You mentioned the aggressive carry, but she just baited 4 members out of the base. Now they go straight out to Mob Psycho with the deadly magic. Golden Hour saves her for a bit right now. The deadly magic isn't enough to take her down. The photo doing work. They're counting away right now, but it's going to be Violet with the skies. Up top, taking her down. It's Luet against 4, and Chef picks the kill.
It's only Zulana and Nika who are aside to defend this base. They're trying to end it here, but can they?
Deadly magic Liv with the flicker, the killing spree. Zulana shoving everybody back. She's trying to defend, but at the end of the day, it's Falcons to move to the next phase of this round. And it's unfortunate, but it is the end of the road for Aurora Gaming.
Wow, ganó. Se los dije. Se los dije. 2-0. 2-0. Así que re bien.
Just not slow down. They do not want to hand over these opportunities to Aurora Storm, and this is where it ends.
Así que vámonos a ver qué va a pasar, qué abuso. Sí, la verdad estuvo feo. Dejen dormir. No, se confirma. Por 2. Mira, termina a las 10:45 de la mañana porque son 8 partidas, veo 3. Termina a las... Ajá, no, 7:20. 7:20 de la mañana. Digo, 11:20 de la mañana. Lo que significa es que... Pregúntame cómo va a estar en el día. Momento épico. Para los que dicen que la Hanabi, para ser honesto,
we are still yet to find out who are the other teams to complete our lineup, but we're taking a quick look at the replays, and if we said an aggressive carry throughout this game, this last sequence showed aggressive.
Así que vámonos a ver. ¿Para ser honesto qué? ¿Honesto qué? ¿Qué? ¿Opinión? ¿Punto de vista? ¿Modo dormidos? ¿Estamos opinando solo por opinar?
Perfect way to show and exemplify how to utilize the carry, and it's a bit unfortunate for the Hanabi in this
Me
game.
encanta cómo tienen sus lugares así bien acomodados.
The in-game MVP, but it's just tough right now. We're gonna have the key moment.
Así que vámonos.
Yeah.
GG ahora.
Your
Su
heart
placa. Ay no, yo les digo, yo no haría eso, qué feo.
It will be crushed right in front of your eyes. This is a moment we have to watch, so let's throw it over to Damascus.
Yes, this is the moment. Our first key crushed here over on stage A. Team Falcons bringing the key, and it is time, of course, to delight into pressing these buttons and absolutely shattering the opponent's dream. Unfortunate for Team Aurora Gaming, unable to match the pace that was set from Team Falcons. First key on the stage A. Ooh. The sounds of dreams absolutely shattered.
Qué feo que hagan eso, qué
in this
feos
tournament. We'll
modales.
see them playing more and try to qualify to this stage 2.
Es su placa que tienen ahí enfrente de su escritorio. Cuando pierden, la rompe la otra persona. El otro equipo. Los highlights. Los mejores jugadores. Mira qué feo. No sé por qué digo, yo no haría eso. Se siente tan feo. Ay, sí, imagínate que te rompan así como que tu placa, algo así enfrente. Ay, no, qué feo. Yo sí aplicaría la lloración intensa. Yo sí aplicaría la lloración intensa.
Tecnología e innovación.
Deja quitar esto. De por sí soy bien chillona.
Well, in the end, it was Falcons Indonesia getting the quick win over Aurora Gaming. And you heard the snap. The key was crushed. Aurora Gaming was great. They made it to the stage, and they should, in fact, be very proud of that. To make it to the MWI stage is a massive accomplishment. But their run cut shorter than they probably wanted. They will not see the knockout stage. But Falcons Indonesia will continue to move forward. Gideon, another quick map that ends, within like 10, 11, 12 minutes. Honestly, I wasn't expecting that, but it's good news for the fans of Falcons Indonesia.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with that. And by the way, that sounded, honestly, the Crusher's not too far away from us. I thought it'd be like even further.
It was really loud.
That sounded like a gunshot. That was scary. But coming back into this, I think the major problem here, it's not that Team Falcons ID are playing at their absolute peak, because I know they can go even further based on their previous history. I think, unfortunately, Aurora just did not have the same protocols when they started to fall behind. I think that really hurt them.
I think it did too. We mentioned during the hero draft, we might see much of the same. For the most part, we did for Falcons Indonesia, but they did throw in a Harley. Now, I know for you were kind of questioning, was the Harley the right play? Would this open up an opportunity for Aurora Gaming? Well, it looks like it didn't.
Here's the thing. I still feel that the jungle is very interesting.
Okay.
It's like I'm still undecided. Do we still want to say that the tank jungler meta is good, or is the assassins better? But for the most part, the Harley has been very 50-50. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It really depends on the composition of the rest of the members of the players. And that's why I feel like in this particular matchup, Team Falcons, again, did their homework so well. The jungler picks were shut down, all of them.
Well, let's end up seeing how that Harley ended up working out in one of our first plays of the game. And clearly for Falcons Indonesia, they run Harley. Whether you're a believer or not, it seems to work out. We're now 4 minutes and 50 seconds in. This is towards the beginning, Gideon.
Yeah, no, this is where, Zev initially, again, Zev doesn't necessarily want to always be the one initiating. He's looking to clean up. He's looking to really isolate a target. And when you isolate that target, it kind of affects the 4 other members who are around you, right? So, again, instant reaction once the deadly magic comes out. Unfortunately, I think that this is where we start to see, like, the big differences, right? For tanks, it's a lot easier to show your impact by saying, hey, nobody on my team died, compared to an assassin who's like, what's your KDA?
Sure. It's a bit rocky, isn't it? Eterna, what do you think going into this next clip? Obviously, another great moment as Gideon starts to catch his breath a little bit. Dude is flabbergasted. He needs 3 mics.
Are you feeling good? Oh, he needs 3 mics as well as Brig.
I'm just, look, Harley in this game had no reason to be able to find
las
the picks
partidas
that
aquí
he
son bien
did.
largas.
All these heroes
Mucho,
have
muy
either
largas.
CC, a way to push him back, a way to kind of like dodge the initial deadly magic, except for the Hanabi, of course. But other than that, it's just, I can't believe that they got away with it, to be fair.
I love that moment, by the way. Because I was questioning in the early game. I was like, why isn't Harley being as aggressive onto the Hanabi? Because technically early game Hanabi,
Yo no
not
digo que,
as
o sea,
powerful,
no, es que no
not
creo
as
que haya
strong
sido la
as well.
Hanabi el problema,
And then we
la
finally
verdad.
get to
Yo
see
no
the
creo que haya
moment.
sido la
The Harley
Hanabi.
goes up into the top lane and tries to get the Hanabi down, and she instantly goes Aegis.
Yeah.
First skill.
Yep. I mean, dude, the fact that she is going for shield max is crazy. Most people want to focus on the wave clear, the second ability where she throws out a projectile and bounces around. She went straight for the defense.
Well, here we take a look at our bracket for Group A. We continue to move forward. As you notice at the top there, Team Falcons Indonesia did take that early loss yesterday to Seda Esports, but against Aurora Gaming, they get the job done, win 2-0, and push forward. Now for Virtus Pro, big win over on the B stream against Geek Esports. Their next opponent will be Seda Esports.
If, let's say, Twisted Minds falls here against Geltec, then there is a possibility of a Twisted Minds and a Team Falcons ID matchup, right? Xiao was the ex-member of Team Falcons ID, so she's going against her former teammates.
Ooh, that could in fact be spicy. And I think I saw Twisted Minds is 1-0 if I'm not mistaken. So things start to get dicey over on stream.
El
we
grupo
take
B,
a
1,
look
2,
at Group B, and naturally we look at obviously going down low for Foot Esports. It might be our loss. They're about to face off, of course, with Na'Vi and Falcon Daisies. Now, Falcon Daisies, an incredible team. We actually heard a little bit earlier from you, Eterna, about their game plan coming into today, how they're feeling. But we also have to look at Jinji Vitality. That's coming up next on this stream. It's a rematch from last year. Two powerhouse teams. We could very well be getting a bit of a preview of what the grand finals is going to look at. But we do have an interview set up for you from one of our teams from the last match of the very stage.
De haberme despertado a las 3 de la mañana. ¿Me explico?
Hey guys, Zev
Hey
here from
guys.
Team Falcons
Hola chicos, ¿cómo están? Vamos a entrevistar a una de las jugadoras.
Match today, Zev. How are we feeling?
Pero no sé qué tipo es.
Pretty good, actually.
I love that, and I'm pretty sure you also feel relieved because you guys survived the first elimination match. Now, I gotta ask, what actually happened yesterday?
Yeah.
Algo del día no sé qué. Es que el acento no le entiendo con ese acento. Entonces sigue Gen Esport Team contra Vitality y luego Foot Esport contra los.
She said that yesterday was
Yo quería ver el de
the pressure of
Falcons.
being in a tournament that got to them, hence they lost their first match, but they saw the problem, they worked on it last night, and I think we could see the result today. Now, congratulations on that 2-0 clean sweep game. We see that you guys are back on track, so what else can we expect from Team Falcons ID moving forward?
Of course, we're not trying to survive here. We're going to be... Of course, we want to be a champion, so that's our hope.
I think that's a pretty banger line. They're just not trying to survive, but they want to win it all. You know what, Zev, since you guys survived your elimination match today, is there anything that you want to say to the Indonesian fans back at home that are cheering for you guys?
Terus dukung aja guys, kita akan terus ngelakuin yang terbaik kok. Kita nggak cuma main buat cuman surviving gitu. We're gonna try to win the game.
She said to everybody back at home, you know, just keep on supporting us because like she said earlier on, they're just not here to survive, but they are here to win it all. Thank you very much, Zev. Congratulations.
Muchas gracias y felicidades por su victoria. Regresamos al estudio. ¿Viste cómo se puede traducir?
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This is a song about
Dejen quitar esa. Así que vamos a esperar.
Them to decide. But it's not just the current players on the rosters of Falcons Indonesia. We also have Funi, ex-Falcons player, to hear from Rose. Let's hear what she had to say.
Hey guys, Funi is here in the arena.
Hi.
How are you? How's Paris treating you?
So far, Paris is such a pretty country, and the people here are so humble, right?
Oh, they're so nice. I agree. Yeah, whenever I enter everywhere, people are like, bonjour.
Bonjour, merci.
Yes. So, let's talk a little bit about the game. What happened to Team Falcons ID yesterday? Because that was a shocking loss.
I think it's just because they were nervous.
Mucha entrevista.
Because I think they were playing good, very good, but I think they were just nervous to be in the international stage because they skipped last year, right? Yeah.
Okay, you mentioned that they were nervous yesterday, but today, after watching Game 1 and Game 2 is looking amazing.
Yeah.
How do you think they will be after this?
I think they learned from yesterday already. I think they will bounce back even more. I think they will make it to the playoff stage.
Let's go!
Let's go!
You know what, Funi, any words for your Indonesian fans back at home?
Should I say it in English or bahasa?
Up to you.
Oh, maybe I'll just say it in bahasa because
Hacen muy larga
guys,
esto.
jangan lupa buat dukung tim-tim Indonesia karena mereka butuh banget dukungan kalian. Dan semoga tim-tim Indonesia bisa bawa pulang pialanya.
She said to all the Indonesian fans out there, please don't forget to support your Indonesian representatives as they do need your support. And hopefully they will be able to bring back a championship back at home. Thank you very much, Funi.
Thank you.
And with that, throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Regresamos al estudio. Estoy de acuerdo con esa clase de comerciales, eso sí me gusta.
It's time for another match, and
It's
this
time,
one
que es el
means a
tiempo
lot.
de
It's a
no sé qué
repeat from
dice.
Grand Finals of MWI just last year. It's Gen.G versus Vitality, the rematch. Revenge or repeat? The winners punch their ticket to the knockout stage once again for the other. The loser, they have to drop down, protect their key, and try and survive, much like Falcons Indonesia just did moments ago. Let's talk about it. Not only is it or should be Vitality versus Gen.G. It's Vivian versus Ashley. The mother of tanks conversation. Who's it going to be? Honestly, I'm not so certain, but we need to hear from Ashley before we head into the matchup.
Hey guys, right now we are with Cindy and Ashley, and I just know this match is about to be hot. So girls, how are we doing today?
I'm good.
I'm great.
Now, what do we think about this matchup, honestly? Because it's a Grand Finals rematch from last year.
This time it's not Grand Finals yet, right?
So you excited?
Yeah.
What about you?
Maybe the result will be the same as last year.
Es que también vienen de un equipo bien fuerte.
Now she said that because if we look back to last year, the results were a 4-0 in favor to Team Vitality. Ashley, come on. What do we got here? What do you think is going to happen today? 2-0? 2-1?
I think it might be the same result flipped.
Oh, you think you're going to win this year? 2-0, clean sweep. Why are we so confident going up against Vitality?
I think that's for them to find out.
I mean, that's impossible
No,
though.
la policía.
No, not happening in a million years.
Yes.
Now, Cindy, she's being a little spicy. Is there anything you want to say to Ashley before the match starts?
Well, maybe I saw some Minotaur, 2 games. We might ban that.
You saw Minotaur what?
2 games.
2
Of you
games.
playing Minotaur.
Yeah, what about it?
We might ban that.
Oh,
I think that's your only
it's,
hero.
It's fine. What if that's the strategy? Because last year you guys banned, what was it, 5 of my tanks?
Really? I mean,
Yo creo que vamos a tomar una pausa, chicos, porque esto ya tardó mucho. Entonces voy a tomar una pausa rapidísimo y ya regreso, chicas.
Okay, let's see.
You know what? Let's keep this heat in the land of Dawn. Thank you, girls. Let's show it back to you guys at the
Voy a
studio.
dejar el volumen sonando de todas formas. Espérense.
Wow, that was the first Spice we have seen yet. I thought it was going to be relatively tame, right? Because Ashley was like, we'll see how it goes. But Cindy was like, no, this is how it's going to go, 2-0. Yo, Cindy, Vivian was one of my favorites. Cindy might be taking that spot.
And it's so different because last year they had the same face-to-face. I think it was in the grand finals. And she was like, we'll see how it goes later.
Right,
she was super chill. She wasn't nearly as spicy as Vivian. And then we see that from her.
That is insane. She came out swinging. But rightly so, because after all, Vitality is in fact the returning champions. They've got all the confidence in the world, but they did have a close series against MIBR loss just yesterday. Will that have an effect going into the series? Well, of course, we need to find out. It's Vitality versus Gen G. Let's go to the stage to set it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Gen G versus Team Vitality. And ladies and gentlemen, you hear that energy, and with good reason, because this is a run back from last year's grand finals. Of course, Team Vitality last year did not even drop a game against anyone in the event, but Gen G is here to show that they've learned a lot and that this year will be different.
That's absolutely right. Now, yesterday, we have seen the Hive being tested. But of course, even with a 26-minute game in Game 2, that was because a team caught them off a surprise by a surprise pick. But this opponent that they're meeting in a few moments' time will be no stranger because they have met them last year in the grand finals. And Gen G is hungry for that win. So, will it be redemption or total domination? We will see that in this upcoming match, and of course find out who will emerge victorious and punch that early ticket to the knockout stage. Over to you at the studio.
Ooh, it's spicy.
Todas de blanco, se ve genial que estén todas de blanco.
Players are ready to go toe-to-toe with each other. Once again, the history runs deep. It's rich. It's Vitality versus Gen G. And as we look at our map reveal, we're heading in to Broken Walls. Now, Gideon, Cindy specifically called out Ashley, a.k.a. on the other side of Gen G, and said, your hero selection pick, well, it's a bit weak. We don't believe in you, and we think we got you.
Well, I mean, if they want to commit to 5 tank bans, 5 support bans, by all means, go for it. We've seen too many times where there has bitten.
La primera vez que banean Paquito,
Right now, it's less about what tanks are you going to get and what's the best composition you can achieve here. Because I'm looking at the side laners who are going to make the difference in this game.
I agree. But there's definitely a warranted feeling as to why they're being so focused on Ashley. Ashley being the backbone of the team, she's captain as well. In and out of the game, you can see that she plays such a pivotal role for Gen G and how they function, and how they were able to secure their 2-0 victory yesterday.
So arguably, could you say that about Vivian as well? Or do you think Vitality has a bit more like of a robust team that's confident if their leader falls?
Here's the thing, right? Captain uniquely is Cindy, not Vivian, for Team Vitality. So if you say that, I would say, yeah, maybe, because Cindy always is able to step up in the game, but it feels like the attitude all comes from Vivian.
Yeah, I think it's great to always have somebody who's got that attitude, to be that front face, to really intimidate your opponents, while the brains is telling the rest of them, this is how we're going to apply our plans. And so far, based on what we've seen in the banning phase, Paquito, the glue, already getting axed out on blue side by Gen G, Vitality getting rid of the Marcel, it really seems like this is the most standard openings in terms of bans we've seen so far.
I would say yes, especially now that we see the Herrera up next.
Yeah, I mean, it's all coming one full circle, as expected here. But not only am I interested about Arya alongside with Chell, Panda and Fumiko, I cannot tell who's going to win that lane. And I feel like, based on what the draft is, I'm just going to leave it to the draft, because their skill levels in the team fight are so similar. They're so mechanically inclined.
And I want to argue for Arya as well, right? Arya has also been such an important role as well in Gen G. And she's been able to beat a lot of the top tier EXP laners, I think, in her region. And I feel like this is the moment that she proves that she could be the #1 in the world.
Well, as we are going through the hero selection, I want to remind everybody that this is, in fact, the battle of adaptation. You have 2 elite coaching staffs, 2 championship caliber rosters, and this series, in fact, could come down to the drafting and macro execution. So this is just step 1 between these two and could very well already determine who's winning the first map.
Again, their backbones are important, and also their coaching staff, because Rex Vin, initially from Monster Vicious back in Malaysia, has been helping them so much with these women's team. And Gen G, this particular roster, loves coming down to Malaysia to actually participate and scrim against some of our teams locally.
It's back-to-back boot camps.
Back-to-back,
MWI
3
last year, MWI this year. They have a thing for Malaysia.
They do. And I think it's great because we're close enough to still be able to scrim against the Indonesian teams just across the coast.
Which is very important, and that's probably why we're seeing them develop so quickly, so fast. So Esmeralda gets banned out there by Team Vitality, and it looks like the Minotaur has actually been left open. So was it the interview hinting at a second phase ban perhaps against Ashley for the Minotaur, or maybe do they have something completely different in plan?
It's a tough call on this one. I think that the Glue and Atlas have been pretty consistent bans overall, but this means that both sides want to play for their mid lane, right? So they got their mid lane. The question is, are they looking to scale? Are they looking for control? Or are they looking to just play tempo? And I think so far with Abaxia, I would assume it's tempo, but we've seen many teams pivot right at the very end to show, no, we're actually going for a hyper-aggressive style.
Okay, it really depends on how they're going to be able to draft around the Baxia, right? Because the thing about the Baxia is, the least I can say is Baxia is very dependable. Like, you can utilize it in a way for objectives and so on and so forth, but Team Vitality do really quick work, right? They pick up the carry to try and counter the Baxia later on in the game, and obviously the Akai that's also risen in quite popularity. I'm wondering if the Arlot might show up to find that combo between the Akai Arlot.
Oh, it might be a little difficult now to actually get the Arlot because, again, yes, Esmeralda, one of her big counterplays has already been taken out. Same goes for Paquito, which is a little more 50-50. But the scary thing is, no matter what you pick first, the counter pick comes out immediately after. If they go Arlot, they go Phoveus. If they go Phoveus, they can go for some other lane bully like, oh, someone like Uranus or something to outscale him or sandbag him.
Okay.
So it's really who makes that first pick. And unfortunately for Gen G, because they're on that blue side, they kind of don't have a choice.
I feel like, do they want to prioritize Ashley's hero here? I mean, they did mention that there were 5 picks that she was...
Whoa! That's not normal, and that's not normal.
That is a signature Panda pick last year. The question is, does the Granger still fit in this meta?
I gotta figure out whether they got enough damage. I mean, okay, an idea is forming in my mind. You're gonna poke out your opponents, we hit them with the Abyssal Arrow, and when they're low, we give the kill over to the Granger. We want the Baxia to open up the map, which would mean one of 2 things. Either A, their EXP laner is going to have damage, or B, they're going to have a support who's actually, who's big enough and tanky enough to be able to actually not only take the damage, but apply a lot of high-base damages.
Si me pueden confirmar si se escucha bien, está súper genial.
Maybe not Grok. I was thinking like
Porque de esa parte no
very consistent in the early stages of the game. We see the Arlot get played here.
¿Sí se escucha? Bueno, o sea, es que no le puse hace ratito porque me estaba cerrando a cada rato. Entonces, pero si se escucha mejor,
the pressure on the Arlot, make sure that the Arlot can roam around as fast as possible. And the fact that we see the Selena on the other side, it will also help the farming from Baxia. You know, like Baxia has been nerfed quite a bit. The farming pattern is a lot slower nowadays. And I feel like the Selena being able to pick up that, you know, tricky emblem, she's going to be able to help rotate with the Baxia.
Yes. I'm getting the rough ideas in my head right now, because if there's anything that I'm most worried about, it's the fact that if you don't pair Selena with a concussive blast support, you're never leaving that lane quicker than your opponent. And so far, luckily, Vitality is focusing very much on this Arlot. Getting rid of the Uranus first, okay, that's totally fine. They're focused so much on this Arlot that, hey, maybe there's an opportunity that the mid lane isn't going to be as bad.
Ojalá sacaran un anime de Mobile Legends. Estaría bueno.
If they want to go Jushin against the Baxia, they can also go for something of a similar route as well. They can even go for something like Gord.
It sounds scary, but where's Selena actually going? We don't know. It could still be played as a support.
No way.
I mean, hey, right now, the biggest thing in the game is the fact that we don't have vision, and what does Selena provide? Hey, traps that give you vision.
Is it really an Ashley pick? Ashley's been so, synonymous with heroes that are, big setters, finding opportunities, like not a single target type of hero.
Hey, maybe she's trying to look for a new moniker. It could be the possibility. But
well, let's not forget, during the interview, we did ask, do you still want to take that title of Mother of Tanks? And she says, well, this year I might be trying for something else.
Could be the... Oh, I got to come up with a good one here. Nah, I don't have something that's good yet. It's all terrible. I'll workshop it in just a little bit. But this second phase, Phoveus is wide open here. I feel like baits are being thrown out by both sides with these bans.
What happens if they pick up the Phoveus?
I mean, Arlet's not gonna have a good time. Like,
esa es la placa que le rompe, ¿no? Un ejemplo, cuando está su nombre, tiene ese triangulito en su placa. Entonces, cuando pierden, esa plaquita es la que le rompen, como para darle así como, o sea, como de, no sé, drama, suspenso, no sé, algo así como de decir, mira, es que ya perdió, ¿no? Algo así. Entonces, pero lo que les decía es que yo siento feo. Bien, vamos a ver. ¿Cuál es este? Este es el versus entre Gen Esport y Vitality. Creo que es este, ¿no? No me acuerdo de la placa. Granger no habíamos visto. Selena no sé. Yo nunca he estado de acuerdo con las Selenas. Las Selenas y yo no tenemos como una buena relación.
I like keeping things simple and I want to keep it that way, but I do want to watch out for the fact that the Akai could still be flexed. Just highly unlikely, but it still can be done for Vitality.
No me gusta esa composición. Arlott, Akai, Carry. O sea, es que Akai tienes que ser como muy específico con los picks. Beleric.
And it's not flex.
O sea, insisto.
We see the Beleric come through, so that
Se
is
usa
going to
mucho la
be
ulti.
given over to the Mother of
O sea,
Tanks.
yo te creo que hubiera sido un Badang. Como para el combo muro, ulti de Akai, pero con un Arlo todo eso siento que los termina salvando más que otra cosa.
Honestly, I don't know why the Selena was picked up so early on. I would have imagined that this was like a last two picks type of scenario, surprise your opponents, Because what is the value of Selena if not for landing the abyssal arrows?
Baneo de aguante, Paquito, Blue, Atlas, Matilda, Cho, Freya, Urano, Esmeralda, Hirara y Marcel.
Selena kind of loses its power in the later stages of the game.
Phoveus.
But like you mentioned, the Phoveus being a good lane up against the Arlott, the Phoveus does show up here, and then the Gourd comes to play. That means the Selena is the roamer.
Ajá, la Selena va a ir de roamer, o sea.
Yep. So again, she's looking for some headshots here. This is going to be real cool to watch because again, it's highly mechanical. You hit an arrow, they have to die.
Este también, pero bueno, tienen más movilidad Phoveus y Baxia, Toda la Kai, sí. ¿Tú vas por toda la Kai? Yo no digo que no, sino un ejemplo, si ultea y el Beleric ultea, los va a sacar de la ulti de Beleric, los va a sacar de las habilidades de Arlott, los va a sacar de Carry. Entonces, es así como... No lo sé.
No, sorry. For mid lane.
Yeve, maybe, Farsa.
Outrange?
Both of them are susceptible to this Selena.
Kagura.
Something lane dominant, something to say, you know what, we'll figure out a way.
This is diving so deep into the
Te la hubiera
archives
creído
of
más
Team
si hubiera sido
Vitality.
Atlas
I think it
Gourd.
was
Así te la
even
creo
under a
más.
different org at the time that we saw the Kagura
Una
for this
Kagura.
team.
Well, I don't know about you, Taylor,
Mira,
but
con
do
la
you
Kagura
prefer the
es que está con la
arrows from the side
Kagura.
of Genji or
O
the
sea,
umbrella
me gusta
from Team
todo
Vitality?
del lado rojo. Vitality, ¿es Vitality? Espera, ¿sí era Vitality? Sí, ajá. Genji Esport, Vitality. Me gusta más, o sea, del lado de Vitality me gustan los picks. Fuera de la Kai, de Gen. Vamos a dejarlo sorprender. Es que Selena Romer no es bueno si hay puro tanque. O sea, exactamente, ¿me explico? O sea, tendría que estar rotando la experiencia para darles apoyo. Entonces, porque fuera de eso, la Selena fuera del stun, o sea, nada más me explico. Entonces, en ese sentido, eso sería la dificultad. Pero les digo, a mí esa parte no me convence mucho, esa selección. Así como que... Pero del otro no me convence la Kai. Entonces es así como que... ¿Qué hacemos? De ahí en fuera creo que los demás sí fueron buenos considerando el tipo de baneo.
And it's quite a bit of a refreshing thing to see onto Ashley's hand as well. It's going to be raining arrows here, but let's see if Shinny, or C rather, could dodge all of that with her umbrellas. Now, talking about Sayori as well, with a gourd pick coming in clutch here, she wouldn't have a hard time clearing up the lanes, and most likely here for Vitality, they need to find a way to somehow.
Lo único que siento es que en la producción como que fueron muy simples en esta ocasión, muy básicos. Push, cuidadito. ¿No sale? Uy, mira, ese parpadeo lo salvó.
Vivian and the rest will just disengage. It's Vitality with the discipline and
lo salvó muchísimo.
Disengages against Genji. And the fast rotations from Genji as well, so you just really couldn't go in for the full commit. It feels a bit too dangerous
un minuto y medio y
to do
ustedes están agarrando duro fregadazos. La agresividad ante todo. Cuidado.
And farming. But Vitality, they're just making their presence felt. Look at how they're showing up even right here in the purple buff. It's all about the speed, right? So Genji wants it faster. Vitality could match up that speed. And now, right on cue, it's going to be the first objective here, targeted by Vival. And it looks like for Vitality, they have quite a good position here just to try and prevent Genji forever actually taking this neutral objective.
Primera tortuga, pero siento que está siendo muy rápida la partida porque estamos en enfrentamientos constantes. Sí, asegura. Vitality, so...
Okay, the arrow will hit in onto Fumi Echo. Broadway on the side spot. An early first blood here for Fumi Echo. Vitality with a chase down. It's Panda 1 and Ashley going in for the trade up. That's 1-for-1. Arya on the front lane. That is an early aggression here from Vitality as well. They seem to equalize things, and it's working out for Vitality still. Genji had to lose Rui, and that was the entire idea they were trying to fight against. The fact that the Baksha could feel a bit slower in terms of speed and farming, but then they had to lose her, so that slows things down a bit, even though they already had the presence of Vaselina in their lineup. So now let's see how they eventually bounce back and get back into the game, because we haven't really seen much rotations just yet. And when I say rotations, it's more on the more successful ones wherein you actually land these skill shots and make sure that they convert into kills, which you could get much more value out of. Maybe they could compensate that with the arrows that Ashley is showing onto, and that's a quick kill here for Genji. Vivian on the other hand, going in hard. Fumi Echo left defenseless here. Traps is there. Vival and Fumi Echo combination here, hitting on the right marks here. Double kill. Vitality
no digo que lo esté haciendo mal en la calle, pero lo está haciendo bien.
But let's go back to that pickup for Vitality. Yeah, they did not even need to rotate to find that pickup, but it seems like Vitality still got the better of them at that moment. They got 2-for-1, and it's still the mid duo that's constantly being shut down. Now Rui, it's making it harder for her to form up. As you've mentioned, it's not even the complete word rotation. It's like, okay, and that's it. They're always being tracked down here by Vitality, continuously hunted down. Yep, it's tough. Genji is a team with a lineup that we kind of expected to activate a bit more early on because of the threat of the arrows, the gourd as well with the supplementary burst damage. But it's taking a while for them to actually find these targets, and now they might have to rely on some of the mistakes that can come in from Vitality. This is a very reliable comp in terms of objectives, and now they're trying to go for another contest with most of their teammates ready and nearby. Another way to look at it is if Ashley can be able to land those arrows on the perfect target. That is a hard thing to do, knowing that Vitality has the mobility as well.
Yo estaré haciendo push en otra línea.
And right on cue, Arya is forced to go on the front lines.
Qué buena.
That's a free hit here for Chell.
Fíjate que a pesar de eso, el Akai lo está haciendo bien, porque está usando la ulti no para empujar, sino para acorralar contra la pared. Entonces, en ese sentido, o sea, le sirve bien. Solamente acá en norte la usamos para escapar o para aventar a alguien, ¿me explico? O sea, es rara la gente que lo usa para chocarlo contra la pared y luego ya poder meter el stun, o sea, meter el stun.
It's not that we expected the matchup in the EXP lane to turn out this way, but Vitality have had a very good answer to the Phobias, despite it technically
Esta es la tercera partida, nos falta otra.
Fumi Echo has had a much better
Ajá,
time.
pero es que te digo, muchos lo usan solamente como para que gire y aventar a todos. Y estar así como Beyblade ahí. Pero poca gente lo usa así, verdaderamente que valga la pena. Que uses la ulti contra un muro y que los encajones para que Carry haga su chamba y se meta. Ahí está bien usado, me explico. Por eso te decía, yo no creo que las habilidades de la Kai o la ulti haga combo con los demás, pero conforme la forma de juego de acá de la región, ¿me explico?
Trying to find the right target, but they are still struggling. It's just too much of a tempo that Vitality already got. That's a 2K lead for game number 1, 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I agree. They're trying to stay proactive. They're trying to constantly move around the map and find whatever they can. It's just that Vitality seem too difficult to catch as well. Catch off guard, land these skill shots. So regardless if they actually find, let's say, Chini, right? Seems like one of the best targets at this point. She also has the Irrational Umbrella Flea, so that doesn't even make her the best target either. So Chell, at this point, always well guarded, and that's where you see it.
Oh, that's a perfect example of what you were just trying to explain. And for Gen.G, the moment that they land those targets, it's a bit too late already. That they've already been bursted down by Vitality, and now even though they've got the position, the damage just isn't there yet. Now another neutral objective is there. The arrow land onto Vival. So there's going to be a dash. Arya onto Chell. She's keeping her at bay, but going to give her free hit. She's stopped it. But a heavy spin here for Vival. Follow up here for Cini and Fumi Echo from the back. There's going to be a sandwich play here. It's Fumi Echo.
Vitality, o sea, es que entre Vitality con el Akai a Selena, Vitality iba a tener mayor ventaja. Sin duda.
Yeah, that was 3 kills and a mid turret that they were able to secure, plus a purple buff and eventually most likely a turtle as well. Multiple objectives and structures over to their side, and that's why the lead is just starting to balloon. They're not having problems dealing with any of the potential threats that we expected from Gen.G. Arya seems to be such a fragile target for Chell at this point. It's very uncharacteristic because of you expecting that the Phobias would be the one to just keep this carry in check. But it's Chell making sure that she's the one who presents herself right in front of the Phobias and not even caring at all because she's already equipped enough to shred this XP laner down.
It's afraid being the hunter at this point for Vitality. Cini just got this way on how to dodge those bullets here. Coming from Fanta, one Fumi Echo with assist. Final flush onto 2, and that's what we're talking about. It's kind of weird to see it's Gen.G falling over on those attempts of a tempo against Vitality.
Yep, they could not find that tempo. Now it's most likely playing for recovery for Gen.G. This is just too much dominance that we're seeing from Vitality across the map. And they're playing with heroes who I think even the panel highlighted as not so much part of the meta if you're mainly relying on them for your carries, because looking at their lineup, it's really around Panda 1 that you're really expecting majority of the scaling to come from, but it's not like Ranger is really considered as the most scaling marksman either.
It isn't.
It's likely going to be Sayori, but it's taking a bit of time. They're trying to set up, or their setups are taking a lot of time before we eventually see them execute. And now with Fumi Echo also picking up the Rose Gold Meteor.
Entonces, este es el tercer versus, que es del grupo A. Está el grupo B también, pero el grupo A está jugando con Jennifer y Vitality.
Even down to 2 to 3 members of Vitality, that still the damage isn't enough. We've mentioned it's Sayori that's taking a bit too long to really be activated if to go for the burst. And for Vitality, on the other hand, another way to totally compromise the jungler pattern here for Gen.G is to try and take it all over especially even out to the jungle camps.
Así que
Genji
vámonos a
couldn't
ver.
even touch that one. Arya still got a perfect play on the shell. But still, the rest will
Como les decía, desde los el pick de Selena prácticamente ha sido nulo. Contra el Akai, el Arlott, un Beleric, ha sido bastante nula su participación, porque por mucho que los tunes tampoco traen el daño suficiente, porque Granger tampoco se puede acercar. Entonces es complejo. Entonces entre Selena y Akai era más inútil la Selena que la Akai. El Akai todavía se le podía pulir un poco en el transcurso de los enfrentamientos. O sea, de la TF, me explico en ese sentido.
But every single time they attempt to, it seems that Vitality are not even afraid. They're not rattled by the least because they already have Chell, who's currently 8.9k in gold, already completed the Trinity and is on the verge of completing her items. Whereas if you take a look at Panda, yes, she already has the Hunter Strike and the Malefic Roar, but this Sky Piercer, you have to wait until you actually get the value out of it. There's so much catching up that Genji actually need to do, and we're approaching the 12-minute mark. Fortunately, still have some of their holy shields intact, but they're on the verge of losing a bunch of their base turrets.
Selena es buen pick, por eso puro tanque. Sí. Selena no es buen pick, sí. O sea, es que de Selena lo único que te sirve es el stun, el esbirro. O sea, es lo único que te sirve en esa clase de situaciones. Yo pensé que el Baxia iba a rotar más. Pero por ejemplo, mira, gracias, Tavo, ¿cómo estás? Buenos días. El Baxia va 1-4, 1-3, el Phobius 1-4, la Selena 0-2. O sea, ni asistencias llegan, me explico, en ese sentido. Entonces la tenían muy difícil, la verdad.
What cracks? There are no more cracks onto their formation, onto their domination.
Lo que yo creo que la siguiente partida, días, porque buenos, es venir para acá. Ay, gracias. Aquí listos desde las 3 de la mañana. Y mi hermosa tacita de coca fría para aguantar. Está bien lindo. Son 8 colores disponibles y tengo los 8. Lo único que no me gusta es el color naranja. Parece como naranja huevo. Y no me gusta. Y por ahí turquesa, azul, amarillo, rojo, lila, anaranjado, verde, creo. Y no me acuerdo con otro.
Double mage mid duo that they actually decided to field here in this
sí, Vitality le dio la vuelta. O sea, ahorita la diferencia de oro, o sea, más de 12k. O sea, más de 12k.
This was mentioned by our panel earlier. It's very difficult to find a way around this kind of situation.
That is just too much to handle for Genji. Plus, considering
yo me pregunto si me podría ir a mimir más temprano. Pero es que quiero ver la partida que dijo Wolfred que quería ver. Quiero ver qué tan buenos gustos tiene para los equipos. Quiero ver qué tan buenos gustos tiene para los equipos Wolfred, porque él quiere ver el versus entre Foot Esport y los. Ese quiere ver él. Y quiero ver si tiene buen gusto seleccionando picks, equipos. Entonces, esta es la penúltima partida y luego viene en la otra. Me encanta porque ya seccionaron los colores. Amo. Me encantó que, bueno, en el Excel hay un Excel que te manda para que tú vayas viendo las partidas. Y acaban de seccionar los colores: amarillo, los que están en la segunda llave; verde, los que están en la primera. Entonces, qué genial que hagan eso, porque a uno le ayuda mucho para mejor, o sea, para ir viendo cómo va.
Defensively push them away, or even better yet, find the perfect pin down. But this is a Lord Siege incoming for Team Vitality. Let's see if it ends here.
Que sí está ganando. Ahora sí te creo que la calle aplique la de giración rápida. Ahí sí valía hacer ese movimiento.
They had zero plans of letting Genji extend that game any further. And Team Vitality are one step closer in securing their knockout spot. Genji decided to field a draft that required a certain level of execution in order to work.
Perdón, les falta otro versus, son veo tres.
Look at how Vitality dealt with it. They were just very calm and they let it happen on their terms. Now we have to take a look at what's going on stage together with Damascus and Rob.
Absolute insanity. Team Vitality showing why they're last year's champions. This is the match that we've been looking forward to this entire time, but apparently Vitality was looking forward to it.
El de camiseta rosa no lo entiendo cuando nunca dudé. Sí, o sea, entre la Selena y la Kai el que más tenía posibilidades era la Kai. O sea, la verdad, la Selena ni para dónde. ¿Qué van a tomar una pausa? ¿O por qué se fue?
In the Gen G locker room. Like I just feel like Ashley right now might be getting a little hyped up. You know what I mean, Damascus? At some point, you might have to tell them you can't let them do that to us right now. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of pride on the line.
It's supposed to be the big run back. It's supposed to be the moment when you show that from one year to the other. You're like, I can win this time. I'm so back. Unfortunately, not yet, but there is still a chance for Genji to bring it back. So let's
La entiendo. No la entiendo bien. Las highlights, dicen. Replay, sí, en breve es replay. Me encantaría un evento así, se los juro. No tienen idea de lo que daría por ir a un evento así. Me encantaría. Daría a todos mis moderadores menos a ti.
Design characters for games that can emote and actually talk in minutes using Envatos Gen AI.
Sería chévere ir a esos eventos. Sí, o hacer algo aquí así, de ese nivel, pero se necesita que la gente apoye. Luego la gente ves que, pero me van a pagar el pasaje de aquí a allá.
Versus Gen G was redemption or domination, and so far it's only been domination. My goodness. That was bad. Gen G's got to go back to the drawing board. They really do. What the biggest gold lead we have seen as of yet. Before we really start breaking things down, however, let's look at some big moments throughout game number one, starting with our first big moment, of course, and this is most likely going to show Vitality starting to snowball. We're 10 minutes in, and already you could see that gold lead get in.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, we already talked about it, was the fact that, like, once you have this Selena, what do you do with it if you're not dominating?
Todos estamos hablando del pick de Selena, ¿ya vieron? Sería chévere. Dice, ¿qué piensas del pick de Selena? Todos pensamos lo mismo.
Not exactly the greatest against tanks until that Sky Piercer reaches a certain point, and Selena must hit the arrow. You saw it every single time. The arrow missed, guess what happens? Vitality pushes the advantage further and further.
Yeah, the question was, arrows, umbrella, which one do you prefer? Well, we got our answer throughout game number one. Eterna, let's take a look at our second moment of game number one, and probably getting towards the tail end here, and it might be close to the winning moment. We're now 11 minutes in. The gold lead now is well over 10K, and we're starting to enter the base.
It was almost a 12,000 gold lead at this point in time, and the thing is about the Selena, it's very
yo creo que se les hacía falta como otra cosa. Una Flori. Yo creo que esta una Flori no hubiera servido más. Tiene el mismo tipo de stun y les hubiera curado, la verdad. Pero yo sé que no hay meta, o sea, no hay meta ahorita, pero es mi humilde opinión.
And technically, they do still have Panda and Sayori to
try and clear because they do have that, but
Es que un 12-3 en el minuto 12,
really wasn't
casi,
there, and
o
it was
sea,
so difficult, I think, for Gen.G at this stage in time.
It seems to be the case, and I really want to pick your guys' brains about the hero selection as we watch the final moments again from map number 1. The hero selection clearly did not go too well. Before we get too deep into that conversation, though, we got our team comms from Team Vitality during the winning moments.
Me encantan los ruideros que hacen las chicas cuando juegan.
Sabar anjing, MM-nya nggak lewat-lewat. Itu cowok misi anjing. Guardnya flicker. 920 guard. MM-nya nggak lewat-lewat anjing, gua tungguin. Flicker cowok itu mereka berdua anjing.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Yo ahorita.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Titan Hero.
Ergonomically
Mira.
for you.
No me gusta eso de las sillas. Que tengan este espacio aquí porque yo soy de hacer así. Que mis bracitos. Yo soy chiquita, soy corta. Entonces, hago así y me voy.
Man, there it is. They sounded very excited for Team Vitality, and rightly so, because when they get pumped up and energetic, you know they're playing.
Espérenme, chicos, ya vengo. Espérenme.
I think not enough potentially. Okay, hey, look, Vitality looking good, and I tell you what, we've had coverage all day long. We've had Stream A, we've had Stream B, and we got our co-streamers as well covering all the action. Let's bring Rain in and have a little discussion. Rain, what's going on, man? How you liking the stream so far? How you liking the tournament?
So far so good, guys. I'm having fun here. I think this is the most prestigious tournament so far, and I'm really excited to see quality from the rest of the players.
Coach Rain, you talk about quality gameplay. You have, you've taught some of these women before. You've coached a women's team before. I'm curious from your perspective on this current game. Was that just both sides just trying to flex on each other? Why was it necessary to show both Kagura and Selena in this matchup?
I think it's a battle of, how do I say that? A battle of the drafter. Battle between the mastermind for both teams. They high pick the Selena, and they expect that the Selena can be flex pick, but somehow Vitality can read the pick, and also they use Kagura to deny God and also Selena at duo mid. So that Kagura pick actually for me is really brilliant, man.
Brilliant indeed.
Yeah, and really brilliant.
I know that you have like again, Malaysian to Malaysian here. We know that Rexvin is up on that stage. I know that you guys have had, a bit of a relationship. But what do you think about KCS at this point? Do you think that Rexvin has what it takes to outsmart him this time in game number 2? Or are you thinking maybe there's something else that they got to be worried about?
Oh, surely. I do believe in Rexvin. I trust him. I've been work with him before during SEA Games. And I know that he can actually draft the best composition for the players. So I think they will bring this game to game 3.
Well, Coach Rain, thank you so much for the insight, and thank you so much for all the work you're doing behind the scenes supporting the MWI. Like you said, it's the most prestigious tournament, and I got to agree with you. It's been a fun day for sure, but let's keep breaking down that map number 1 between Vitality and Gen.G. We got some stats to show on the screen for you all to look at, and obviously we were focused on the gold. It was one of the biggest gold leads, but what else can we see from the stats?
I think the one thing that I'm going to be seeing later on is the choice of spell for Kagura, for Cine. We haven't seen the flame shot in so long. I think the max we usually see it is like in our ranked games. And suddenly it comes to play here on a competitive level. It really shows how confident I think Cine is on the Kagura.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that this is definitely in Cine's pocket pick for a very, very long time. And as Rain mentioned, it is the perfect answer in this case. So again, yes, a little disrespectful. Could have gone for the Purified just in case you get hit by 2 CCs. But I think that the Flame Shot has already kind of, stung Ashley a little bit. That's 2 times getting last hit by a max range Flame Shot.
Tough break for sure for Team Gen.G. That definitely did not go their way. Now, one thing, though, sometimes getting upbeat like that is almost a blessing. And the reason why is because short-term memory, you can let that go very quickly as opposed to like a grueling 20, 30-minute matchup and then only to take the L. This time around, it was very quick. Back to the drawing board they go. Let's see if they can get their emotions in check heading in to map number 2. We head back to the stage. The ladies are getting set up once again. Now, Granger pick, traditional for Panda. However, the Selena obviously was a big talking point between you two. Going to Ashley's role, typically the tank, right? Typically the mother of tanks, or at least in contention with Vivian for the mother of tanks, decides to go assassin this time, which doesn't give enough support to two of the heroes on the side of Gen G. They cannot afford to make that mistake again. But more importantly, do you think you can see where their mindset was with those picks heading into map 1?
I feel like it was ego. I'm going to say it here. I think it was ego. I think after that interview that they had with Sydney and Ashley, and Sydney was like, you know what, your hero pool's a little bit limited. Maybe you can only play the Minotaur. And Ashley was like, no, I think I have something else. And that's why it was prioritized so early. But Coach Rain did mention that I think it should have been a flex pick as well, but they were forced into a position to take the gamble. They took the gamble, it didn't work out, it's okay, go back to the drawing board and maybe go back to what made them strong in the first place.
So do you think there's anything though, like any justification outside of ego, whereas like this could have worked, or was it just too quick, too soon?
Here's what I think. I think that they had a great day of scrims, and Selena was part of that lineup. I think that might have given them the idea that maybe this is it. This is the pick that's going to, shake things up here and make sure that we can't get our mid-trio last year.
I'm of an opinion that it could have worked had the mid lane been different, or had the mid laner have been different, because Gordon...
Biblia dice que el que honra a su padre y a su madre le va...
For my taste, obviously, there are certain scenarios where it would work, but in that particular moment, the Granger really needed to snowball. It was very difficult for him to get to that point, and I feel like the Selena just really wasn't the pick to help accentuate it, because they were going for like a front to back kind of comp.
Yeah, they were, but at the same time, you got to give it a vitality, right? They played the laning phase really, really well, and just before Gen G were about to kind of like get over the top of the mountain, on top of the peak, unfortunately,
creo que no me va a dar tiempo de ver la que quería ver con Wolfred.
Weak points of the map. So I think that at least from vitality side,
really que sigues todavía. Yo pensé que te había
I think that's what really coined them the game on top of the draft.
And going right back to you, Gideon, one of the things you said during the hero draft was that Vitality didn't have a true answer for the gold lane. I was waiting at least to be a little bit worried for that, but based off of game number 1, clearly they did.
Yep, it seems overall, I would have said that at least with that many tanks and with that many frontliners, initially Granger should be able to get something done in the carry lane. However, what I didn't expect was the way that the team comp actually plays once we get past closer towards the 7th to 8th minute of the game. When mid-tier 1 broke, I think that's when the game completely was over for Gen G, right? You have no way to kind of control the side lanes, no way to kind of rotate safely, and that's when Selena loses a lot of her value. That River of No Man Land, Selena wants to be all over there, invade even into enemy territory.
How much do you think the history of this roster between Gen G and Vitality is playing in the mindset specifically of Gen G in this matchup? Because you mentioned ego, and it very well could have been. Cindy might have went into that interview looking to play mind games, and it might have paid off. So Eterna, I'm right there with you in your ballpark. But how much do you think Gen G right now is thinking, man, Vitality, they beat us last year, a lot of history here. We've yet to take them down. In fact, Vitality didn't drop a single series, from last year's MWI. How much do you think that is affecting Gen G in this moment?
I think it's a lot, but I think it's more so for Team Vitality, because now they're the ones who have the target on their backs. If, let's say, Gen G lose this, it's an expected loss. Everyone will be like, yeah, okay, try next time. It happened last time as well. But let's say Team Vitality lose this. Now that is going to hurt Team Vitality a lot. And I think that is what's making them put in a position where they're the ones that has something to lose.
Which would make map number 3 very interesting if Gen G does answer back and ties it up. But until then, it seems like Vitality, regardless of the target on their back, are selling through the competitors in the competition, and they remain as confident as they've ever been, not only in the interviews, but also on stage and even in our team comms. We start our pick and bans, and again, the story will once again be told, and this time around, I hope Gen G did their homework.
I hope they did. At the same time, I agree with you, Eterna. If Vitality somehow drop this, especially when they are currently on match point, that's definitely going to hurt the mentality coming in. But it's always harder to defend the title than it is to chase for it. And I still think that Gen.G have something up their sleeves. However, come down to the picks and bans, we're already seeing good adjustments here. Vitality is taking whatever they learned from the previous game and now applying it on the blue side.
Yeah, they have the carry band out, they have the Phobias band out, they have the Jushin even
¿Lista para la
band
próxima semana?
And it's signaling, what is it signaling? Do they want to go for an early pick assassin now that the Hirara is available? Do they want to take that risk?
Well, let's give it a moment here, right?
Sushin, Carry, Phobios, a lo que hemos visto hasta ahorita.
Vitality's asking the question, oh, please give me the Hirara. That would be really fun to play. And if Gen.G allows it, then sure. But if not, I still think that there are better openers right now so far in the pool.
Okay. It goes back down to this final one. And I mean, it goes and brings me back to Vivian's interview. When she was like, everyone please do your best because I don't want to get sleepy. What is that attitude?
Honestly, I did a little bit of content with Vivian for the club championships. I can't wait for that to start coming out because, man, she's putting people to sleep, dude. I'm telling you, she's got some banger lines in there. But now that we have the first half of the bands already done, Atlas immediately gone out of the question at this point of time. It seems a little strange. Most people like to hold the Atlas up, especially if Zushin is already banned out.
Wilfred, ¿sí te vas a quedar a verlo conmigo o no?
Are they contesting a different pick, perhaps? If we take a look at the first game, I think the Esmeralda and the Glue
gane o quien pierda esta,
also banned out.
yo voy a pasar a hacer la Mauricio en un rato.
Defending champions want to go and prioritize the Esmeralda here instead.
Well, I think if they don't pick it up, it's probably going to fall into the hands of Gen.G. And so far, Hirara is going to be the first pick here by Team Vitality. I like it. It already tells you, hey, we got a quote-unquote setter, a dodger, an assassin. But most importantly, somebody who can progress the game and accelerate it at a ridiculous rate.
Absolutely. Hirara, it's quite exciting to see because I don't think we've seen people go on her signature assassins for so long. And the last time we saw was maybe a couple years ago.
Too long.
It's been too long. And her being on the hands of Hirara, she has such a high ceiling as a player, and I really want to see that come into play. GG though, how do they respond to this?
I'm thinking, the traditional stuff, right? You're already looking for maybe hold your mid laner until the very end, get the Esmeralda.
Pero si la van a ver conmigo, me quedo.
So far, we haven't really seen any team say, you know what, I am willing to sacrifice a little bit of team fight power to win this lane against the Esme. They also pick up the Baxia, great pickup from Gen.G, making sure they're covering their bases in terms of counter picks.
I like how we were seeing Esmeralda and the Baxia on the same side. Because usually when we see the Esmeralda, we do see that the Baxia is kind of a counterpick towards it. But they're really, strengthening what they didn't really have in that first game is they have a really good front guard. Now, I'm expecting some really heavy hitters later on, perhaps, the Gord again, if they want to go for that type of thing, despite it being a little bit more risky right now, as we do see the Hirara on the other side. Vitality, do they want to go ahead and pick up their gold laner? Now that the carry's been banned out, they can go ahead and pick up something like the Claude.
Very smart. They go for the glue instead. I like that. And they go for the Claude on top of it. I was thinking whether or not they wanted to show Yve within this first phase. If it was not Yve, it was definitely something plus glue. You called the Claude. We got technically half 50-50 on either side, but now it's that final one. This one, I can't figure it out, right? Because now that they have glue on the opposite side, it would really suck to have to go out of your way to play, unfortunately, Vexana, or the direct counter, in this case, Faramis.
I used the Faramis yesterday. It didn't really work out.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And then it forces your team to get close together, and Hirara was like, all right, if you're going to get real close together.
Which is kind of bad, and especially like Claude, Alt, AoE as well. Because I was thinking they could still pick up the Faramis, and then they ban out the Valentina, but I think the Lilia is still the better option. Because in this particular stage, it doesn't feel like there's any space for the Yve, considering you're up against both the Hirara as well as the Claude. I feel like the Lilia was the safest pick.
Yeah, I agree. And not to mention that this second half, I'm hoping that Gen.G are the ones getting rid of this Yve, because Yve is kind of the only thing that kind of like keeps Gen.G's current composition in place. Like, yes, you are worried that Esmeralda walks up to you, but I'm thinking that maybe Team Vitality, the fact that they left it open, they have to have something in store, right?
I agree. I think the Eve would be very detrimental
Creo que voy a
to
publicar
the
su
success
video de
of the
ustedes.
Esmeralda as well. I know she has, faster cooldowns and she could rotate a lot quicker, but it's still a very risky play to want to play within the box of the Eve or the real world manipulation. So yeah, the Eve goes.
Si no es hoy en la noche, mañana.
Eve is down. I'm thinking whether Gen.G is considering leaving the
Yo creo que mañana, porque
open,
como estoy.
even though we don't see many big ults on the side of Team Vitality. And that's the thing. Those last 2 picks, I think, has to be the either big initiator alongside with the Glue.
Cloud, ya lo vimos. Clo, me gusta de parte del equipo de Vitality.
That's true, that's true. I feel like Fumi Echo would like something a little bit more flashy, though.
Give me the Lapu.
Yeah,
Solo
she's
falta
been
agregar la
so,
escena de las escenas de noche.
flashy with her
Entonces,
Lapu. There's so much attitude as well in her gameplay. I do want to see that maybe come to light once again. I think the hero that I was really thinking about for Gen.G to kind of ban out in the second phase, alongside the Eve, would also be the Valier. Valier up against the Esmeralda, I think it would be a problem for the Esmeralda alongside the Baxia, but I don't know if they want to go full both bans onto Cine.
I would like to agree with you if I knew for sure that Glue was going as a support. And that's the thing, right? No matter what, even if you have terrible mid-lane matchups, your support makes such a difference in the 2v2 dynamic that it helps you say, you know what? If you take Concussive Blast, we clear this wave, let's just minimize how much damage we take. That's the way.
It's Valier.
Called it. It's just I'm in disbelief. You don't very often get these correct, but when you do, it's so accurate that there's no argument to it.
It feels good. It feels good. I feel like an analyst today.
You get it now, right? You get why Wolf does this all the time.
It's so satisfying.
It's great. It's great. Wolf, clip that while you're at it. Now, Bruno, I think this is a little strange. Why go and look to get rid of a marksman bully in the Bruno? Because I have no logic to this. This just feels like either Cassius knows for a fact that Panda just does not want to get back on to the
Elimíname de la toma. No, ya está, man. Solo me falta montar. Así que ya, valiste. Primero recorto y luego monto, así que valiste. Valiste.
Irithel already out. Man,
no veo tus 30, quiéreme.
No more crit style marksmen.
Síndrome ya duro con nosotros.
We've seen Clint
oh, ya se quedó dormido.
A few times here and there. Technically, the Clint is a lane bully as well if you want to play the early game.
You're right.
Unless GG really want to go back onto the Granger.
I don't think Granger is going to be used, especially since you already see Glue who can just absorb. Oh, never mind. Take it back. Never mind. They're going straight for Comfort here. Now, hey, I have nothing wrong with Comfort because if they win that game, nobody's going to question them about the logic.
But this means that they really need a very, very reliable roamer.
Yeah.
Okay, she needs to be able to clear fast, rotate fast as well, in order to help facilitate the snowball potential for the Granger. Or not, game one will happen all over again.
Yeah, or maybe Panda just somehow dumps their shell in the lane, which seems a little difficult because it was like Harry v Granger at that point of time. So technically it would be Granger favored in those matchups unless you messed up at like level 1 or level 2. Either way, I think that Vitality at this point,
This is a statement. This is a statement. Are we expecting Glue then now to go to the EXP lane?
No. Glue is going to be your support. Alice is going to be in the EXP because at least for Alice, she doesn't generate shields.
And you know what this means?
What does it mean?
This means that Cine, in her interview earlier with Ashley, was talking about like the picks, and now she's the one on the Selena. Is this perhaps her way of saying, here's how to play the Selena?
Maybe that's possible. It's tough to say, but now Cho is on the opposite side. They have somebody who can block not only the arrows, but also isolate the targets. If the Throne of Ruin dismissed time, you could get kicked out of position. If Claude tries to go in, the Way of the Dragon could set up to make sure that this Granger gets the stacks.
And that's what we talked about, right? That's what we really needed. They wanted to go out of the rotations a lot quicker. They want to be able to really facilitate the Granger. This is a spicy draft reflection. We have Selena on the other side, and this time it's not Ashley, it's Cine.
That's right, and maybe we'll hear in a post-interview if Cine did it to specifically call out Ashley. It's getting deep in here, but the question is, will Gen.G stay alive? Will they be able to finally take down their boogeyman of Vitality? Let's find out. Brigitte, Athena, take it away.
Match
A
point
todo
is
insecto,
underway
gracias,
for
Indra,
Team
por tu
Vitality
corazón.
up against Gen G as we are
A todo
moments
insecto,
away
yo
from
también me dan
heading
asco,
into
me dan
game
asquito.
number 2. What
O
a
sea, por eso digo que no
statement!
me
I
gusta, así
agree.
como que
What
ni
better
los
way to
zancudos,
close it
ni
out
las
if not by
hormigas, ni los
winning through a pick that was
gusanitos, ni nada me dan.
unsuccessful for
Ni
Gen
las
G in game number
arañas,
1.
así
The
me dan.
Selena now it's in his hands.
That is a lot of confidence here for Vitality. And as you mentioned, though, it's kind of a bit of a question mark still here for Vitality, right? But let's see, if there is a team that could make it work, it's going to be one of the strongest team or the defending champion. Now for Gen G, they go in for early aggression as well on the mid lane.
Yeah, Rui actually stole away a green cap from Vitality's side, whereas Vival just decided to get a green cap of their own. So basically both level 2, but that was a stolen jungle cap, and we're seeing a skirmish in as early as less than a minute into this game. Gen G is trying to be a bit more active. They did not want a repeat of game number 1.
They are playing right at where the level is Vitality when it comes to facing here on the early facing of our game, which is what we would love to see, right, for Gen G. Instead of them just going for the counter punches, we want to see them throw out the first punches and then do so onto punishing members here for Vitality. Now, looking back though here onto the composition for Gen G Esports, now they stay in with Ashley's show, and right on cue, she is forced out of her flicker.
Yep, a resource already down for Ashley, but at least they got resources elsewhere. City, close call too, but we'll get to dash away from that attempt from Gen G. And there isn't a significant advantage that we're seeing from both sides just yet. I'm surprised to even see that slight lead in favor of Vitality, because Gen G were able to steal away a couple camps, even the Little Wanderer falling into Rui's hands for that first jungle rotation. But I guess this is where things change. Yeah, first turtle up, and we're seeing only Vivian scouting the area for Vitality.
There's kind of a bit of a delay here for Ashley. But right on cue here for Arya, Falling Starman committing onto
Ay, es que aquí en esas cosas son traídas del infierno. O sea, a mí casi todos por igual, o sea, todos se me hacen desagradables. Esa es la verdad. No creo que tenga uno que sea menos.
Arya definitely wants to play this time. She wants to be the EXP later. She wants to be seen. This is a different hero that you've handed over to her, and it's going to make a huge difference. The way that she just made sure Vival could struggle to get close to the objective, and if not even just get close, but even put her down to below half HP, enough so Gen G could actually get the kill. But Ashley, though, down bottom.
Creo que aquí gana Selena. Es que depende mucho de la forma.
But that is it. They just need to survive the early facing Ashley's attempts. But going back onto Arya, we mentioned she is one of the best XP laners out here in the female team for female MWI teams. And so far, with Esmeralda play yesterday, I think this also translates into how well she is when you give in a hero that could set up, could sustain,
entonces depende de eso.
Give most of that punches.
Qué raro ver una Kirara. Lo mismo digo.
Just not letting go of Vival. Vival's struggling to be the very high mobility surprise type of Hirara.
Y eso que es competitivo, o sea, ni siquiera es que tú digas aquí en América, no, es competitivo asiático, o sea, europeo, o sea, sí, de otros continentes, de otros lados del charco, menos de acá. No sé ni de dónde son, para que te soy sincera. Wilfred sabe de dónde es. ¿Asia? ¿Brasil?
This is how they deal with it. They just steal off orange buffs against Gen G, and that's how they slowly build up their momentum. Sayori with a clutch black shoes. Vivian onto the back lanes. That was a really close call. High risk plays here for Gen G so
Esta es la penúltima partida de BO3. Hola, Ronnie. Nos falta... Eso. Mira qué bonito. Estoy tomando las capturas de pantalla.
So now the plan for Vitality is to send in Fumi Echo, but that's not looking good. But no, that is a great throw of Ruin. Pandemon caught in the crossfire. Rui force with a Turtles Passant. It's all over for her as Fumi Echo
Echo and Vivian doubles down. It's a double kill for Fumi Echo. The turtle is left untouched. Now there's an action here coming from Vitality.
A 2-0 for an Alice early on. Arya still trying to be an annoying Esmeralda in her face, but this is Vival most probably still getting to secure the objective. No!
Cuidadito,
She didn't have a retribution at the time.
Okay, it paid off for Arya.
Yes, it was very worth it. Now they do have the retribution, but the turtle is up. Genji and Vitality could both make their way to this objective if they wanted to, but things seem to be different for Vival. They might not risk it, not unless they find
Para ver si me ayudas a reenviar esta info, por
But it's so far just really Arya and Fumi Echo zoning them all out. They're really considering onto giving up the turtle altogether. They just want to interrupt the whole
Vitality es
process
de
here for
Indonesia.
Genji.
Ajá.
If we could get
Son
the
las
turtle,
campeonas actuales.
so can you.
Ajá, por si yo decía, pero no sabía bien de dónde son.
Attempting to
Pero
somehow
sí,
zone
ahí está.
out the members of Vitality here. But Fumi Echo and Vivian is just not having any of it. Now it's Ashley targeting on Vival. She's just zoning them out, sitting on to the side. Arrow and traps are there, but the damage just isn't enough to get a kill. Fumi Echo with a Crimson Glean going in. Vival clutches.
Katy sabe
to
más.
get the turtle alongside
Katy
Vivian
sabe
here.
más.
Sayori forces out onto her black shoes. Fumi Echo buying enough time to just delay things up here for Genji. That was quite the messy of initiation here for Genji.
Si aguantamos, mejor apostemos de si aguanto o no aguanto a que empiece el versus que le gusta. Es que tan solo entre las voces son como media hora. O sea, literalmente como media hora. Chance y terminamos un poquitito antes.
That's standing in the way. This is a 2-0 Alice that you're talking about. Just picking up the Radiant Armor too, so that adds to an additional layer of sustainability that you will have trouble dealing with if you're Genji. At this point, I feel like they might not have enough resources to deal with it head on, as we could take a look at the items eventually, but Vitality, there you go. At least they have a glowing wand in Sayori.
And that's it. That is the hit that she needs to actually punish onto Vitality. One kick here for Ashley, but Vivian and Fumi Echo tries to get away.
Voy a hacer una actividad después como probando los picks del meta, cómo los llevan. A ver qué tal me va. Ya te tomé los datos, Tony.
Healthy resources is exhausted, such as the flicker for Ashley and for Vitality. Things just keep getting better. Shell got the most out of her zone onto the bottom side. That's a hefty amount of gold advantage that Vitality was able to get in 7 minutes into the game.
Yep, and I feel like Genji could have also went for more aggressive setups if only there weren't as much information. I know we haven't seen much of the arrows just landing yet from City, but I think the placements are also something that matter in this game. The way that they're always just able to scout.
Pero no aparece tu corazón. No has sacado tu corazón, carita feliz.
Oh, the arrow now lands onto Rui. Okay, that's a very crucial take here for Cine. Ashley commits onto the wave of the dragon. Cine immediately taken out here by Arya. Shell finds a great
¿Qué no me dejas escribir acá?
Sayor with a single black shoes will be able to survive that. Panda one being cornered of all people.
Ya lo vi.
The goal laner for Genji is down. Now they don't have enough damage to actually tore down the defenses here for Vitality. The Lord is left alone. It's still Vitality coming up on top, finding the right targets and angles against Genji.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest concerns we had for the draft as well. Genji, they do have setup, they do have pickoff potential, but can they actually provide the right amount of damage? Arya, oh, the knockups!
She might not make it. Fumi Echo hot on her tails. Ashley in an instant taken down. This is just too much to handle. They're coming in one by one here from Genji.
Yep, now it's Vitality with the control over this objective. Rui has some information, can potentially catch up to. This is a backdoor that we're talking about after all, but will they let
Gracias a todos, chicos.
Blocking the way as much as they can, as well as Fumi Echo.
Oh, it's still people getting on to the Lord. Arya finds her
¿Quién trata de darle batalla,
find her way out. As Vitality takes her down, that's a 5k gold lead. An objective on the Vitality all in all, that isn't any in favor or pros from Gen.G. They've got nothing out of it.
It seems like they still wanted to force the fight, however. It seems like they still at least wanted to get the attention of Vitality, maybe momentarily stop them from at least focusing on the objective, but Vitality refused to do so. They were just making sure that they will be able to secure the objective nonetheless, especially with Rui out of sight. If there was anyone who was actually able to approach, it was just
Pero tiene mejores héroes, sí. Yo no digo que no, o sea, pero sí.
But Rui was the main problem, and they need not worry about that. Okay, now it's a
Yo no digo que no.
Okay,
Estoy totalmente de acuerdo. Hey, hola MR Bot. ¿Cómo se hablan ustedes? Me da mucha risa.
That is a huge giveaway right now, and Arya will have a hard time putting up on the front line here against Vitality. Yet again, they're down to the last bits of their base red. It might even
Pero Vitality gana, o sea, ya Hito Kiri, ya lo tengo, gracias. Dime que me hace. ¡Ay! Oiga, no empiecen a hacer eso, o chateo. Hola, ¿cómo estás? No hagan eso, uno se siente mal cuando está solito y ustedes hacen sus cosas. Ya vi por qué.
What a way to scout out the members from Gen.G.
The coordination from
Como Quiqui.
Vitality.
Sí, yo sé que eres Quiqui.
Failed attempt from Gen.G. is what cost them these 3 kills and possibly even a
Pero tienen que dejar su tap en la pantalla, y si no, nos cuenta. Y obviamente que seguir, porque si no, menos cuenta.
Beautiful throne of ruin, that entry from Vival and the arrows from City, but Arya wants to fight again.
Okay, that is quite a successful play here for Gen.G. They're just forcing their way in. It's Fumi Echo being cornered out. There's going to be a dashing out. Okay, the bullets will hit from Panda 1, but an immediate response here for Gen.G. They're still alive and kicking, and they've got 2 core damage here from Vitality. I think that
Hazle, ¿tú jugarás? ¿Qué jugaré? Yo solo juego con el corazón de la gente. Ah, no es cierto. Es cierto. No como crees.
Survival at its finest here for Vitality.
The question remains, do they have enough to burst down whoever Ashley eventually finds? Because they burned the flicker for that kick. You would assume they could, because that was Cine who they were actually able to find. But even with the bullets landing, even with Panda actually providing the follow-up, it didn't seem like they had enough. What more if things get a bit messier in the team fights? And we're just talking about a 5k gold lead currently in the hands of Team Vitality. More so, once we actually scale into the latter portions of the game, once Gen.G actually gets to prolong it to that point.
Después de esta sí voy a tomar una pausa, Si me quedo mi vida, me marcan Katy o Wilfred. Me marcan, me dicen, hazla ya despierta, que ya es hora. Y yo me paro en chinga. Ay, pero es que me paro en chinga. ¿Quiqui? Eso. Yo pensé que Quiqui había venido voluntariamente por el deseo de su corazón. Oigan, esos tap en la pantalla, qué feos modales. Solo vienen y dejan su aquí sin dejar cariñitos. Qué fea gente.
Because for now, Vitality still has
Solo me usan, ya ven.
most of the gold, most of the damages, plus they're really having a hard time.
No, mami, déjenme tapes en la pantalla, una galaxia, cositas así.
And now there's also Lord
Esas cositas sí me gustan.
They're burning it down as fast as possible, but
Esas cositas sí me gustan.
It's just waiting for those arrows to hit, and that might be it. Now Gen.G needs to be really careful on where and when.
Por suerte esta partida se ve que va a terminar, o sea, ya, rápido. No se ve como las otras de 20 a 25 minutos. Entrada de Vitality, bien, buena. Lo estuvieron bien. Se concentraron por ir muy de frente. Pudieron haberlo hecho lateral y exactamente. Y se hubieran tenido llevando. ¡Uy! Mira cómo se fue. El verdadero fiel. Yo estoy aquí, sí, literalmente está desde como las 5 de la mañana. Y dejó su corazón y nos dejó un quiéreme. O sea, ustedes bola de gente que no interactúa. Qué feos modales los de ustedes. Qué feos modales.
Finally, they also get to pick up a stack for themselves for the Sky Piercer. We take a look at that replay where it did feel like they were just trying to intercept and make sure that Gen G
Se los dije, excelente que hayan terminado así este tiempo.
And that was a beautiful way of just forcing
Y ahora sí vamos a tener el último versus de la noche. ¿Qué va a ser? Sport contra los. Que es el versus que quería ver Wolfram. ¿Lo puedo ver acostada en mi camisa?
Vitality now has somewhat having a hard time actually finishing off this round because now Sayori and Panda is getting harder to catch from the back lanes.
It is 30 seconds before the next flicker of Panda comes back. Sayori does need a minute to get her Purify back too. And there's only 10 seconds before we actually see the next objective. Gen G want to get out of their base. Gen G actually want to make something happen. But Cine already spots Arya and they have a pretty decent amount of info. Enough to know that Gen G are planning to do so.
Plus, Vitality knows that Gen G has to send someone over onto the top lane. They still have the control over the map. And for Gen G, they have two things in mind. First, clear off the waves onto the sides. Plus, try and prevent things from de-escalating here from Vitality. But Arya goes in.
Okay.
That was a very risky call here. If she was caught, if she was dead, that would have been the end here for game number 2.
Oh, no.
But that might be it. Rui! What an expensive overstay there. Just when Vitality finally gets a Lord.
Taking advantage of the fact that they saw Ashley dealing with the waves up top too. They've just blitzed the Lord. And what better way to close that out by finding a kill onto one of their most crucial front lines. Their jungler Rui on the backsha. How many times have we seen that happen? But does Vitality close it out here?
Okay, that made it even better here for Vitality. Foamy Echo from the back. Panda is forced to flicker her way out for survivability. Ashley as well. They can do nothing but stare back into Vitality, brute forcing their way in again. And they go in. Ashley is being held over here by Vivian. And they focus fire onto the tower as Vitality secures the 2-0 against Gen G.
And the results of
Hubiera sido mejor.
Remain the same.
Sí, confirmo.
Sweep Gen G to punch their ticket to the knockouts. And they do it in a very dominant fashion.
Hazle. ¿Qué país eres? México. No sabía que mi mamá no iba así. Estaba haciendo directos tan temprano ahora en Venezuela. Obviamente. Obviamente que sí, pero nunca están al pendiente de lo que hago. Con que pongan su nombre una vez, chicos. Si le ponen más de una vez, ya no los va a tomar en cuenta. Una vez. Si no, toman muchas capturas de pantalla. ¿Qué iniciaste? Como 20 para las 4 de la mañana, algo así. Del juego, su nick y su ID, chicos, obviamente del juego. Saludos desde Bolivia, Oshanteo.
We have the winners interview coming our way, so let's throw it over the stage to hear what they have to say.
Kitty Black Amen. Lautaro, temprano. Compártanlo en su grupo, porfis. Compartan la info que les puse ahí en los grupos. Porfis, en su grupo, porfis.
I'm feeling proud. Happy and proud. Thank you, guys.
Viviane qui tient à remercier tous les fans de Vita. Merci à tous, fiers de pouvoir faire cette performance devant vous tous.
Wow. Now, that was a spectacular showing earlier. Now, you really put Gen G in their place. Now, you really showed them who's boss, right? Because this was a rematch of
Hola de
of what
Portugal, ¿cómo estás,
over in
Ángel
Grand
Luis?
Finals in 2025. Now, the question is, earlier on,
Daiker comparte.
Ashley used a Selena. And then you guys clap back. You guys clap back with that Selena. So was that to show them how to properly play Selena? Tell us more.
Aduh, mampus gue nih guys. Katanya apa? Katanya apa kak? Ya sebenarnya kalau yang dari kakaknya bilang ya dia pakai Selena. Itu sebenarnya unpredictable sih. Jadi gue nggak expect dia pakai Selena Rome. Dan juga gue nggak expect dia ngeband banyak hero gue. Dan tadi mereka udah tampilin sesuatu yang berbeda lah. Keren mereka di GG dan tapi kita tetap menang. Makasih.
I would need our friends who are very well versed in Bahasa to help me out with that. But of course, you know, who do you think you would meet next? Actually, earlier, Vivian, I saw that you had a post on Instagram, and then you want to meet in MWI, and you actually wrote Kiowe. Why? Why Kiowe? Like, are you a fan of her, or she's someone that you're looking to defeat?
Because she's very beautiful, right?
So you're a fangirl.
Yeah, beautiful. And jungler.
Beautiful. Wow. Ese es mi nivel de inglés. Hasta ahí que jugaron, sí, la verdad es que sí. Kitty, ya te pongo, espérame.
Because she's pretty, Jantik. Is it?
Yeah.
Wow, So yes, congratulations right here. You guys stamped that pass straight onto the knockout stage. The Vasquez, you know, let our friends know right there on the sidelines that they have secured their ticket to the knockout stage.
Of course, straight to the knockout stage. Vita qui sera de retour demain pour la phase 2, pour la phase knockout. Ça sera important, ça passe en BO5 demain. Et demain, c'est du single. Elim, on compte sur vous pour faire un max de bruit pour la team Vita, s'il vous plaît. Est-ce que je peux avoir un max? C'est ça qu'on veut. Merci à tous, vous êtes les meilleurs. Back to the studio for our next match.
¿Qué pones? No sé. Hora de almorzar. No. Sí, chicos, es hora de tomar una pausa. En serio, que estoy que me hago la emoción.
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Happened to beat Twisted Mind, so that matchup could be a reality.
And we finally found the weakness for Team Vitality.
I mean...
English interviews.
Yeah.
También estás en... Solo, sí, estoy en la morada, la roja, en esta.
She was able to, able to pump out there, but at the end of it all, I still think, these girls, they're great on these interviews in their own languages or even in English. But one thing that I am worried about is I feel like they couldn't say everything they wanted to say.
Probably not. That's what the team listen-ins are for. We take a look at our brackets, and things are definitely starting to come to a finale, at least for our groups, before we move into the knockout stages. We started, obviously, with the opening matches just yesterday, which gave us some upsets and also some surprises. But the big thing to look for is we have Team Ray Young. We also have Geltech Cyber Team, who has moved forward, officially punching their tickets to number 5 through 8, guaranteed over in the knockout stages. For our Group B tournament bracket, however, we also have 2 other teams who have pushed forward. I believe we're going to be waiting on one. That's going to be Galaxy Phoenix versus Team Falcons Minute coming up.
No, todavía no, todavía no. Ahora sí vamos a ir a la última partida, que va a ser
into the knockout stages. But
Footsport contra los en esta porque estamos en el grupo A. Nosotros estamos transmitiendo el grupo A. Aparte está el grupo B jugando en simultáneo.
All right, guys. Right now we are with Ashley from Gen G. after an upset up against Team Vitality. Now, I know in the pre-match just now, Gen.G looked rather confident, which is why I want to ask Ashley, what actually happened? Because even yesterday with my post-match interview with Panda, she looked confident going up against Team Vitality. So what was the key factor of today's loss?
I think it's still okay for us to be like confident. Even now, I don't think like things are looking like impossible, and like, you know, I knew that this could be a possibility, like the results and like the way we played, it could be a possibility of happening. There was also a possibility of us like winning at the same time, but all in all, I still think we could meet them in the finals and switch things around.
Yeah, I agree. Nothing is definitely impossible. And hey, you guys might even rematch again in the finals. But let's talk about the present right now. Tonight, how does Gen.G plan to recoup after this loss, especially since you guys are heading to an elimination match tomorrow?
Better preparation. I mean, I'm not feeling too like bothered by what's
literalmente que estuvo muy buena la partida.
Happen,
Eso
like
está
what
diciendo.
Matches we're going to play right now. So we're just gonna have to see what happens.
Okay, is there any words for the fans that are always rooting for Gen.G and you?
Thank you guys for supporting us. Please continue to support us, and
que gracias a todos por haberlas apoyado, que bueno que están ahí, que gracias.
The dream is definitely still very alive. Thank you very much, Ashley. I will see you tomorrow. And with that, throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Esos comerciales no los puedo saltar, chicos. Son parte de todo.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for that interview. Ashley saying the dream is still alive. She's got full faith not only for herself, but also her roster of Gen.G to make it into grand finals. This was only a roadblock, but I would say pretty big one. They take a 2-0 loss, and both times over a 10K gold difference. At least in this way, it was a little bit closer than that. But regardless, for Vitality, they just played around Gen.G and did it well.
They really did. And I don't know about your reflections, but after looking at that interview, it's clear that Ashley
sí fue muy arrasador la victoria.
After a game like this,
vienen con el literal con el paquete de transmisión.
Just look at the damage taken by Fumieko. Nobody comes remotely close except for Arya, and even then, Fumieko has half her damage. What are you supposed to do against that? It's an unkillable monster in the EXP.
And that started in the early game, too, because I remember Gen.G was looking good in the early game until Fumi popped off.
She really was able to find her moments, and it really just reflects how much she's grown as a player
Nashira,
in the
hola,
EXP
¿cómo
lane.
estás? Bienvenida.
I remember the era of Team Vitality in whence Fumieko was the weakest link.
Sí, por eso les digo, o sea, es que le ganaron, o sea, bien, o sea, con un buen control en el mapa.
I mean, seeing that performance earlier on, wow, I think everyone was screaming her name all around the world.
Yeah, she was definitely the best wingman for sure. And at times, honestly, one of the leading slayers dominating the competition for sure.
Yo digo que gana, yo también digo que gana Vitality.
Do they match up and reflect appropriately for you?
No, that's weird.
I mean, obviously, it's a little strange to see the carry and the sandbag both going to the EXP.
That is kind of wild, isn't it?
It is, but at the same time, it also goes to show that Gen.G, towards that latter half of the game, weren't feeling as confident to walk up and say, yes, this is our zone. You cannot walk into our area of influence. They gave up a lot of space, and they kept on doing it until there was no space to give.
And it also typically shows how the Grange just really didn't work out again. Like, they tried it back-to-back. They did it in the early game. Game number 1, it didn't work out. Game number 2, they tried again. And this time, they had a little bit of a better composition to try and help facilitate the Granger. But at the end, it really didn't work out. The damage wasn't really there. And that's why maybe we see Arya on the top of the charts of the damage dealt.
Well, we have 3 great moments to look at. Let's look at our first wonderful moment that took place. And I'm sure it's going to be Vitality setting themselves up nicely. Or even Fumi.
Los jugadores se tardaron porque habían algunas fallas técnicas en las bellas musulmanas y en los audífonos y cosas así, entonces por eso se tardaron en iniciar, pero y las partidas duraron como 20 minutos, entonces yo quiero que termine rápido.
yes, it's a little bit of a mistake on Gen G's part for getting too close together, but how can you predict the trajectory from where the flowing blood is coming from? It's tough to say.
It is tough to say indeed. Let's take a look at moment number 2 and see what ended up unfolding. We're now getting deeper into the match. Towards the tail in about 6-7 more minutes left. We're at 10 minutes and 45.
And it looks like they're going straight for the throat here for Team Vitality. It looks like they're going for the push. Ashley here gets a good moment coming in from Vivian, but you will see, I believe, Fumi Echo being able to, there it is. The counter engage that always happens. So despite Ashley being on a hero that is way more active, she can look for more opportunities around these team fights and these skirmishes. There's always that counter engage coming in from Fumi Echo that really just ruins it for the rest of the team.
And it's not just that, right? There's also the argument of like, wait, why isn't Sayori just kind of drawing the line in the sand and saying, you know what, you can't get past here? And unfortunately, that's where the Hirara suddenly appears, right? Again, the combination of locking down the target, forcing out the Purify as soon as possible, and if she doesn't have Purify, Sayori will die and will not be able to use the black shoes to get out.
Well, moving on to our third and final moment that we'll be reviewing for this great matchup. We take a look now towards the end. We're now starting to pressure into the base. Gen.G knows they are backed up against the wall. The pressure from Vitality.
Literal era como la Selena de la pasada y el Lakai, pero el Lakai sí lo hizo bien.
Got really confident, right? If I remember this correctly, yes. They try to get on top of Ashley. Ashley flickers out in time to bring her right back into the fountain. I was laughing so hard at this. It's one of those moments where you're like, all right, I got you. Oh, no!
And it's definitely those small victories that can be celebrated, I think, for Ashley in particular. She didn't look too happy after the game, but obviously she had her moments in the game there.
She did. And hey, you can have your moment in game as well because it's Rhino Day. We got the brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day, and it's available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Get involved. We love our stickers. We love everything in game, right? You know, hey, Rhino Day.
I love rhinos.
Okay, well, she loves rhinos too. That gives me I like turtles vibes. Have you ever seen that meme?
A turtle hero in Mobile Legends? I don't think so.
You don't know?
Yeah, no, there shouldn't be, right? There's already new.
Hola, Daku. Bien, ¿y tú qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo va tu día?
Dude, I was trying to cover for you.
Pero tiene que dejar en el chat de aquí, en el chat del TikTok. O sea, yo no les dije que me lo mandaran por privado.
I'm not gonna lie. We got Rose on site with Vivel. Good interview. Let's hear what she had to say.
Now, Vivel, one thing I want to ask though is why the sudden Selena in Game 2 after Ashley Selena in Game 1? Were you guys trying to prove a point?
Actually, no. We
Ashley playing Selena son muy agresivas, se van con dos hits. O sea, por eso les dije, para mí fue una victoria arrasadora. No solo porque hubieran jugado y hubieran sacado muchas kills y todo eso, sino porque de verdad fueron muy agresivas. O sea, se fueron con todo y no tuvieron como miedo al éxito, ¿eh? ¿Qué harás con eso, Ashley? ¿Con qué, mi amor? ¿Con qué, mi vidis?
I don't think there will be because
no se pudo conectar, inténtalo de nuevo.
All this time we want to go against any team. There's no team that could pose like an obstacle for us, but
se supone que estamos conectados, ¿no? Nos llegó otra alerta.
Malaysia is one of the powerhouses of Mobile Legends.
Oh, wow.
Sí, seguimos conectados, me confirman en el chat.
Congratulations today. Thank you very much. With that, throwing it back to you guys. Bye-bye.
No, estoy aquí, pero me confirman en el chat. O sea, es que solo me quedo quieta tantito y esta madre piensa que me quedé dormida y yo no, o sea, estoy viendo mi celular, o sea, porque me escribieron por WhatsApp. Y yo así como de... No me agrada. Y dice, ¿te vas a desconectar? Y yo, no, o sea, aquí estoy, solo estaba viendo mi celular quieta. O sea,
involved. Make sure you're tweeting out or however you would like to talk, of course, on especially where you are watching the stream.
Literal.
For sure. Honestly, after that
una pregunta, entonces ahora mando a venir. Sí, aquí. Si ya dejaron su tap en la pantalla y nos siguen ya. ¿Con quién se te hace? No, es que mandaron los IDs por privado, por eso les digo.
Keep it going. Again, Fumi Echo getting all the love. GOAT EXP.
Is that Miracle?
Sadness, I just want to say I hope you're happy.
Seems about right.
Feels like Mirko.
Yeah, seems about right.
I think Fearless is Mirko.
It's his alt account or something.
Is that right?
Probably.
Probably Mirko.
Well, we did
Se
hear
avientan media hora de
earlier that he was
entrevistas.
looking at chat for just a little bit during that Phil section. Maybe he is Sadness, but why are you calling yourself Sadness, Mirko, if that is you? We're going to have and hash that out and figure that out. We need to make him happy. Another
Este paso
series
sí vamos a
is
terminar a las
about to be
10 de la mañana.
underway, and this next one is going to be the final one for today, but an important one nonetheless.
Ay,
because
no,
it
yo lo
moves
bloqueo a la
one team
gente cuando hacen eso. Yo sí
into
bloqueo a la
the
gente porque no se
knockout
pasen.
stage. It's Galaxy
Uno está aquí
Phoenix versus
tranquilo y
Team
otro y otro y otro y otro y otro y así de,
Both of them take
oigan,
that stage, and I tell
¿tan
you what,
locos
this
o
is going to be a
qué?
big one for sure because there's several
En
storylines to get
el-
through. First off, history is within reach for both of these rosters. For their regional battle, the highest regional placing they've got in MWI is 5th through 8th. Okay, you get that.
Ok,
just going
se
to the
supone, ajá, en el
knockout
grupo,
stages.
en
If
el
they
otro
go a
grupo
little
que es
bit
el grupo B,
further,
están
they could
jugando,
make history.
ahí están,
They're
que
my
son
Team Falcons MENA are my goats.
This is the first time I'm
Galaxy
hearing about it.
Phoenix contra Falcons MENA. Yo quería ver la de Falcons MENA. Yo sé que Falcons MENA va a ganar, en mi corazón yo lo sé.
How can you not?
That's the keyword.
That's the
What did you
keyword?
say?
Estoy re segura.
Names.
Names?
Names is the key word?
Names is the key word. She is the gold laner. She is my goat.
Okay, names is the goat.
No, no porque me
Okay,
moleste,
fair
sino
enough.
que en el
You
sentido
guys,
que
you
luego,
guys
pues por
must
eso.
be a duo or something, actually. You guys go way back, actually, if I'm not mistaken, right? 10 years at MLBB, of course, 6 for you.
Yeah.
Veterans up on this stage.
A long time to hate each other.
Oh, why do you got to go that way? She was sadness. She was the sadness comment out there in the
Wait
chat.
until the next IGN of hatred.
Ya estás descalificado.
Falcons Men, okay, has a big fan up here. But realistically, do they have what it takes to take down Galaxy Phoenix?
Oh man, that's the brutal question because they've been to so many international female tournaments and they always just fall short.
No
And I
veo
gotta
sus
say, this
tap-tap
matchup
en la
is really
pantalla,
heartbreaking because I
chicos,
think
¿eh?
Galaxy
Qué
Phoenix are
feos
so
modales.
strong.
No veo sus
They
tap-tap en la
are
pantalla.
the team that has actually
Qué
played in
cuánta majadería
MPL
en mi
Cambodia.
propio
And that's
stream
not a simple task.
y
to do.
con
There
mi
is
propia
technically
pantalla.
no restriction on it for what kind of gender going into these MPLs.
Sure.
But the fact that they are playing on the same stage as some of the best in Cambodia, who's been around for at least 5 to 6 years, and they're the one region
perfecto,
that
Eduardo, tú
everybody
sí
in
pasas.
Southeast Asia agrees upon that they are big
Ocean.
stonks.
Big stonks indeed.
Desbanéame, pon
Apparently,
tu
we've got the Queens
sí,
posing
en los que nos
themselves.
sigan y
Where are
dejan
they
su
at? I'm hearing
corazoncito,
the
chicos.
Eiffel Tower. Let's
Recuerden
check
que
it
si
out.
lo hacen, nosotros, bueno, los agrego. Deben dejar su corazoncito, su tap-tap en la pantalla y seguirnos. Pero es nick, ID y server, chicos. Tommy no dejó y se fue, sí, yo sé, así son de mala onda. Así son de groseros y de majaderos. Para que envíen su ID.
Well, that was cool. I couldn't have done it any better than Kielway in that moment. Well done. Hopefully we get more of those videos. Super unique. Hey, it's about time to send it to the stage, though. I'm ready to get this matchup started. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Team Falcons MENA. Cheryl Damascus, take it away.
Mande un mensaje por los
Thank you,
grupos, ahí
Taylor.
está.
It's time to kick off our fourth and last match of the day here on the stream.
Si alguien le puede decir, se los agradezco, porque si me quedo quieta, yo veo que TikTok dice que me quedo dormida.
Falcons MENA for a spot on tomorrow's knockout stage.
Dai, que deja de molestar.
Yes, that was absolutely amazing.
Si
And
tuviera
as we
Open
speak,
English,
these two
confirmo.
teams are about
Y el
to take
peloncito se
center stage
parece
right here on
al del
Stream
Open
A
English.
Are teams that has flown under the radar. Now,
Son
Galaxy
clases de
Phoenix
inglés,
is
chicos.
someone that you don't want to underestimate. Why? Because they have played in the open circuit. Now, they have been competing in MPL Cambodia. And of course, we have over on the other side, Team Falcons MENA, where they see their open circuit counterparts winning wildcard. Are they able to rise above right here in this match and secure their knockout ticket? Let's find out from you guys at the studio. Let's go.
Thank you, Cheryl and Damascus, as always. This
Me estoy moviendo.
stage is set. Galaxy Phoenix
Se paró.
versus
Sí, ya.
Falcons Men. We've got at least one big supporter on the desk. Eterna, you're hoping they can get the job done. We'll find out, of course. But again, I mentioned that
Cambodia,
history
no sé si
within
así se
reach.
escribe.
Both regions, going for their highest placings in MWI. Now, that won't happen just by making it to knockout stages, but it at least gives them the setup, the chance to make history for their respective region. Now, we talk about Team Falcons Men. Let's talk about them a little bit more. Nucci from Falcons.
Chicos, los tape la pantalla.
To starter this time around. This year, she's looking to make a big impact.
Sí, voy a estar
And I
así.
love that about her, right? Like the first time I met her, I think was back in the
O sea,
African
chicos, en cuanto
qualifiers.
finalice,
I
yo les voy a
actually
decir
went
buenas
to
noches,
Africa to
nos
see
vemos
her,
al rato.
and
Así.
she was so nervous when she was
Literal, y en
able
cuanto
to
me
make it
despierte,
to
llego
the
el
international
sorteo y lo
stage
publico por
alongside
todos
names.
lados.
There are other few members that are no
Pero
longer
literal,
there,
o sea,
which
voy a
is
estar
what
así de
makes this lineup so special, because technically this is a new
literal.
roster. They've
Morida.
rebuilt
Por lo
completely
menos ya
around
supe cómo
names,
sí se hace el stream,
and
entonces ya
names
no va a
is
haber
such
problema.
a household name at this point now. If
Ya
we're
no te va a ser más
thinking
fácil.
MENA, if we're thinking Africa, because she's been the prominent gold laner for so long in that region.
And she clearly is getting a lot of love here on the desk, but I'm sure from the supporters in the chat as well. Make sure you're getting loud for Team Falcons Mena. But let's also show some love to the opponents of Galaxy Phoenix. What makes this roster a true
Gracias al cielo,
contender?
aquí
What makes
comenzaron
this
rápido.
roster so special,
Yo he visto que
Gideon?
las otras
Because
partidas
they
estarán
made it
como
here for
30
a reason.
años.
Clearly, they're doing a lot right.
Well, I mean, they beat the defending
Le voy a dar un premio a
champion
la persona
of
que
their
tenga más
own
tapa en
personal
la
region.
pantalla.
Again,
A ver.
in most of these situations, you're expecting
Cuando
those
me
champions
levante.
to always reoccur here at MWI. But let's not also forget, they were the ones who beat Navi PH 2-0
No me sale nadie,
in
ya
that
perdimos.
sweeping motion. And let me tell you, I was 2-1. That would make a lot more sense. 2-0?
Ya
No
me dieron
way.
náuseas de sueño.
Everyone was stunned with that victory, and everyone thinks that that's the momentum that they need to make it
No era de
through to
esos.
the next stages here in the knockouts. So let's take a look at the drafting phase now as we get to game number 1.
Creo que
We're seeing the
cambiaron al
Guinevere being
grupo
banned
B.
out. We're seeing Freya. Yves gets eliminated,
Déjame ir a ver.
and as well as the Paquito.
Okay, I'm liking it so far because that only leaves for the EXP the big generals of the Phoveus alongside with the Esmeralda. Again, both situational. Now that the nerfs have started to come through, but Esme has been in a pretty interesting spot. I would like to see whether somebody has come up with an answer to the Esme in lane and not in team fights. We all know how to deal with her in team fights. Just gotta keep on kiting her, gotta space her out.
What was the counter to Esmeralda back in the day?
Oh, so many, like the Dyroth, you had the Alpha.
Dyroth!
Yeah, there's so many lane bullies.
Do you think there's space for a dire? Okay, you know what? Sometimes when it's a good counter in lane, it is not worth to go for. And that's something we learned between Leslie and
Pero me
Claude
estoy buscando
yesterday.
eso.
Yeah. Just because you can make it doesn't mean you have to. You gotta kind of space it out. Boxia, the follow-up band here alongside with the Matilda, leaving Marcel wide open. And now we're seeing completely different from what we saw earlier today, right? From big openings of focusing more on the Atlas, leaving
No,
the
están
Freya
jugando el
open.
mismo.
It really goes to show that there is a wide varying hero pool that isn't standardized amongst each of the teams and regions.
I really like that you mentioned that because
No,
just
chicos, no sé
yesterday
qué
we
haya
saw that Team
pasado.
Falcons Mena actually brought in a Carmilla jungle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of bans yesterday against the Carmilla, and I was like, why did they go for Carmilla bans? And then I hop over to Stream B, and I see a Carmilla in the jungle. And I was like, is this what they're scrimming with right now?
Who's giving them these ideas and who's letting
Me voy a quedar
them
dormida.
think that this is right? But yet they still are
Este es
able
el
to find
grupo
these
A.
games. Hilda, an early call is an
Por
easy
eso,
answer
ajá, este es
to
el grupo A y se
Marcel.
supone
Wants to
que
go in
ese
and
estaba
out.
en el grupo
Hilda
A.
says, I'ma stick to you like glue and I'ma
Quitaron
hurt
un
you while you
versus,
do
lo
it.
acaban de
Also a
quitar.
very strong showing with the Claude early pick as well. We do usually see the carry being picked up after, but we do see that Falcons Mena want to secure a strong lane of their own, right? They have the Esmeralda, very quick in. If they still want to secure maybe like a 50-50
Deben
lane,
seguirnos
they just
Ángel
have the
León
option to go
y
for
dejar su tap
Harith,
tap.
so perhaps the mid lane
Los que están en
priority
el grupo
pick
B.
was
No, es que este es el
a
grupo
more
A.
decisive
Estos son del
decision
grupo
there.
A.
They picked up
Food
the Lilia
Esport
first in
estaban
the first
esos.
phase.
Este de
They wanna make sure that their
Galaxy
mid
con no sé
trio's,
qué
going to be
es del
decently
grupo
strong.
B.
They're going to save their jungler for later, and I think the Esmeralda is very, very safe now. But
Pero no
it
sé
kinda
dónde lo
depends
están
when we see the
transmitiendo, ¿me
turnaround.
explico?
Do they want to reveal where the Hilda is going to go by showing who's going to be the EXP, or are they just going to keep her as a flex?
That's true. That's true. Hilda can be flexed into the EXP lane. I thought it would be like a sure answer.
Ah, Ah, ya sé dónde está, espérenme.
We aren't on dangerous grass,
Creo que va a estar acá en otra página.
warrant that it has to go into the roaming position. Expanding rivers would also allow the Hilda to rotate a lot quicker around the map, so that's definitely something that we should still keep an eye out for. But insta-pick there, the Valier goes in 50-50 against the Lilia. Valier is not the best hero for Clear.
Yeah, it's not the best hero for Clear, but he is the greatest hero at ruining a support's day. Try and engage. Try it again. Oh no, you're stunned. Oh no, you're trying to engage. I'm gonna push you away, and then we're gonna do this all over again. It's a really frustrating hero, especially if you have no easy way to gap close against your opponent. Even then, you better have two options of gap closing, because that searing torrent is ridiculous.
I could have sworn you were gonna say gaslighting.
I thought about it for a moment, but hey, look, maybe that. Did I say?
Acá está. Grupo B.
It's happening. Are you Mirko?
You like that? All right. Now, second half of it is where it gets a little tough because I feel like Galaxy. Whoa! Getting rid of some of the favorites here.
Yeah, Camilla instantly banned out there in the second phase. Galaxy have done their homework, but I thought that perhaps because they picked up something like the Valier, they wouldn't mind Camilla in the jungle.
Well, then it would mean that taking
another item
having a purified
because they just don't really have a draft that has a lot of damage, honestly. Like, I understand Ice Queen 1 is great, but Nana, Steerings, as well as Names, they have a lot of dash.
Yeah.
Right? Slow doesn't really affect the dash. It can affect high loss. It can kind of affect Nocturne, but only kind of. So, yeah, we'll see how the game progresses. It goes long enough, it won't matter.
I think they're really going for these fights here.
Pues aquí terminó, chicos, no hay otro versus donde están jugando.
You'd have to wait. And I'm pretty sure it's like back end, like, oh, which camera do we cut? You just missed last match. I mean, a whole bunch of knowledge and wealth.
Perfect against tank jungle, so don't show it up too early, and there goes the Harara.
Okay, so my theory of teams wanting to go ahead and give it a test, give it a whirl, is staying true, at least from series to series so far. This time we'll see it in the hands of Team Falcon's Mena, trying to make it work, and also the Esmeralda over here. So I'm wondering, again, what do you pair up with it so that you have the best chance of success for the Harara to work? Because yeah,
¿En dónde?
Right there,
Pero no me sale en dónde.
Belric and the Kimi goes to Falcon Daisies.
I'm kind of glad that we are at a point where we're kind of scared of Belric.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because he's never truly been.
Mira, es que un ejemplo está día 2, está este. No, a mí no me sale ninguno que esté en espera. Mira, me sale estos dos en vivo. Equipo B y equipo A. Le voy a dar en el B. Le voy a dar en el B.
Well, I guess so. I guess today for you
Se
guys.
supone que tendría que ser este.
Not Ayanami, we were waiting for it because she's a playmaker.
And more immortalities, switching items,
Navi.
picking up winner crowns comes through. And those minor decisions, those minor, seconds really add up to winning
esos
team fights at
Falcons
this point.
contra este.
So,
Entonces se supone que es la que viene ahorita después de este.
We can have Renmar
Que
ask about that. Yeah. I don't know how relevant it'll be. Maybe it was just one of those
Nos
things.
vamos a quedar en los dos.
Fan it out.
Yeah, because was the goal always just to get a Harith anyways?
Vamos acá con este y listo.
What would have been the difference if you left it blank or something?
Look at the damage here, 87,000 damage dealt by not Ayanami. Man, 148k. Now that's a lot. It's unfortunate Kiko was unable to really do much here with 81,000 damage dealt, but I feel like it's mostly because most of the damage was denied by Boxia's passive anyway, so yeah, just didn't get the full value. I really feel like for Falcons, a lot of the in-game decision making really needs to be changed.
Es que acá en el Excel dice otra cosa. Dice que Los es del grupo 1. ¿Me explico?
A lot of it prios have happened.
Por eso estoy confundida, por eso yo dije.
Yeah.
Al menos que hayan movido el Excel ahorita porque lo están acomodando en tiempo real y se les haya ido.
Yeah.
Oh, now I remember. Picking up tanky heroes against the carry.
Yeah, there's just been I guess it's just maybe it's just an MWI thing. I don't know, but maybe it's the combination of the patch plus MWI. And you gotta always remember, some of these ladies, they've got different comfort picks, obviously, than what we're used to seeing. But it is nice. It's always refreshing to see the unique heroes come through.
The creativity.
Yeah, the creativity that they had. And, there were moments like this where you have these wins for Falcon Daisies, but then all of a sudden, then they're caught in a bad position,
Voy
or
a dormir,
a fight
chicos, en
that they
serio, ya
maybe
no
shouldn't
aguanto.
have taken, and there was just the pressure constantly from not Ayanami here on this Benedetta.
No les creo. Y se van a echar 20 horas platicando.
I feel like ganking into the mid is pretty good, but I feel like
No
Falcon
creí que fuera a
Daisy
aguantar
should
tanto,
be
sinceramente.
aware of it.
Ya
coming
para
into
mí
game
es un
number 2.
récord.
So I think still
Sí, yo
Navi
sé
is
que
not
lo di
out.
todo. Sí, porque me hizo compañía.
Elimination match between Navi from the Philippines as well as Falcon Daisies from Myanmar. So far, Navi was able
Eso es
to
tap
win
tap. Hola,
out
Bicho,
game
¿cómo
number
estás?
2
Eso
with
está
not
tap en la
Ayanami
pantalla.
on
Llegamos
that
a 25,
Benedetta,
chicos, antes de que acabe.
and of
Quedan
course,
2 versos.
Mirai on that
Señor Cristo, por
Belleric.
favor, 2
So,
versos. Solo 2
it was
versos,
still
señor.
quite
Y
a
que sean de 15 minutos.
slobber knocker
10
of a
minutos
game. It
máximo,
went
por
to
favor.
almost 28 minutes, so now we have to see for both teams what kind of information that they got. I'm just worried that they overthink it in the draft because, you know, that just tends to happen.
Yeah. I wonder, I'm really
Estaba
curious,
presionando la caja.
before we get into the draft of this one is, what is our longest time for MWI?
Miren,
'Cause that
Falcons.
definitely felt like it could have been a contender for it. 28 minutes, almost reaching that 30-minute mark.
That should be it.
That has to be the one. Because even in wild card, we had, what was it, 25, I think it was?
Yeah.
About 25-ish, and, that's
No,
what
no
it
es
really is
este.
forced into a lore dance.
I just feel like we
Este es
can
de
just
Falcons
say
Mena
between
contra
Stream A and
Galaxy
Stream B who has
Phoenix.
the longer average. I'm pretty confident it's us.
Ay, quiero ver la
Almost
placa.
every game of
No, mira,
ours is around
Natus.
20 minutes.
So you know what?
What?
If they ask to
el de
distribute the
Natus?
matches tomorrow, we say no. Because they have 6 best-of-3s tomorrow. I don't know if that's still going to be the case.
I'm going to be streaming tomorrow.
Are you? No wonder you
Se
were looking
supone
forward.
que tendría que ser terminando las partidas de este.
What?
Me and Briggs 6BO3.
You guys got it, though.
Casting.
No, sí, terminando las
Okay,
partidas de
that's
este. Pues
right.
apúrense,
That's not the
viejos.
case.
Yeah. So.
Hey, you know what? I'm sorry if I ever thought doing 4 best-of-3s.
Debería ser.
Hey, I've done 6 best-of-2s.
En el oficial
did
están
they go
mal.
the distance?
Like 8, I think.
Did they go the
Dude,
distance?
it's best-of-2s. It doesn't matter.
Leo.
Yeah.
Asia Games.
Pues nosotros estamos en la página.
You guys were together.
Oh. No, on it. Me and Leo.
No.
We
Lo
I
mismo.
was gonna say I was watching you guys from the comfort of my home, and I felt for y'all.
While we were in.
Falcons
Nicely, let me
versus
just say, every time I have an event, I'm like, this will be the last time something like
Galaxy
this happens.
Phoenix.
It never is. They always,
Este se está
they
jugando
will
acá.
always upgrade my experience.
We,
Es
we,
este.
we leveled up in Thailand.
We
yeah.
leveled up
Y
We
está
all over the
ascended.
world.
We ascended.
Natus
All over the world. Right now, Falcon Daisies is going to be the first pick here.
en este lado
Navi
contra
Philippines will be the second one.
Chinese
We're playing
Sport.
Dangerous Grass. Esmeralda first pick as Falcon Daisies.
No,
the banner,
Falcon,
the
Falcon.
The
que está
Baxi as
acá.
well as the Akai.
Entonces no sé en cuál
And
de
then
los
for
dos se
Navi,
vaya a
betting on
transmitir
Freya,
porque es la
Marcel,
partida
as
que
well
falta
as the Belleric.
prácticamente.
So Navi themselves ban out the Belleric. So what is going to be Mirai's pick then?
Tarda mucho,
They
sí.
don't have to run. Wait, do they? Carry something.
Carry
Ah, sí, está bien. A ver.
Not Carrie Gord. Carrie.
Carry Eve. No.
Also gets countered by the Esme. If they want a potential Barats, I can see like a Matilda kind of pick, but I'm not so sure if that's something that Mirai really likes. Oh, Atlas.
Carry Atlas. I'm
Forgot
okay with
about
Carry Atlas.
Yeah.
Oh, Valentina
Whoa.
Atlas.
Huh.
Wow, wow, wee wow.
Where's
Won't they
Valentina?
just take the carry now?
Entonces no van a jugar hoy.
Imagine if they don't, right?
Falcon Daisy should just automatically take the carry. At
Because
least.
one of these two should have been the carry. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to play
So,
armchair
entonces no juegan
analyst here, but
Espérame.
It's technically we are.
So, un ejemplo
If they
pasó
don't pick up the carry, I'll be
Jenny
folding
Sport
it now.
y Vitality. Luego Galaxy contra
I don't
no
know
sé
how
qué.
that can happen, but I'll
Listo.
figure something out.
your body
Luego
will
Big
react.
Mania contra Mena.
Come back to
Ese
the
ya
shot
está.
on the desk and you're
Keltec contra Twist, no sé qué. Ya está.
Right, okay,
Natus
so
contra eso. Y
carry's
luego
gonna be it. And
sigue
maybe take a Prio jungler here, whatever it
contra
is.
Turquía. Foot
Is there
Esport
any
contra
Prio
los.
jungles
Ajá.
now?
Por
It
eso.
feels like there isn't, man. Like,
Es el
based
grupo
off,
B.
If your team is a Hirara team, then yes.
yeah, which is like, do you really want to do that?
Vival
estamos
just
en el
won with the
grupo B.
Hirara against Genji, so but that's Vival, you know.
Yeah, no, it's like 50-50. Hirara's 50-50. Here we go.
Lost Kimi.
So they didn't
So
take
they did. Ready to
What is it? Boom. And a CC. Wait, is it bad and I just didn't notice?
No, it's not bad.
Ah, sí, pero no la puedo tomar de ahí.
Okay, so CC into Esmeralda. That's winnable.
¿Saben qué, chicos? Voy por
Okay.
agua. Espérenme tantito, ya vengo.
Esmeralda, Atlas.
No se vayan a ir, Manco, el que se
Esmeralda,
vaya. Y el que se vaya y se anotó en el sorteo, lo desanoto, le aviso. Así que ya vengo, espérenme. Ese no era.
Well, if it goes all the way through, then Navi eventually will get it. Now,
Y era
Navi
esto, espérenme
gets
tantito, ya
banned
vengo.
I'm not sure about I'm not sure why the Hanabi.
Where's the logic here?
Even when you looked at me,
we just looked at each other. It's like, that's a Hanabi, right?
Yeah.
Imagine we go back to the green room and then they're like, oh, how's your day? Well, we got a Clint that goes through the portal, survives, gets 2 kills.
Wins.
We have a Mia ban, wins. And then now we even have a Hanabi ban.
We have an Aulus.
We have an Aulus. We have a great time here at Stream B, folks.
Yeah. Technically, Hanabi won yesterday on Stream B.
Technically, Hanabi only lost once.
Yeah.
Only lost once.
Yeah, technically.
Real fans.
There's a Mia ban again.
Real fans watch Stream B.
Okay, we got to figure out what this Mia really is, because it can't be an honest Mia, right?
It has to be something, what, to just leave?
Yeah.
A potential pick.
So I don't know if the last one was just so that the Harris would be open, but now this might be so that the carry would be open. It's one or the other. But since the Harris got banned,
I mean, Mia's not a bad hero, by the way. She's okay. You know?
There's worse. You could play Alucard.
We have a lot of Alucards here in rank.
I was gonna say, I actually like Alucard. I wish he was better.
I think they were influenced by Zadel.
There's a carry.
There's a caravan.
You're allowed to have wrong opinions, Joseph. That's your right.
That's your right.
Moskov! Because, again, you don't know what Falcons Daisy's junglers yet.
Yeah.
Alucard. Okay, no. So, do you want to run the Suyo again? Against this lineup, I think it's not that bad, honestly. It's
they
just
need
against
damage.
It's just against the Moskov that might be a little bit annoying, but that's kind of the same thing against all assassins.
Yeah, they need damage. Unless they're thinking about the Ling.
In terms of tanks, there's only really the Fredrin. Fredrin as well as the Gwyn.
Oh.
Right, Claw gets picked up.
All reliable for Kiko.
Yeah.
And the pick for Starsoy.
What is this?
A Ling.
I called it. I'm an armchair analyst.
I didn't want to say it because I don't think it's a game for Ling. That's the only
Ya,
problem.
ustedes solo me fui a estirar tantito porque si no,
Starsoy was the one.
me salta la alerta de
Yesterday.
no hay nadie.
And then Bauman.
Ya se quedó dormida. Y yo no, solamente me fui a estirar.
Yes!
From Navi, nonetheless.
Yes!
From Navi.
Yes!
So now, ladies and gentlemen.
If I don't hear that sound,
¿Qué pasó? ¿Te quedé
soundboard
por ahí?
effect.
What do you mean?
Right now, in dangerous grass. Elimination
Que ya terminamos.
match.
Los picks, gracias, señor.
Their keys. Crush. We got a Ling against a Bauman.
No sé cuál es.
How will this play out? We'll figure it out.
Se supone que sería este, ¿no?
No, actually, we were going to figure out with Leo as well as Naisu.
¿Y si no?
Low to the ground, efficient.
Yeah.
And
No sé, chico.
just riding the momentum. But
Literal.
still, keeping it close to the chest. That's
Ajá, los
Navi's
dos.
plan going into game number 3 as they fight for tournament life. Falcon Daisy's doing the same.
Esta, la de Falcons contra Galaxy. Es que les digo, acá me dice que los uno son los del grupo A. Y en el grupo A está Gen Esport contra Vitality, que es el que acaba de pasar, y Galaxy Phoenix contra Falcons. Y luego está Natus, Falcons contra, o sea, Natus contra Falcon y luego Foot contra los, entonces no sé.
I want to be proven right. I want to know that this hero is good in this meta.
Right now, Bauman has a 100% win rate at EWC.
Yep.
100%.
100%.
Yep.
Thank you, boy.
De esta partida.
100% right now.
Boyd loves everyone, by the way.
Pero solo va a ser una partida, ¿no sabe?
What they leaned on to get to the MSC, maybe this is the chance
Ganó
for Navi to
Falcon.
lean on Ballman.
Yeah.
To get to the
next stage.
Next stage.
During that time, they said that Bellman is good. The only thing is there's a lot of crowd control. Let's recap back. Falcon Daisies, do they actually have a lot of crowd control? I don't
Es el de
think so.
Navi.
Esmeralda.
It's not hard CC.
It's not hard CC. It's something you can play around.
Yeah.
It's something you can play around.
Like,
so I think it's okay for the Bellman here, yeah.
He could dodge, like you can, with a Ballman, you can dodge
Decídense
the
por eso,
tactical. So all she has to do is a little whoop, and then dash out. She'll be fine.
El de Navi era este. Ahora está con Falcons contra Galaxy.
He says it in his brain.
Eventually.
I do.
1-1.
Eventually. We still don't have a MLBB fighting game, right?
We don't.
Ajá, ¿qué es este?
We're fighting game characters.
We're fighting game characters.
Yeah.
So basically, the fighting game is inside.
So which one is going to come first, the MLBB fighting game or the MLBB FPS?
I would say the MLBB MMO
FPS is already being developed.
Yeah, something about the latter has been.
Yeah.
No, there's not.
No, there is.
Is there? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so it may not be MLBB, but it's by Moonton. So
okay. I was gonna say.
So
I can't imagine. Like, okay.
Me voy a dormir.
I can kind of imagine. I think it was
No
in
quiero aguantar la
MCGG,
otra partida
where
para
they
serles
have like
sincera.
what you call it, like a limited time playing
6
the
horas
MCGG
despierta.
character,
He
kind of
dormido
like
como
an
2
FPS kind of
horas.
thing. It was
1 hora.
kind of funny.
2 horas, 1 hora.
The arcade is great.
Yeah, arcade is
I
great.
feel like that's where they
creo que
test
no
out a lot
dormido.
of things, you know?
Yeah.
I think before all that, it'd probably be like an MLBB MMO.
That would be pretty good. That would be pretty good. Like, I want something to explore more of the story of going into the game in Land of Dawn.
Navi
We're going to explore
contra
this story
Falcons.
right here as we jump back in. Once again,
Okay.
if you're just joining us, it is now Game 3 in an elimination match between
Pero acaba de
Falcons,
empezar.
Daisies, and Navi from the Philippines. Let's see if they're able to pull through. Which team is actually able to pull through?
Pero van
this,
1-1,
and yes,
dices, ¿no?
You're seeing it right. A ballment for Navi. And once again, it's a Ling for
La
Star Soy. She
probabilidad de
found
win.
success on the Ling yesterday.
No creo aguantar,
and will be
chicos,
enough
la
to
verdad.
help them get through today.
A little faster rotations for Navi, given that Rian actually leashed for
No quiero aguantar
Keishi.
para el siguiente
Up top,
verso.
though, not Ayanami again, finding herself once again at the edge of elimination. Like, this is her.
Yeah, I think she's gonna. Oh man, if not Ayanami can have the same performance she had on the previous game of the Benedetta, this time around you're on a CC.
Si yo
Works
ahorita
a
desde
little
ahorita
bit
ya no
different,
aguanto,
but
la verdad.
nonetheless, your impact is still there for this game. And if you think about it, right, curtain call, set things up, allow Keishi to come through, and you know, find multiple members tied up. Hey, that might be great. You have a Fatal Links too. You have so many ways to set things up. The question earlier on was, do they have hard CC for Falcons Daisies? No, but guess who does? Navi. And so for Falcon Daisies, they have to play around that. They've got 3 Purifies. So once again, Leo, they're going to be trying to pop that Purify.
And they can.
They can.
They have the tools to do that, but it's pretty scarce. It's not as hard as it was for Falcon Daisies Game 2, but
No creo aguantar, no, se los juro, ya estoy así de que ya parpadeo y no se me abren los ojos, se los juro.
Same
Se los
story
juro.
here for Navi as they put a little bit of damage
Yo
on the
creo
J.
que voy a terminar
Forcing
este,
that revitalize.
chicos, y nos vemos al ratito porque si no, no voy a aguantar, en serio.
Does not force the issue. Keishi will secure the turtle here. Navi gets one.
That was a nice little bob and weave, little sidestep. Jay keeping herself alive. Yes, she had to burn the Revitalize, but they end up trading it out, right? Objective, Turtle goes over to Navi. They're still looking for possible pressure here on the jungle of Falcon Daisies. They're actually taking 2 camps from Star Soy. I'm not sure if she got the big portion of that camp, but nonetheless, it's still a bit of a delay. You can see Keishi nearly level 6 right now in this Ballman.
She's up by 200 gold, so that's the benefits of what she's done so far. Again, Bauman is just so quick on the clear.
Yeah, why is Ballman such a threat, you know? I mean, we saw this a little bit at least once in the wild card. Now here for MWI, we see it at least here on V-Stream. Why is the Ballman a threat in this situation?
He has some of the benefits of a tank jungler with very few of the liabilities. That's why. Now Keishi threatening to take the purple buff here. Intercept by Ira. Glorious pathway, 2 of them. Crossroads. And now the Fatal Links. Afu picks up the Sky Piercer. Rain looking for more damage. SOD thrown out. Rian presses the button. Jay gets taken down. First blood drawn by Nana Ayanami. Now Star's a little too deep. Tempest Blades dashing through. She and Ira back off.
I got to give it up to Mirai there, too. You know, we were kind of pointing out the weak point of Na'Vi so far in the previous matches we've seen them, and just how Mirai has been bullied throughout the games, and she's usually going down. Well, that time, she's the reason why they were able to go ahead and make that happen.
Sí, chicos, me voy a dormir.
She even had to
sueño.
re-engage at low health, just utilize the slow that comes with the Atlas, and then burn the flicker to survive it, allowing her team to get a little bit further into that lead, that team fight. So great usage there of the skills and the game knowledge of Mirai. This Turtles coming up, though, they had an easy take on the first one. Na'Vi has, after all of this, nearly built the 1,000 gold lead. They're going to go ahead and approach this now, get in position. Turtles already half health on this.
Look at the speed at which Na'Vi are attacking it. 1/10 of its health.
That's the one.
Na'Vi secures.
That's the one right there. Ballman. It's so quick. I almost feel like it just it happens so quickly. I think even Falcon Daisies, they might not even be able to put themselves in a position to contest a turtle, because I think Starsoy too, just because she doesn't want to fall too far behind. She's worried about, you know, securing these camps, getting these buffs, making sure that she's got the double buff before they even go for an engage.
And by contesting, she risks not getting what's actually hers.
Yeah, because they'll just continue to take her camps or potentially even the buffs, and that's what we see usually with the Lings or the Fannies and, you know, the likes of that, where Ballman, I think even if you don't have the buff, you're mostly still the same.
That's what I'm saying. Most of the benefits of a tank jungler without the liabilities.
No, yo se me voy a ir a dormir, chicos. Vale, porque ya en serio ya no puedo más. Son las 9 de la mañana, se supone que termina a las 10:30. No termina.
Oh, she's lurking. Oh, jumps in. And in comes Keishi, spinning the wind, Cyclone sweep, lethal counter, takes down Ira.
You saw it coming from a mile away. Keishi just had all the world to just go set things up, shred down that armor.
Dice que termina a las 18:10.
And drop into that glorious pathway. She survives and gets taken down. Mirai bites it. Finally, Falcon Daisy's score, trying to close up that gap. About 1,500 gold up, Na'Vi.
Man, Jay's really got the fancy footwork going on now. Not getting hit by the SOD, surviving there, so it's Mirai that ends up going down. Maybe there will be a turtle now that Falcon Daisies can go ahead and try to secure Rian.
This is trouble. Kiko forced to use her Purify. A little bit more damage. Kiko gets away with it. Tempest ablaze. It's Rain who goes down.
Man, I am so surprised Kiko was able to survive. She was broken in after popping the Purify. Na'Vi wasn't able to convert the kill. Rian had to burn her flicker too. Turtle's up though. Starsoy is going to go ahead and grab her orange buff. We'll see if they just delay this a little bit further. She chooses to go ahead and grab purple too. But right now, Na'Vi, they're planning themselves around it. Starsoy will choose after orange, grab purple, and then join this fight. And that's why Falcon Daisies are in the vicinity. They sent Kikoi up, so she's going to go ahead and put pressure up on that tier 1 up top.
No, si yo lo digo que no.
They go ahead and secure this.
Ese no es el problema.
For a big ticket, old Fatal Links. The answer,